Good morning. Happy Monday, one and all. I believe the week can be improved by a heavy dose of Age of Empires 4. Oh, I forgot this scene actually still had me up twice. Let me go ahead and fix that. One and all, it's a good time. It's a damn good time to be part of Age of Empires 4. I assume you all saw the numbers yesterday. That was bloody impressive. 30,000 people in total in the directory, in the category, watching Age of Empires 4 on Twitch alone. That's before equating whatever the hell YouTube provided. I know on EGC's side alone, it was another 2,000 viewers there. So crazy beginning of the year. Promising start for Age of Empires 4. Fingers crossed we can carry it on. Fingers crossed it can carry on through because, you know, this could be the year. I feel like AoE4's in the best balanced position it's been probably ever. We've got 2 DLCs coming. One presumably not that far away, right? Because it's spring, I believe it said. And then we've got all these tournaments. I mean, we've got these weeklies that this weird little pigeon boy just keeps running all the way through until the end of June. We've got Elite Classic coming back again. We've got rumors of lands rumbling. We know there's going to be one for Garrison. Goodness knows if there's going to be more. Crazy, man. I think that, I don't know. I think this might be our best year. It'd be cool to see if Red Bull actually has a back-to-back like year of events. I don't think so. I've got this funny feeling they might just skip a year again. That would be the cherry on top to have them involved, but it's promising, man. I'm hyped. But I'm hyped for this week's set of games. That's right. We've got a bracket. We've got games to get through. We're going opening up with Dumu versus Scatterbrain, which we now got the draft on the screen for. Ignore the score. That was a leftover. Nobody has scored yet. This is the beginning of the best of 3. And reminder, we've upgraded on the quarterfinals now. Quarterfinals are going to be best of 5. So you get even more games of Age of Empires 4 played each week than we were already covering. I must be going crazy. I must be looking to drive myself crazy like this. Need more lands? Definitely the coolest? Yeah. I mean, like, there's upsides and downsides to lands, right? Like, the problem is you can't put the cart before the horse, is what I always say. It's very difficult to run lands. When you run lands, you have substantially higher costs, which is why you need even more viewership to even have a chance to generate sponsors. Now is a very hard time in esports to generate sponsors for fledgling esports scenes, because a lot of brands that maybe 2 years ago would have thrown a 20, 30, 40, 50, 60k, whatever your way, are now going, yo, we'd like to do like a commissions deal. You know, you shift our product, we pay you, and that doesn't quite get over the line in most cases on esports events. So it's very challenging at the moment to find the correct sponsors for, I think, a lot of these different tournaments. It really means that people have to get more creative, more deep in the way that they integrate and create a meaningful product collaboration with brands. So, let me get Scatterbrain's profile up. You're doing a great job of the broadcast. Congratulate you. Thank you very much, Adderbird. I appreciate that, mate. I'm glad people are enjoying it. I'm glad more and more people are turning up. Hopefully, even more to turn up. You know, we set ourselves the goal that by the end of this circuit, I view as a success if we're averaging 750 plus people watching on Twitch. If YouTube pushes us even higher, fantastic. I mean, fingers crossed. Like, the goal is that, you know, I can grow with the scene. I think the DLCs are going to bring in a lot of new people, and I think this is going to be a nice way to kind of like hook them into the scene with the weeklies, these funky formats. And who knows, that might just be the beginning of scaling things into bigger and more incredible things, doing, you know, community content more, doing interesting twists of events. There was already 1 or 2 ideas I had in mind. I've already started to talk to Hussein and Kavayu about a particular idea I'm passionate about. I think it'd be a really awesome level up for some tournament formats. But we'll see if that develops. It's all about experimentation and seeing if we can get it right. What's up, Kavov? You didn't know what was happening? It was really fun? Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, mate. It was a crazy series. Yeah, the back and forth nature of those, even though the scoreline may have looked like Beastie annihilated, the reality check is like those games felt super close. I still can't figure out, is it just my lighting? Am I red today? I mean, I did have physio this morning, so I might be a little bit from that because it was a full gym workout. Lips look red. You'd know, mate. You'd know. Let's have a look. We can maybe... Is that better? Or worse? That's too dark, right? Now we're very red.
Now you're...
Yo, what's up, Mau Mau? Thank you much for the raid, mate. Hope you guys had a good stream. What if we do this? Is that better or worse? We've done a slight green tint. I don't know if that made it better, though. Down with the green? Oh, yeah, get rid of it, all right? Okay. But what's up, guys? We're getting ready for the games. We just thought we'd tweak the cameras a little bit more. I'm just obsessive over getting these perfect. I'm not the right person to actually sit here setting this up because I'll just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's probably because we're zoomed in a little as well. That probably... If we switch white balance auto, is that better? I don't think that's better, right? So here's my thought. That's too bright, right? But is that better? I feel like that's the same as what we just had. So what I'm adapting here is there's a thing called shutter speed, and it's kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's how many times, it's like how frequently the camera opens per second, right? So we're currently at 120 FPS on the camera, basically. Overthinking it? No one here wants... I mean, speak for yourself, mate. My girlfriend occasionally watches these streams. I'm sure, you know, your girlfriend can't because your hand doesn't have eyes, but it's all good. Thank you, Magic Turtle. Yep. I mean, Beastie, it was a good interview with him, man. We got some cool insights there. After all this work, mate, you're going to have to catch a holiday, right? I mean, dude, I don't know how to take a holiday. I'm just non-stop. There's always something cooking. I think that kind of works. The reds are a little bit powerful right now. Still scratching my head a little bit on what it could be. Maybe it's the like we can desaturate, but I think that breaks the color of the scene in a not great way. Right? I mean, if I make exposure auto, is that better or worse? Yeah, so it actually adapts on the fly on the exposure level. I don't think that's better though. Wait, what? The color just... The color went down insanely a lot. Like, what? Not exposure, saturation, any kind of problem? Yeah, it's just my face. Alright, we'll just keep it down, I guess 90? Let's just ride with that, screw it. Just go back? I can't go back, man. I've lost what I had. I think that's where we're at. That was what we had before. I've just reset them all. Everything's been reset. Screw it. Hopefully it'll do. Alright. Saw Beastie more aggressive in the tournament? Yep. It was very interesting, actually. Like, we basically commented on the grand finals. Marine Lord was playing like Beastie, and Beastie looked like he was kind of playing like Marine Lord. Or at least what you'd expect him to play like. But yeah. Like, maybe I just do have red lips as well. You ever think about that? Pigeonholed my lips. Maybe they were just this way to begin with. They are admittedly a bit red. Don't know why. I'll scratch my head on that a little bit. I'll have to look at... I basically have to find some time off camera to sort it. That's the problem. Yeah, let's just go with that. Screw it. That'll do for now. Okay. We do have series though. So let's get underway with it. Oh. It's a good week. Go cut. Oh, look at him there. Look at him buttering me up. Goat casting. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. It's time for more midweek muster action. I love this matchup, by the way. Liquid Dumu going up against 3D Clan Scatterbrained. We've seen this a few times now. And guys, everyone who wants to write in the chat, Dimu20, calm your fingers, all right? Blow them off like that. Chill out, because this is not as one-sided a matchup as you would actually think. Scatterbrained, on multiple occasions now, I believe, has actually taken at least one game off of Dimu. So definitely not a pushover. And this isn't a pushover matchup necessarily. Mongols are one of the kings of Frisian marshes. We also then have to ask the other question, is Dimu feeling 100%? Because I know he's been feeling a little bit rough the last week or two. So that is another thing that you have to equate, considering he hasn't had that deep of a run recently with KPMM. Winner of this, by the way, will get up against either B or me or Micah. You can already see how stacked things are looking again. We did have an interesting upset, but we couldn't quite cover it because we've just got so many series to get through, especially now with quarterfinals being best of fives. Ignore my graphic, I need to update it there. Because Anovaku beat Avali in the round of 32, right? So we've actually got newer names kind of appearing, making a little bit deeper runs, providing some upsets as time goes on. Curious on the Order of the Dragon pick, though. This is a Benny Boy special, right? Like, at this stage, the man just kind of looks obsessed with this Civ. In fact, I feel like most times when we've seen him in these tournaments, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I feel like he's actually been whipping out in the initial game, time and time again. That's an interesting strategy. I guess you could argue, like, it does have somewhat of a multiple applicability, but it's also that people don't necessarily know how to address it still, right? Like, in a lot of ways, I'd say Order of the Dragon is still the least explored Civ we have in AoE 4. But people are catching on to it quickly. Mongols, on the other hand, probably, I want to say, one of the most overexplored, like top 3, top 4 for most explored. We have had some resurgence, though, new discoveries with the Magadai builds and the current Pro Scouts meta, but historically, I mean, this was the Civ that really kicked it all off. In the early days of AoE 4, if I came into a cast and I shoot this at the very beginning, you knew what was happening. And by the way, that is sick. Do you guys see what he's done there? Oh my god, I love this. So I talked to a few players about this quite a long time ago, but they thought it was very suboptimal because it's just wasted build speed. But what he's done here is, in prep for the chance that he might get racks rushed, instead of contesting with his own racks, he's built an outpost to literally 99.9% completion, but hasn't finished it. Why, you ask? He might not need it. If it's not a rush, he doesn't necessarily need to erect the outpost. So he just keeps it there. If it's needed, you just tap the hammer, you have safety. If it's not, you can cancel, refund, and then have the wood ready for your transition into your first military buildings upon tech up. It's a really smart play. And there you go. That is sick. That's the first time I think I've seen that in a very, very long time, if maybe at all. Like, in theory, it's really cool. I get why players don't want to do it. Like, at that stage, you might as well complete the outpost because eventually it'll be useful. But for initial timings, it can make a lot of sense, especially when you need the wood for traders and also your military production buildings. So, really cool beginning. Dim on the other side has reacted by going straight onto the shoreline fish. Has got wheelbarrow coming in here. With 3 on gold, this is likely still going to be Pro Scouts, but he's going to begin by opening with a Rax play, right? I mean, is this going to be Pro Scouts, though? I'm kind of doubting it now. It's kind of a weird one, right? Like, you can do it on this map. There is plenty of deer. The reality is, though, you just have so much sheep to work with. It isn't as much of a necessity as you'd think. And are we going to get the sheep count here like EGC? You're a funny boy. Look at you. You're so funny. For all I know, that probably requires a second PC. I'm not going down that route. God, I'm already having a panic attack thinking about the amount of people that can be like, KP, can we get income and villager count? And I'm going like, you know that requires 2 versions of the game being open, right? And in sync. Oh, you guys didn't know that? Yeah. That ain't happening, dog. Stop getting spoiled, you lot of cheeky gits. All right, so we do have the Keshik pump coming. It's going to be the double pump. He prioritized it over getting the double trade up. Oh, okay. So we line up perfectly for both. Nicely done. And the cool thing about this, I guess, is like the reason why he doesn't go for the outpost is while normally you'd be like, oh, I'm going to need an outpost anyway against OTD. Okay, we're just going to do it anyway. I was going to say, realistically, if you're going traders, you probably don't feel as like pressured to build this outpost. I think with the way he played this, it's kind of questionable whether it was truly worth it in the end, because if he didn't build the outpost, I would have loved to play. But the fact he still went and built it anyway basically means that he idled a villager for a minute, cancelled it, and then idled a villager for a minute again, right? Which means he's missed out on 40 resources to reallocate 100. It's a bit weird. OTD being slept on? Dude, I think French has been slept on. I agree with Beastie. I glanced his tier list after the grand finals that he went through on stream. And I chuckled to myself because it basically was what I'd lined up. Right? Because he had, what was it? It was Chinese Yuji, Rus, and something else alongside, I'm forgetting something, HRE, alongside French in S tier. I was like, I've been saying for a while, I at least think they're in the A tier now. Lad seems to agree. Puts them above Delhi, and I don't blame him, man. The win rates in the tournaments have kind of proven that Delhi in the current Pro Scouts meta does not have a fun time. It's still a ridiculous Sif. I'm still going to rant about the absurdity of elephants because, let's be real, something can lose a lot, but still, at least in theory, be not reasonable, right? And I think Delhi kind of still fits that slot. ODD Rising has definitely been the biggest surprise for a lot of people, sure, though. So, Keshiks are going to look to trade about. We are going to see the 1-1-1 commitment out of Dimu here, so a little bit of everything coming in from the Dragons. Meanwhile, Scatbrain, his goal should just be to continue to scale into Keshiks here. It's a bit awkward as well, because I think against Order of the Dragon specifically, you can't do Keshik Magadai, which is usually what you're looking for when you have mass trade, right? Because Gilded Archers are just too good at trading, Horsemen are just ridiculous. Like, yeah, Magadai can kind of kite, but when the unit chasing you can free hit you, good luck. ML fans, I know you're shocked, but Beastie's the GOAT. I mean, it's back and forth between the two historically, right? This is a good start for the year for Beastie. But I think it's like, it's tough to give a term like GOAT there right now, right? There have been halved legacy points for Beastie for sure, but you can say the same for Rainlord. Yeah, I don't think we've had that length where you can genuinely call someone the true GOAT to the degree of like the Viper, right? Like when you think of AoE2, you have to think Viper. You know, for League, people just go straight away Faker. Like for a Dota 2? Dota 2? I mean, part of me just wants to say no tail, man. No, like Dota 2 is once again the kind of situation where it's like less obvious who the absolute like GOAT of GOATs is. And the name of this map is Frisian Marshes. So this is a custom map. It's one that is featured in many tournaments over the years. We decided to return to it. With the current meta, it seemed like a fun time to actually come back to this map. Extra outposts coming up. We do have a March 4 by Dumu, though, and I love the timing on this, right? With All the Dragon, you shouldn't be as shy about trying to wield the force you have, right? Because it's very fleeting. If you wait too long, the transition counter comes in, and you're just completely ruined. And in fairness, right now, Dimu is quite lofty on the force, right? He's got 12 Spearmen worth of aggression. He's got 10 Archers worth of aggression. I know it shows 6 and 5, but basically, you can think of Order of the Dragon as kind of like Dwight, I guess, you know? They ate the twins in the embryo? Was it in utero, I think is the term. They ate their twins in utero. They are big boys and girls. Siege engineering coming from Dimmer as well, so he's looking to brute force into these outposts. Makes a lot of sense. You know, you don't really want to be diving underneath these with squishy units. Yes, you have a lot of torch damage, but you don't have any ranged armor really, other than the +1. The Horseman will be fine, but everything else will kind of start to melt. Scatbrain does have a lot of archers coming in here. Would love to see him just peel a few Keshiks and go into the base. Like, just sending 2 and try to do damage here. Like, 2 should be enough to get kills quite easily, right? With the Lance charging the sword. Between the 2 of them, they'll always guarantee a kill. Instead, he's clearly paranoid, just keeping everything here. Yeah, the position in this game is actually favoring Dimu heavily. I mean, Scatbrain, he has scaled a decent amount of trade already, but he's not a point where it's easily defendable. He's going to try, though. Keshiks do step up. You have to be careful. These spears, they sneeze on you, you die. 52 damage per strike. They free hit this heavy cavalry unit. And they only cost 40 pennies more than what you pay for a Keshik. Not a bad deal. Which continues. Needs to be careful. Ram is going to shuffle in onto the outpost now. It would, but it keeps getting... Wait, what? That was a misclick. That was... What? He clicked the gur. Okay, so we finally have him hitting the outposts. It'd almost be dead by now if he'd actually hit it originally. What made it worse is he didn't realize it first because his units pushed the Ram further away. Nice snipe in there. Does get one of the workers. Keshiks are going to dive in. So the outpost is going to stay alive. Great micro there by Scatterbrain. It's going to have to be a back off here. And what is up, Marek Penner? Thank you much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome one and all to what I think might end up being a nail-biter of a set. Outpost needs a repair. He will get out just in time. The Gilded Archers can now massacre or get massacred on by the Keshiks. I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Like, the +1, you do reasonably well against Keshiks, especially when he doesn't have armor like this. It's still going to be a wipeout. I think Dumu probably got a better trade at the tail end than you would have expected. Especially that additional spear coming in. Nice micro to just pull the Keshiks past. Cleans it up. Scatterbrain will maintain his economy lead. Only 1 minute arms here is not really that frightful. Dumu's game just got very scary, though. This is looking good. I did warn you, folks. I mean, Dimu, it's kind of been hit or miss with his opening Order of the Dragon picks as well in the last 2 to 3 weeks of KPMMs. Sometimes it serves him phenomenally well. Other times, it seems to be the downfall, or the beginning of. Mongol's just a reliable pick historically in Frisian, and Scatterbrain is showing you why, right? Like, with all this extra gold, you can afford to pump so many Keshiks. It's already up to 8 traders, and this has a snowball effect to it, right? They'll unlock the tiers. The next one is especially important. Going into wood, in addition, just allows you to float more archers here. And Dumu, his game gets more dangerous, right? This isn't a game where he's walling up in a corner, he's building mass farms, he's not coming out. He's playing out into the ponds. So usually Mongol's disadvantage is, how do I defend when I don't have walls? Well, the way Dumu's playing the game, which is ironic to say for Dumu, he also has a lack of walls problem here, right? He could build them, but they are just not cost efficient to commit to anymore. Gilded Archers are just like normal archers when trying to start a step, except a little more HP. I'd say like a lot more HP. But yes, the problem I've highlighted before with Gilded Archers is they never really look that broken because you have to be stationary. If you can't just stand there and attack, this feels like such a crap unit, right? Like, it is a Gatling gun on the spot, but the moment you start a step, it's not just because your attack speed is too quick. It's also because the attack speed intervals of normal archers can be somewhat skipped. So these normie archers are actually going to be attacking quicker than 1.62, and you're definitely not attacking at 1 attack speed because it's just too frequent. It's a very weird unit at the moment. So my suggestion is we just give them Gilded Magadai, and then that solves everything. Right? Is everyone on board? But yeah? Yeah. He's back for another poke and a tickle, but I don't think he's going to be thrilled with what he finds here. 6 spearmen. It's a lot of Keshiks. He's going to pay him to commit. That's pinch 1 the Keshiks, but 2 spearmen go down in response. That's a good trade. If he loses 1 Keshik to kill 1 spear, he's in the money. That's literally all it takes. What is up, always cursing? Thank you, thank you. EGC finals delivered. I can only hope now that our own midweek finals can deliver at least a modicum, an iota of what you guys got on the weekend between Marine Lord and Beastie. Why Order of the Dragon doesn't have camels? I think the better question is, why does Order of the Dragon not have dragons? You know? Like, why not have them train pet salamanders? You're thinking about it now. Like, what kind of dragonish creatures really exist? Why don't have the Order of the Dragon have order? Are you just suggesting they have Judge Dreads? Because I would so buy that DLC. And then when you like zoom in, you just hear them go, "I am the Lord!" Things are getting unlawful here. There's no spearmen. Oh no. Dumu, the star step isn't going to work here. Keshik's already on top of him. Scatterbrain giving chase to the archers. Now, hold on a second. What has happened to the Keshik count? Dumu, that second wave of Gilded Archers. This is kind of nuts. He's up to, what, 15 of them now? Yeah, 14 in the fight. The men-at-arms are a little bit too tanky. Are you kidding me? This man looked dead after the last fight. He got pretty much wiped. And out of nowhere, we're up to 20 plus Gilded Archers now. With him half macro towards castle. If he gets that tech up into scale armor, this game is over. It's that bad of a situation for Scatterbrain. Like, if these were Royal Knights, I don't think Dimu could make this particular play. But Keshiks are a lot more squishy, right? They're lacking that extra 45 HP. Not to mention the damage. Oh my god, dude. What a cool strategy. And even has Golden Cuirass coming in, just to make sure those men-at-arms eat a bit more arrow fire. You're now getting blocked out. We do have arrow slits coming in, but at this point, it kind of feels like a waste. He's going to have to contest just to stop the harassment coming into the tower. The men-at-arms aren't turning around yet. The Keshiks are going to break past. The Yam is here, so the gap closes a lot better. But notice we're moving out of Yam range now. And this is where it gets awkward, right? Like, Scatterbrain's fights have looked good when we're in the outpost range. The moment that Yam disappears, though, the Keshiks disappear too. This is crazy. And, you know, Scatterbrain, I think looking back at this game, the biggest learning lesson is, especially after that fight that he took that looked really good defensively, send some Keshiks to raid, because I think the recurring theme here is the reason why Dimu is doing what he's doing successfully is the fishing ponds. These fishing ponds realistically shouldn't be happening, right? Against Keshiks with no walls. But the Scatterbrain is so scared of being attacked, he never thought about peeling off one or two just to go hunting. And he never thought about the fact that, yes, that would make you weaker to defend, but it would force your opponent to then react with troops as well, right? Ergo, his attack is weaker. We do have a Burgrave in a very peculiar position. What? Yeah, just your standard mid-map Burgrave, really. See it all the time these days. Okay. I don't know if sneaky's the word. If he ram rushes me, he won't be able to find all of my landmarks. Genius. So tech up complete. Kurotai coming in on the other side for Scatterbrain. I've got a lot of archers here. Problem is those archers aren't going to be feeling very impactful against this particular comp, because there's a unique tech that Dimu has access to that is a dirty tech. Scale armor. It's basically 3 blacksmith levels of ranged armor specifically for gilded archers. Absurd when you consider that completely offsets the Kurotai buff. Even though that trade would be a bigger gap, yeah, it's up to 18, right? You have to remember that the Order Dragon aren't like what they used to be. I think it used to be, was it, I want to say 24 seconds to produce villages? They decreased it to 23 a while ago, right? So they made it a little bit better. You don't fall behind as quickly anymore. So charge comes in, Burner's on the way. We have Gilded Crossbones getting added in. Scatterbrain is going to have to wait for those veterancy upgrades. Meanwhile, Dimu. Well, we're lacking the Gilded Archer upgrade entirely here. You see what I mean with the attack speed, though? You can't start step this. It almost feels redundant to bother. They're just too damn fast. Same with Gilded Men-at-Arms, right? Like, they benefit in a stationary fight more than, like, other MAA when they have to start a step a bit. Because, once again, this is another unit that attacks quicker. Poking and Tickle coming in here, Scatterbrain. Has got the veterancies coming through. Dimu wants to posture on the trade. It will force the fight. Behind this, we also do have relics now being picked up by Dimu. Keshik reaction is coming. There's a raw lack of spears here. It's just men-at-arms. And really, there's only a few crossbows as an absolute counter, but the Kurotai... Wait, Scatterbrain! I mean, I've heard of Select All Army, but Select All Buildings? Can unpack it now. It looks like it might be good enough, though. Even without the buff, he wipes the front line. Dimu has to back up here. I mean, that could have been 10 times better if Scatterbrain just immediately deployed the Kurotai. Dimu wouldn't have been able to just hang around even to fire back. Now we're going to see Scatterbrain fire forward here. 21 Keshiks in play, and Dimu, you're starting to wonder, maybe Spearman was required here. I mean, it feels bad because your opponent has so many archers, but the Gilded Crossbowman count just isn't scaling quick enough here. And the Keshiks aren't a meme anymore. 175 HP, additional ranged armor. And on top of that, Dimu, he only just got the veterancy for archers. Another big critical error in that last fight. Taking that commitment, that engagement, without the bonus damage on the vet archers. Which is going to continue. We're about to reach the Burgrave. We are into a choke point, so at least the Keshiks can't fully swarm us around, but this is getting ugly. Dumu at half the military power of Scatterbrained right now and declining fast. It's crazy. I think we've got an opening win for Scatterbrained. Yeah, the Kuruto is now coming. Only upside right now is that Dumu has a lot of his economy out of his base already, right? So at least they probably won't get scoured. The negative is Scatterbrained won't scout them because it's going to be busy diving into your base. The classic park it up next to the enemy production line. This is what we call an alpha statement. Equivalent of what monkeys do when they beat their chest. And they'll beat the drums of war, dive deeper. One that should be conclusive here. TC fully garrisoned, villagers nowhere to hide. Army has been wiped completely dry. What a crazy game. I mean, Scatterbrained, it felt like it was slipping with a lack of raids, but he finds the way to thread the needle. Mass Keshiks wins out. Order of the Dragon, still a bloody enigma. Hello, folks. But yes, thank you. I did see the comments about the casting. I appreciate you guys. It was good games. Good games make it easy to do a good cast. Let's catch up in chat. You think it was comp error? I think maybe the upgrades hurt him more. It felt like there was a window, maybe, but you could see he was like on the clock with that rush to attack. But you know, we had like 20 gilded archers and none of them were upgraded. So the thing that Doom had the most of wasn't upgraded at all, and the crossbows weren't really arriving yet. I think maybe he was just a bit too deep on his position. We're going to cast Eisman versus B. Eisman would need to sign up to the midweek musters. Pro Scout made things easier for casters. Nani? What do you mean? We didn't have a deer counter, sir. We had a sheep counter. I don't think it would be possible to get a deer counter, sadly. But, yeah, no, the viewership was impressive, man. Already been bragging that to people. 30,000 people watching Age of Empires 4 is a really good start to the year. Hopefully, it's a trend that can continue as we move forward. So, game 2, it's going to be HRE versus Zhuji. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is £37. Woo-wee! That's a better price than I can get on Dynasty Warriors Origins, and that came out a few weeks ago. Big Sag. Midweek Muster Finals were the right side of 3,000 the other day. I mean, yeah, but we did have front page, right? So that was temporary. I would love for us to become a 3,000 viewer streamer. That is the dream. That would definitely allow me to provide for my family and do even much bigger tournaments. But yeah, we're not there yet. As much as I'd love to be. 20Ks from Elmo's team, though, don't think they would be long-term maybe for viewers. I mean, the fact that 20,000 people watch Gataga watch those games actually is a good thing. Considering that, like, the original expectations when they started doing AoE4 was less than 10k people would care. So I kind of refute that point, that there's clearly an interest. Yes, it comes through Gataga, but that's not a negative, right? It's all about getting creative. Okay, so how do we get this community involved more, for example? Like, you know, if you think it's just about the streamer and not the content, remind me how many of you care if, like, when BC would stream World of Warcraft instead of Age of Empires, right? Remind me, like, how many people kept watching Dimu when he'd play Deadlock instead of Age of Empires 4, right? So, like, the fact that many people held on is a really good sign. The fact that many people were invested was a really good sign. And what is up, Miguel Fernandez? Thank you much for the sub, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Don't forget to get this Prime subs in, guys. It is the start of the month. So you probably got them sitting there waiting to be used. All right, game number 2. Scatterbrained opening with the Dark Age HRE rush here up against Dumu, Master of the Bald Boys. playing as the board boys. That's right, it's usually legacy time. Can't believe this got through the draft. Easily the most banned civ in the current meta. In our weeklies, in high-level tournament play, like nothing compares to how many Juji bans you see coming through. Spearman Rush is kind of interesting here. I think it's a little bit less impactful against Juji than China. The reason is that Juji will have the Imperial Official, right? So they can always tax their way to the remainder of what they need for a tech up. Whereas with China, if you catch them in this type of play, they immediately are kind of screwed. They have to rush villages out because your whole optimization is getting age 2 before building an official. But Scatterbrain, with 2 Spearmen, does at least force a little bit of harassment. He will slow the timing of Dimmu slightly here. But with 26 tax, he should still be fine. Scatterbrain, however, is going to be a little bit slower on his own tech timing. Now, there is a follow-up value play to this, by the way. The reason why this is not all doom and gloom, and this is worth it for Scatterbrain, think about what both of them want to do when they reach age 2. It's the Pro Scouts meta. So a big part of why HRE have looked so solid in this meta, I call them an anti-Pro Scouting civ. China and Juji are kings of rushing Pro Scouts, Rus as well. Malians, HRE, what really can make them thrive is their denial of your timing. And that's what we're seeing here. Is Dimmu, how do you get the age up into Pro Scouts quickly here, right? You've got a double Ford Gold. You're going to have to immediately look to open up with probably an archery range into 1 or 2 Juke here. Which is worrisome, considering your opponent wants to build a stables. It's a dream for a streamer, being able to have full freedom for whatever game you want to watch. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You're always going to have ups and downs no matter what game you play. Even if you think of someone like a Co-Carnage, right? Co-Carnage is going to have more playing game A than playing game B. It's all about understanding trends. But for those watching the YouTube side, we've just been talking about, you know, the effects of Gotaga watching Age of Empires 4. And how the fact that 20,000 people hung around to watch Age of Empires 4 is a good sign for the game. They could have went and watched any number of streamers. And you can argue that they've done it because Gotaga's watching, but what does Gotaga generate watching other games, right? That's the question you have to ask. More pros that are signed on teams play and stream AoE4 will have a huge spike. Yes, no. So the unique thing about Gentlemates is they are not a parasitic esports org. All right, here we go. Controversial statements. There is a lot of teams that exist in esports or in streaming in general that are what I would call parasitic. They exist to leverage the creators' channels and quite often don't reward them like accordingly, right? Some are great at doing this. They give a fair revenue share. But there are ones that basically just collate all the data of their streamers on their roster. And the argument in return is like, yeah, some cases we'll give you a salary, but if not that, we'll help you grow. And it's kind of a lie. Gentlemates is a pristine example of an org that creates value, right? Because they have content that drives viewership. Whereas another example for an English side would be something like Optic, 100 Thieves. But there are orgs that just genuinely don't generate the viewership at all. The thing that generates the viewership is their creators and only their creators. If they lost X and Y creator tomorrow, they have nothing. So what I want to see is more orgs like that, right? Optic is a pristine one that comes to mind. Don't know if they do AoE4, 100 Thieves, like I just said. FaZe has proven the capability for this in the past. I think there's other ones that create very interesting content or have arcs that be useful, like Method comes to mind. You know, those are the type of people you want to invest in your teams and scenes. Gamer Legion. Perfect other example that exists elsewhere in Age of Empires. So a little bit of poker stab here. This was a great start, by the way. Do you notice what he done here? Scatterbrain shoved the deer all the way towards the pond to get them further away for the Pro Scout timing. He understood that Dimmu would push him off this eventually. The interesting part is Dimmu did resist the temptation to go Juke as a cost-efficient way of dealing with the spears. So he didn't fall into the trap of them being countered by horsemen. So, this is very early for men-at-arms from Scatterbrain. It's not as clean as you think either, because remember, you're against a Civ that also has early age men-at-arms, right? Like, the Palace Guard can mirror you perfectly, actually. Slightly worse stats. But the point is, you don't just get this full swarm effect. I think there's another concern, which is, like, realistically, if Dimmu just sees this early, he can rush castle instead. For the time being, though, the Poke Spears are kind of winning out. I think Scatterbrain is misunderstanding the timing here. I mean, you have marching drills. You shouldn't be fearful like this. You shouldn't worry that you have to take the fight. But these are bad trades, right? Like, lost 1 unit at the start, then loses 1 minute arms to get rid of 1 spear. The MAA should be able to mop these 2 up, so not ideal from Dimu. What does he do? He just walks away. But okay, I can see this is a fight that I can't win. I've already taken a good trade. I've created the space. In the meantime, I've got my first deer coming home. And we do have the Zhiganu switch up. Interesting. So one thing to keep in mind here, and yeah, he knows it. Dimu has a timing. Scatterbrain doesn't know about the Zhig play. This was intentional. The reason why Dimu did not open with the Zhiganu is that would have encouraged Scatterbrain to build a blacksmiths. The order he's done things in here, by the time he sees that there's repeater crossbows, he's going to end up losing the fight, right? Because he just won't have that ability to rush blacksmith decks. It's a sick read by Dimu. And there's the reveal. Dude, he does need the steeled arrow, though. I feel like we've skipped a trick here. Definitely has the goal to get into, but lacking slightly on the wood. Men-at-Arms are just going to try to stick to their targets. And sometime today, we will get steeled arrow being queued up. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain, we finally have the blacksmith drop, but I mean, at this stage, you can see what his real objective is, right? He's trying to go castle. He said if you leave an enemy long enough to get to a Mango Death Ball, it's your fault. Yeah, I mean, but this is like true of many things, right? Like we talked about this the other day when people try to use the example of 100 cataphracts is OP. It's like, yeah, but how do you get to 100 cataphracts? Like often when we talk about the Delhi Elephant problem, the reason we highlight it's not reasonable is like, that's a type of unit that is reasonable and easy to get 1 or 2 elephants and then be unbeatable in a fight, right? But if we were complaining that 20 elephants is OP, well, come on. Like, why are you letting your opponent get 20 elephants? It's kind of like when you say, you know, 150 Zhiganu OP. Yeah, why has he got 150? The reason why Zhug still gets moaned about is because technically, like, 10, 15, 20, 30, like, these are all points in the game where Zhug can feel OP. If it was just 100 plus, I don't think anyone would care. Speaking of Zhug, they are going to be marching towards the base. Regnitz is on the way here. Outpost to secure the gold as well. Gonna need that. Remember, Scatterbrain doesn't have a lot of gold in reserve here. Now starting to macro up himself. Yeah, interesting choice to dive like this coming out from Scatterbrain. We'll actually get him a worker kill in the end. That's his final unit, right? He's got no standing army for the age up. Worrisome position here. Means you can't rush relics. The Regnitz kind of feels redundant in this position now. I mean, he's going to get blocked on the short relic, right? And remember, Dimu's playing a Civ that can rush their age up. So this doesn't look clean right now from Scatterbrain. Usually this type of position you want to tech up with a few men-at-arms already in the field. Not everyone dead. I mean, we don't have knights coming out that could potentially raid either. Pro Scouts is going to keep dragging around the back. Unfortunately, they're going to run straight into the waiting arms of Dimu. Shallow Monastery now coming up, so Relic Race officially initiated here. Also, oh, Scatterbrain, no. The rally point... the rally point is kind of redundant here, because Scatterbrain, it means that Dimu could just run around and cut him off. So he gets blocked on the deer here. Got more troopers coming. This is going to be a static placement towards the gold, right? Like, if you block here, and Scatterbrain can't get any relics, he has 0 gold to work with. So that's kind of your win condition right now. We do have a horseman on the flank protecting against the skipping prelate. Dimu now officially up in age. Rough one as well. That horseman may not be able to get the kill on his own, but what it allows is an early forewarning so that the army can shuffle in position here. Hold on, he actually he actually might just get it. There's never a warlord to slow things down, so good snipe there. Another one over here as well, so both prelates getting denied. Zhiganu, oh my god, dude, he doesn't have the undermesh. So the veterancy's being rushed through here, which means the Zhiganu do decent damage against MAA. I'm flabbergasted right now. I mean, Scatterbrain, he had the gold easily to go for undermesh 1. He still neglects the tech. At first, it's kind of understandable, right? Because with just the normal men-at-arms upgrade, you have enough armor not to care about Juke, even when they're +1. But it caught him off guard. It's almost like he wasn't anticipating a fast rush on age 3 here. So Undermesh, now 45 seconds out, means he can't easily contest this relic. Gives Dimmu a golden opportunity to snatch away the more aggressively located ones on the map. I believe practically all deer now removed, right? We have, what, 3 more over here, 1 more sitting here, and then that should be pretty much everything home. He's taking the fight again. He didn't wait for Undermesh, though. What? No, Dimmu's playing him. And he's chasing the knife. At the same time, all the men-at-arms are chasing after that spearman. Dive past. He's looking for the prelate now. Spearman are going to cut him off as well. Zhuginu are going to be able to gap close. So prelate goes down again. I can't believe the value these repeated crossbows are getting. Reminder, by the way, that these are marching drill men-at-arms. They gap close quicker. Might want to just get that finishing touch that night there. Let's get the snipe. Second wave is now coming in, mind you. And this one includes crossbows. Quite a lot of them coming, actually. Shalamong is also here. He should be running straight for the relic, though. And the crossbows are going to make this look trivial. That is now twice that Dimmu has bait and switched on his opponent in ranged. First it was the Zhuginu timing, and now it's into the crossbows. And Scatterbrain lacks the reasonable counter to the play. Oh no, not again with the prelate. No, he peels off the Zhug as well. I feel like Dimmu's just out-microing him in these engagements. We're going to get the A-click clash now. Like, Scatterbrain has to commit. Along the flank, Monk is going to go down though. Main fight is going to be a win for Dimmu. However, the war might be won by Scatterbrain. That is the 3rd relic now making its way home for the HRE. Veteran Seal and Archers. Scatterbrain making a switch. It's a lot of wood. That's initially for adding in farms, right? Yeah, so we don't really have the production to justify that Archer switch this early, right? 0 Archers, only 1 Archer range. Still on the front side means you can't rely on placements either. Dimmu now making his presence known. It's a 3-to-1 military advantage. The prelate... Wait. What? You're standing here the whole time? Not like this. Surely not. Are you kidding me? All right, the prelate is here. However, is he seen? Dimmu, he doesn't get the snipe in time, so the relic is home. But the villagers are in trouble here. We're about to snipe a few. A lot of out of time as well. And this is the game where Scatterbrain, he didn't get Wheelbarrow. Because as we know, Wheelbarrow is the anti-Pro Scouts play. I shouldn't need it, but people shouldn't be moving. Scatterbrain not moving, looking like a dead person here. The Zhuginu are uncounted. They're going to keep diving. We have a second wave coming from the west side. This is over. There's no getting out of this bind now. Dimmu with a firm reminder why Zhuji is the most banned Civ in play right now. But it wasn't really just about the Civ in this one. I think Dimmu just showed his micro flex skills in these fights time and time again. Scatterbrain just wasn't really on point with his play upon reaching Castle Age. He wasted quite a few men-at-arms in the field age, it's got to be said as well. But the most important detail to me was just those initial engagements. The Zhuginu traded a lot better than they probably ever had any right doing. Jiangnan now on the way from Dimmu. So he's going to be setting himself up just in case he needs a farm transition after the fact. I'm not sure this game's going to go that deep, though. I mean, his economy isn't fully dead yet. Being behind by 11 is something of a negative, though. I will say that much. Quadra Ram now. I mean, the farms are just waiting there. This is the guarantee the easy kill in the Springwall Tower as well. So it looks like this is going to be settled on Dry Arabia, with either Abba or Delhi for Dimmu. Meanwhile, Scatbrain has French or Malians. I'd say French there. French versus Delhi is pretty sound. You can do Malians as well. The problem is if you pick Malians, your opponent could be going to Bassids. So like French is probably your safer bet for Scatbrain. And I'd expect Dimmu to just go Delhi between the two, right? So series definitely not over. Based on the micro we saw in this game, I'm going to favor Dimmu going to that third one. But we've seen French can beat Delhi. They can be resoundingly effective, actually. The Rams have arrived. Scatbrains. Do or die time, mate. That's going to charge in. I mean, he doesn't have mass horsemen. He's trying, right? Bless him. But with 600 food income, it doesn't sound promising. I'll say that much of it. Rams are at least struggling to get through the E-repairs, but that's about to run out. And so, Scatterbrain's time in game number 2. We head to the third. Ooh. Wait, did I on the... Oh, sorry, I had the menu mixed up originally. Yeah, so we're 1-1 now. I wonder which civ to decide this. Is going to be the Delhi French. Okay. So Delhi French, Delhi French. We got examples of how actually like Delhi can be made uncomfortable by French. I think it is high skill execution though. Let's see if Scatterbrain's got it in him. Ugh, bear with me a sec as well. I need to just turn the heating off before it gets a little bit too toasty in here. We'll slap you on the scout rotation. I'll tell you what, guys. After the physio, my freaking knee is buggered now. That's the weird part, right? Because obviously I broke my ankle. But it's not my ankle that's in pain or anything after the physiotherapy session. It's now actually my knees. I feel like an old man, actually, of how buggered my knees felt from that. But let's get underway. All right, deciding game between Scatterbrained and Dimmu here. It is going to be the French Delhi showdown. Skill-based matchup for sure. High skill-based matchup as well. French night raids can out-micro your opponent. You can out-maneuver, but it requires elegant skill and execution here. This is really going to be a testament to whether Scatterbrained is ready to level up in that department, or if he's capable of doing it. I mean, this is a guy who usually seeks water maps, so there's clearly a desire to have more micro control in his games. Let's see if he can do it here. On the purest of maps, we are, of course, going to be on Dry Arabia to decide this. CBD cream helps a lot with bad joints. I don't know what CBD cream is. Oh? Should I? Yeah, for those watching YouTube, we are just talking about how my physio is underway. And it's not my ankle, which is the thing that I broke, that is like painful after the session. It's actually my knees. I feel so old after doing that physio today. Let's just say sitting around waiting for your ankle to heal for for weeks on end is not good for your knees, is the surprising revelation. Who would have thought it? So Scatterbrained, we should just be seeing the expected here, right? With the School of Cavalry coming through. Sheepball is looking reasonable. Honestly, I'm kind of at the stage where I'd rather they just add a new type of food source. We had 1 or 2 games that felt like they were kind of brutally against a person in EDC's finals because someone had a lot more sheep. I don't like that current dynamic. I've not liked it for a very long time. I've honestly been of the feeling that what we need is additional food types. That also would dilute the issue of DS, right? Like you could have maps that would be good for pro scouts and then maps that wouldn't be. But the problem right now is because you only have berries, basically anytime you do that, you're making Delhi better, you're making Abbasis ridiculous, you're making Japanese okay. And that's it. So like having an additional food type, right? It's pear trees or some crap like that. What else would be? Apple trees. Well, I don't know. Some sort of tree, I guess, with apples on it. Or fruit. Or melons. Whatever. Just basically get some new food types in the game. So we can diversify the way that maps are designed. And it also tweaks the balance in a really cool way. Because I think that's the better way to go. I mentioned this in an interview with Beastie on the finals. Like, and he seemed to agree that it's much better to take the approach where you nerf the game / buff the game. You don't nerf the civs, i.e. the players, right? It's a lot better. Because if you think about it, when you nerf civs, people dislike your change, right? Some will like it, but some will dislike it. There are people who only play one civ in the game. But if you say, hey, you know, we're making this change, sure, you may have technically nerfed someone's civ, but you haven't just taken a beating stick to them directly. And speaking of Beastie, look at that! Shum just confirmed Beastie is signed up for KPMM 14. I told you guys, they're learning. You know what happened there? Beastie had his series against Anatan. He's like, whoa, this kid's got some tricks. Where did he learn these tricks? Oh, I see where he learned them. In midweek muster. Guess I better sign up. Will not go easy on him. Anatan's ready, man. He's looking to defend his title this week again. Things might be heating up in KPMM 14. You have to remember the EGC's tournament just finished, so their players are less panicky about hiding their strategies right now. Night Raid on the back. Not going to be able to find that kill, though, unfortunately. Yeah, smart read by Dimu. He actually went for textiles here. It's kind of weird because this can compound the problem against French is they're scaling more villages and you're sacrificing extra villages to get textiles. But worth it in this particular situation. Something we didn't talk about that's very different from Dimu. We didn't get the Ghazi opening, right? He went straight into Spearman. Yeah, so he looked to play blocker. Unfortunately, Scatterbrain has so many scouts. Oh my god, 8 scouts in total. I kind of understand why Dimu done this play. Like, it's a linear deer spawn. 2 of them kind of central bound. But the flank ones are so far out there. Scatterbrain is slithering by on both sides. All right, 1's if you think Scatterbrain's going to win this. 2's if you think the Dimu is. Because we've got a lot of gains from the Pro Scouts play right now. It's just so much food to work with. Dimu's going to be in a very uncomfortable position here. In fairness, though, Scatterbrain does need a switch. Like, you've seen this many spears and you haven't switched archers. And now I'm worried by the time he does, he's going to be countered there as well. Dimu now coming in with the Ghazi. Nice. I'm going to try to trade him the spears. It's just not ideal. He's legit just doing mass knights, isn't he? Oh, buddy. There's situations where I definitely think this is merited, but okay, thank God. Yeah, archery range, this is not the situation where you get away with just lobbing knights. There's just too many spears already constricting you at home, right? Nice skull snipe so far, though. Scatterbrain on point, trying to deny this win condition. Dimu is at least going to get the capture on the north side. This is good. It means even if this prelate dies, he's paid for himself, and he's basically paid for his brother as well. Unlocked south as well. Cool thing about going spears first here means Dimu's already in position to start walling these off if he chooses. Not a bad choice as well against French comps. French comps kind of suck at breaking through walls because they scale knights and they build archers second, right? So you don't have a cost-efficient torture. Remember, you could basically be doing 1 set of torch damage at 13, or for the same price, you could be doing 3 sets of 13 torch damage for the same price. It's kind of a no-brainer if you're trying to break through things, right? Scatterbrain does have the blacksmith timing coming. Dimu just has so many skulls already, though. In terms of food at home, he's still got 9 sheep to work with. He could think about shoving in his deer. We should be at the point where he has pro scouts for free, though. Yeah, he does. He just needs to go back for the scouts now. Kind of crazy, actually. There's still like, what, 1 deer stack worth, 1.5 deer stack worth on the map. So there is a reasonable amount up for grabs for the Delhi still. And it is all 3 sacred sites now locked in play. So Scatterbrain right now, we're kind of getting a repeat of game 1. If you guys remember, game 1, his biggest problem was he just kind of sat at home. Where even when there was moments where he could have counterattacked, right? He didn't try to punish his opponent's economy. It's happening again. In that game, he had trades inflating him though, right? So the logic was, yes, he's not attacking, but over time, he's scaling an eco lead. This is not the same game. Delhi have 3 sacred sites. On top of that, although you're scaling an eco lead, it's nowhere near as quick as Mongol trade. So things are getting a little bit worrisome. Scatterbrain definitely has to make a move soon. It's just, Dimu's done such a great job of denying the scout play continuously as well, right? Like, remember at one stage, Scatterbrain had 8, almost 9 scouts in the field. Got reduced down to 2 when there's still plenty of deer in play. Benny Boy is going to bring back the safe deer now. Already went on the south flank as well. So at least gets 1 deer stack. Didn't have to pay for it. Archer's now coming in as well. It's one of the weird things about this matchup for Delhi. Playing along feudal, not as good as it was in the previous meta when you had tower victory. Right? Because you know eventually you're going to have to go for the 1-1-1 build and along feudal. Just makes you feel a little bit discounted compared to the attack speed you could have. But what he will have is the ability to think about pulling those scholars. Healing could be big here. And if it doesn't feel like Scatterbrain is pressuring him enough to force him to pull those scholars, well, in comes the alternative. Just go Castle Age. Right? With 14 or 15 scholars, everything is just going to unlock so quickly. It's kind of ridiculous how quickly, actually. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say every KPMM will turn into Beast and Marine Lord. I mean, I'm not even sure if Marine Lord will sign up. He said before that he just would rather not play them and hide strategies more recently, right? But, you know, Beastie's playing what Crackety said when things are less busy. He's going to get back to it. Wham! We've got back in this weekly. I think Puppy Ball's still taking a break, but I'm sure he'll also return. Vortex, I would assume. I don't know if he's going to sign up for Midweek Master 14, but I imagine he'll come back as well. What happened when BC played last time? It required Crackety to be involved. Well, actually, that's not true. It required Crackety on one of them, and it required Anna Chad on the other. Man, Anatan is cocking his leg up and marking his territory here, isn't he? Oh, Dimu, he's making that pivot. Castle's on the way. I think Scatterbrain has been a little bit too static here. Pretty much just been kind of standing and staring, right? Are you saying scatterbrained is scatterbrained? No, because I feel like if you were scatterbrained, you'd be all over the place. But, like, he's not. He's in one location. So he's static-brained, really. Which is a weird thing to be when you've got this many knights. He's going to start shuffling now. Dimu will not move the villagers away in time. Awkward. However, scatterbrained is reluctant to dive again. The tech up complete, and he didn't immediately commit into the base. So yes, Dimu is behind by 10 villagers, but see how those sacred sites tick in? He's now looking to move for relics. The skull's already to sneak out of the base. We do have crossbows being queued up. The double production is going to allow him to get quite a few of those out quickly. Rax being targeted, but the Rax isn't really even being used here. They've got 1 minute arms coming out. I think he assumed this was to the veterancy on Spearman. Weirdly enough, Dimu didn't even queue that up. And thank you, thank you. Glad people enjoyed the casting over on EGC. Glad the people have been enjoying the content here as well. We aim to entertain. And I believe we've been successful in that endeavor. Scatterbrain is going to go for castle himself now. Yeah, but there hasn't been a commitment to attack at all. And the window's now gone, right? Like, your opponent's up to 9 crossbows and scaling. He's queuing up with the veterancies. Hone Blaze is ticking in very soon, actually. Only 50 seconds out. I get this. Wait. Sir. 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 He heard me. All right, so we do have 4 relics on the way home. 2 of them already banked with him, actually. Royal Institute is going to be the play, as expected here. It just has become the bread and butter meta. I feel like 90% of games right now for French, it's going to be a Royal Institute. There's still a few games where you go Guildhall. It's really all about whether you think you can end the game in that phase. But for most players, most definitely, we are just seeing Royal Institute time and time again. I think my worry here is like Scatterbrain is just going to get wiped by mass crossbows, right? He hasn't solved for that problem. And because he went raw, like, he's got raw bloodlines coming, right? When you go Raw Institute in general, you don't tend to pivot immediately to Arbitrary. In fairness, you kind of can't. Because if you scale Arbitrary, you lose out on the relics. But that's kind of already happened anyway. Warlord coming in from Dimu. And he knows he can't even turn around. Yeah, if he just went in for the charge there, it would have delayed his retreat. More crossbow spin would have got in. That retreat has led him all the way home here. Pinned him in his base. And Scatterbrain, I'm seeing food issues. Berries being rushed by 22 villages. The last of the deer being exploited. And then after that, it's all forward-facing resources for the French. In fact, he already got denied out on the boar in the earlier point. So, with that lack of food, and the fact that Dimu still apparently has someone to work with here. In fact, does he? Well, apparently he has enough food left to get a war elephant. Oh, God, no, guys. It's... This is the problem phase, right? We mentioned in that Dimu Beastie game on Gorge, it was kind of approaching that point. The issue was that Marine Lord didn't have enough food to get enough elephants together to counter the French. It's only 1 war elephant, sure. Sorry, 2 elephants, sure. But 18 knights, like 26 archers, you have no solution. If this was, say, just 2 war elephants and not 16 crossbows backing them with 18 spears as well, great, you know? Scatterbrain can take the fight. But he needs to rush Arbitrary now. Dimu, he has switched to the south side. Oh my god. Guys, it's only 33 villages. It's not like your opponent has 18 knights or anything, right? Right? Yeah, that's fine. Ironically enough, the ones actually doing the raiding are the Lancers instead. Dimu with a dive in. We'll look to wall up them down, but good micro. Scatterbrain keeps all villagers alive. But this does mean he needs to bring the army down here. Dimu's not going to look to mirror the move, though. Gives the space. It's a bit dangerous, actually, from Dimu, because if Scatterbrain follows us up with an east side rotation, this is all dead. Of course, we have God Vision. He doesn't. It's very risky. So Scatterbrain is logically going to just back up instead. Would have been good to see him just peel 1 or 2 knights to go hunting for kills, right? Because at this stage, there's 2 possibilities. Your opponent is either playing pocket resources on the berries, or he's transitioning farms. If he's transitioning farms, you're in a very good position to attack anyway. Instead, you're the one getting attacked. Another wallop over here. Knights taking out more. And no gets the focus fire. Dimu doesn't even engage with his knights. It's a waste of time, right? With raw bloodlines. He just wants worker kills. Oh no, Scatterbrain. He ran back through them. You've got to be kidding me. They're not killing quick enough, right? Like, the Lancer health is still good enough to kill probably 4, 5, maybe 6 more villages. Especially considering there is no textiles. And while this is happening, look at what Dimu's done. He's retreated back towards the berries. Ready to engage. Double War Elephant against 15 Knights. Arbitrary count is at least up a bit, up to 17, but there's only 10 of them in this fight. Numbers are just not on Scatterbrain's side anymore. Economically or militarily. And we have, oh my god, 4-1. Stop yelling at me! The noises they make! More horrifying noise than my daughter makes when she wants more food. One more elephant's at least been target-fired down, but look at the knights! Guten Nacht, I believe, is more appropriate here. Arbitrary are now going to try to fall back, but the war elephants already served their purpose. Scatterbrain has been bled dry. And now he's going to be picked to the bone. A 2-1 victory for Dumu. He goes deeper. He'll make it to the best of fives. The question mark is, how deep do you think Dumu will go this week? Oh. Well played, lads. A decent effort actually as well by Scatterbrain, right? Like, game one, I think his issue is more around attack, right? Just keep attacking. It sounds so simple to say, but I think that's the thing he's maybe missing. So up next, we're going to be having a look at SAS versus Voldemar is where we're going to go next. So let me get the draft ready for that one. We do have a Juji pick sneaking through, by the way. It's going to be... Let me reset everything. So we have got Frisian. Oopsie, if I can type it out, because I'm an idiot. So we have got Frisian, Dry Arabia, and Coastal. For this map pool, I mean, Voldemar did get the Ruse, but you gave up the Juji in return and French. I'm not crazy about that. I also think the English picks just aren't worth it. Very rarely do they feel good. The maps in mind, I mean, is this Delhi or Rus opener? I feel like Voldemar's opening English on Frisian. But does that stop Mongols? I mean, it stops the outpost rush at least. Nice series to watch with your lunch. Wow. Look at that. Pro gamer. Able to eat and play game at the same time. Much well. Is it possible to see work account and resource in the beginning of the match instead of income per minute? Might learn a new build or two easier. We quite often actually are on the work account instead of the income for the first minute or two. So, yeah, we quite frequently actually are. So, yeah, we're aware of that one. It's going to be English-French. Interesting. Well, that's not true, Mr. Manarafe. It's the Red Bull lads that send me my power-up. Good lads. All right, let's switch over to this. One sec, just got a message to check.
Mondays?
Red Bull partnership when? So they send me care packages. I need to bump my guy about that, but usually in the past they'd send me care packages. We're also kind of their go-to caster for AoE 4. The only one who has been present on 100% of Age of Empires 4 lands with Red Bull. Okay. Fun fact. Ladies and gents, I hope you like walls. What and all. Welcome back to the channel. It's time for Midweek Muster number 13. It's going to be a fun one as well. SAS versus Voldemar. Winner of this, we're going to against either Wham or Mahodo. And we have Frisian Marshes a bit different in this series, actually. I'm a little bit surprised by this. There was a Juji available, some Mongols available. We have English and French. This is a little bit weird. It's not really what you came to expect here. Usually this map historically has been Mongol, Chinese, HRE, all pristine picks. Of course, most of those are going to likely get banned out. The interesting part is that SAS did have the Mongols, but apparently didn't want to risk it into the English here. And great job there, Villager. Weird run back on the gold. We do have a pretty brutal spawn for SAS if he did get rushed. Oh my god. Well, Voldemar has scouted this, right? He's rotating now. The problem is, by the time he rotates, it's going to be too late to maybe knee-jerk change your plan. Yeah, so he's already on Kings. I don't know if you can countable rush the French on this type of setup. It kind of feels like a good configuration, right? You just have to add in the racks alongside it to spam spears mutually. Because if you get in position here, like, he doesn't have knights, he doesn't have pro scouts, he has nothing. So, a bit rough to see Abbey of Kings as the choice instead. Because it feels like this was the perfect spawn to be a cheeky, aggressive bugger. By the way, where is Voldemar's third gold? Huh? Wait, what? So, his golds are up here. He's got 2 golds up here. SAS has 1 gold up here and 1 gold here. What? But this is like a map that has been decent for tournaments for a long time, right? What is happening with the gen code? Okay, that's kind of nuts. I mean, as long as you got at least 2 gold veins, it's not a complete travesty, but it is quite funky the way that they're spawned. Alright, 1's if you think Voldemar's going to win this game, 2's if you think SAS is going to take it, by the way. We're going to hit the 2 XP just for the getting to Feudal Age. Cheap haul is going to be 20 to 18. But the thing is, like, even when we try to meme like tournament-ready maps, I'm just going to point it out there. Like, dude, even Dry Arabia isn't perfect. We've seen it. I think if you really want to talk about things that hold back maps from being good for tournament play, the biggest worry I have is, like, Sheep still. Dry Arabia doesn't do this? Yeah, but, dude, with Sheep? Come on. I feel like I've seen Sheep spawns be more inducive to stomps than gold spawns in recent times. Sheep is RNG always? Yeah, but, like, if your argument is tournament ready, then you're thinking competitively ready. And if you're thinking competitively ready, then, like, RNG is not ideal, right? But, once again, this comes back to what I was saying, where the solution is we need to add new food sources. You know, it also solves the Pro Scouts issue in an elegant way that doesn't mean you just have to outright nerf Pro Scouts. New food types, always the way. Come on. So, Horseman spam it is. Voldemar's going for that classic, just rejuvenate type build, and we do have Pro Scouts behind it. So he's going to get contested here. I mean, realistically, your Pro Scouts is going to be weaker than French always, right? Like, they start with stables, they get a discount on Pro Scouts itself, they have more villages as time goes on, so it's more easy to afford these things. But the rough part is going to be the opening, where if SAS poorly positions his knights, he's going to take a lot of damage and do none in return, right? Because with the king, you'll be able to just heal it all off. Quick damage coming in. First blood drawn. Well played by Voldemar. SAS did go double knight, but didn't try to dive on the other side. I guess this is one of the awkward things against English in particular, is like you can't just trade diving the base, right? Like the double TC fire just kills your knights too fast. But Pro Scouts is in, so it's time to start picking up the goodies. Well, Boars did, yeah, they received a 200 food buff, but ironically, because we moved to a Pro Scouts meta, it's, I don't want to say irrelevant, but it's not really the feature point of the game, right? I'm telling you, my idea is genius, all right? Definitely not just saying that because it's my idea, but hear me out, guys. What we need to do, easy peasy change. All the devs need to do, implement a change where when you kill a unit, as in the boar kills a unit, it eats that unit and gets more food. But also, over time, it kind of like gets a mini Jean effect where it levels up. so it's harder to kill. But although it's harder to kill, it can end up being 3,000 food, 4,000 food. I look forward to the force feed strategies where you're like, well, I'm done with these useless units. Just sends them into the boar and makes it bigger. I guess it's like an elegant take on kind of mischief that you can play on your opponent, right? Villager raids again. Probably another worker kill. And Sass, now switching to archers, we do have the spinman coming from Voldemar, but in terms of like posturing, it should remain just ponies riding into Sass's base. So this matchup is kind of interesting, right? I think in a lot of phases, it can still be very French favored. Right, in the early game, in particular, on a standard map anyway, you're able to raid more fluidly, and then you scale nicely to go for castle, right? If it goes into Imperial Age and English has got the condensed, hunkered down style with, you know, full farm eco, then you start thinking, yeah, English look pretty good here. But that's so deep in the game, right? French has, I think, a lot of opportunities. This is a very different build, though. Right, like Voldemar going into Pro Scouts with Mass Horsemen is not your normal English experience. In fact, most of the time when you guys have been watching Abbey of Kings, you've been watching people build a second TC. Not this. I love that the French knights whisper so loudly that everyone in the neighborhood would hear them. They're very subtle. So what do these two view the win condition as? Because we already highlighted the stages in the game where X or Y should be favored, right? Voldemor's taken a build where obviously like the first step for both of them is who gets more deer, right? That's the first race to try and divide things up. But outside that, the direction he's taking is all about cost-efficient trades. i.e. chip damage, don't lose troops. If both sides don't lose troops, you're happy because you heal. For Sass, he can engage in that type of warfare with time, but not immediately. Right? You have to build up to like 7 or 8 knights, and 4 or 5 of them be injured before chivalry feels like a desirable tech to have. Is Hollywood whispering? Don't get me started on Hollywood and their goddamn audio. Can we just agree that like the audio quality in movies and TV was a lot better in the like early 2000s, right? Where you could actually hear what the people were saying. There's a reason why more and more people these days use subtitles. That's all I'm saying. I know, big explosion, immersive. But let's be totally real. If I was in that trench with that guy yelling at me, and his audio level was coming through the same as I'm hearing it in my room, I would immediately look at him and go, "Can you repeat that again?" I don't care if we're about to get blown up. I don't know what you said. Don't make this about my age. I'll beat you with my walking stick. Voldemar is going to beat Sass the third age, so we do have the King's Pass coming in. I mean, Sass just feels behind, right? Kind of got bait and switched on this. He's going to look for a dive. Voldemar does have the double outpost defense, though. Last movie I saw Nosferatu. All right, Grandpa. There was an interesting stat on that. Like, legitimately, a lot more people nowadays do use subtitles, though. Like, percentile-wise, it's been going upwards the last few years. It's hilarious, because I remember, like, you know, when I lived at home, my dad hated subtitles. It's just like a generational thing as well. I'm very kind of obsessed. I need to know what's being said. I don't know, like, when I get invested, I get invested. I'm like, what did he just say to him? Games as well, man. I think it's maybe also... Pause that for. We'll talk about it in a sec. We have a clash coming in. Sass is trying to force the matter. It's double outpost defense, though. The upside, at least, is your opponent doesn't have Steeled Arrow. He does have Undermesh, though, and these spearmen are just not dying quick enough. No, so a failed effort to get in the base here by Sass. He has got a few knights left over. It's double TC fire. You can't really afford to dive. And the king with the auto upgrade is just kind of carried through this fight as well. So first Knight's hit the field. Sass has still got a healthy counter heavy cav. But the health individually on these bars is not looking great. Yeah, so what I was going to say is I'm wondering if the kind of, I don't know if it's called hate, but like the distaste for subtitles on older generations comes from the fact that like back in those days, I feel like you more frequently, instead of having subtitles, had the sign language on screen. Does that make sense? Right? I feel like I don't really see the sign language anywhere anymore. But I now just see subtitles as an option. I feel like that maybe created this weird polarizing experience of having, you know, some sort of audio assisting thing via visuals. So now you just have this environment where, because people didn't like that, subtitles is like a less intrusive version of that, but it's already... When you make an opinion on whether you like or someone dislikes something, right? Like, you kind of entrench yourself. You like subtitles, but they don't often match what is actually said. I mean, it depends. On, like, I don't know. I feel like the subtitles are usually on point for me. I don't know if you're watching in English or a different language. I don't know. My shows are fine. Even when they are on less than illegal sources of locations that I'm watching them, the subtitles still seem to add up. Guys, is that what my streams are missing? Subtitles. Should we get one of those like auto-generating subtitle things where they don't actually catch what you say correctly at all, ever? They always just like highlight the wrong thing. I think I tested the YouTube one on the AMD video we done. By the way, you guys should check that one out if you haven't. And it was something like when I said ray tracing, it had ray, space, tray, and then singing. I was like, well done, YouTube. You've outdone yourself today. And it's moments like that that bring me joy because it gives me hope that I won't be replaced by robots in 3 years, you know? We need those type of moments. Knight's now shuffling on to Sass's economy here. We do have a decent amount of outposts to protect against the raids. Walls are coming up in the meantime for Voldemort. He has started to add in the farms. I like that we got Arbitrary coming from Sass. He's just trying to reach his grand final form a bit quicker. Still a lot of knights, but I don't think you're just seeing him bloat infinite knights. It's very hard to do against English due to the attack speed aura and the fact they're already going crossbows. But if you can prep Arbitrary, you start to get towards your best comp, right? Your best picture. Because ray tracing doesn't make sense in English. How does it not make sense? In what way? Your job is pretty immune to AI. Any job that is human connection heavy is fine. I mean, do you guys really feel connected to me? Not seeing that many subscription icons. That's all I'm going to say. So the thing that I highlighted recently, I got on a call with a guy who, because, you know, I represent influencers, right? And this big channel, they came to me, they talked to me, and they're like, yeah, so we're kind of re-envisioning how we approach the channel. We're thinking about like maybe areas where we can utilize AI for the on-screen stuff, like, you know, speaking, etc. I'm like, I don't think you want to do that. He's like, huh? I'm like, there's so many channels that are switching to AI full gen, like the talking, the script writing, etc. And it's efficient. But what you're going to notice is because so many people are trying to do it, well, for start, it only makes sense for certain niches. Like, I'll use it for recaps of films, for example. But for my like educational content and my news, I'd rather have a real person. And because there's so many channels doing AI type content, the real channels are going to remain relevant. They're not just going to be eclipsed, right? Because you just end up with too many fake channels and not enough real. English Knights kill French in castle under network of castles. Oh, now that it works, yeah. I wouldn't say they kill them, but they contend better, right? Because Cantle Saddles, Royal Bloodlines, things like that can just make it an easy peasy win. But to your point, like, English Knights used to not get a buffed attack speed. They were bugged, but they've been fixed. But you're not really going to want to spam Knights to defend your base, right? Like, that's kind of redundant. You're very parasocial with me. Well, you're a fellow bird. You're a penguin. And yes, Beastie has signed up for midweek muster number 14. Because he's realized that the reason Anatan became such a big threat to everyone is because he was grinding these weeklies to his best form. In a way, we were responsible for spawning the Anno Chad that appeared in the EGC tournament. Just process that. That's the power of midweek muster. I think VTubers might be in the firing line for AI to a certain extent, but you're going to need to get voicing rights to certain creators. And I'm hoping that people aren't idiots and sign over their voicing rights like it's nothing, right? After the Hollywood strikes, people should be learning to be a bit smarter about that. Pushful coming in, though. Voldemort. Like he's not just remaining stationary and looking for Imperial Age. Sass was, though. Look at the resource bank. He might be pulled off the timing here, forced to reinvest. Voldemort doesn't really have the aura, though. Still in danger for him diving in like this. The key drop coming in as well at the right time for Sass. 6 villagers? You cheapskate. Get more out here. Pavis has to be dropped. He will continue to the build. Knights have to be committed to get the space. And he gets the backstab as well. Second group are waiting in the wings. And it looks like the commitment is going to be good enough here because Voldemort has only got 9 spearmen on the front line. Upgrading archers are cutting through them quickly here. Outpost aura is still not up, so Voldemort not able to find that dive timing. That's always just keeping an eye out to make sure his opponent isn't coming. Voldemort games. Voldemort games. Sorry, SAS games. We've reached that phase. It's not one I'm expecting you to see often, actually, in the current season on Frisian Marshes, but the walls are being slapped down. Do you guys want to know why Voldemort is always eager to cast? Because if he's casting, then he's not in the game walling. So he knows it could be a relatively quick day. I've figured it out now. Who goes from walling a corner like this to just that? So, Night Raids are still hitting the flanks a little bit. We do have traders in flaying Sass, though. Smart read to just go traders instead of trying to compete with TC. Nice hit on the backside. Rotation was good, so Sass able to start blocking out the gold a bit. More villages being found here. Voldemort, the army's a bit slow to get home. It's a good little backstab hit. It won't find a great deal of workers, but it forces idle time, and it also gets pressure off of Sass's side of the map. Which means these walls will go up. This feels so depressing to do as well, short bows. Against armored units, right? I mean, this against knights is just as bad when you have shivs. Gamson's deck coming in as well. I'm getting a feeling we might end up in Imperial Age. Call me crazy, but did that guy just do a cartwheel off the horse? Sorry, I was looking at the minimap, but when I looked back, it almost looked like he ragdoll springboarded off of the horse. I think that guy just got buckarooed. Alright, hear me out, chat. We need a civ where instead of riding horses, they ride donkeys. You guys know that donkeys are a lot more aggressive than horses? Like, protective aggressive. Those things, like, if you manage to befriend a donkey, you have a friend for life. Keep drops coming in, though. Interesting placement for the castle. Right, usually it's best to build them somewhere where you can surround and just get the full production line, but he done this solely to protect very little fish, actually. Like, one of those ponds is just one fish. You've got some baby ponds here. Make walls strong, gates weak. No, make flying units and walls can be strong. There you go. I gave you guys the options a long time ago. I went, what if we just added, like, hot air balloons? And you guys were like, no, that's silly, KP. Well, fine. Walls have to be weak. Troops are starting to siege in here. Voldemort. It's not quite a signature keep, right? It's not in the enemy base per se, but it is on the edge. I kind of like this from Voldemort, though. He's not leaning for that Imperial trade-off. Whether it's going to pay off is the question mark we have to answer. Because we do have counter-tread play as well. Sass has got arbitrary inflating. I get why Voldemort's doing this as well. It's just the reality is at this stage in the game, trade's going to pay off a lot quicker than the English players into farms and 2TC. Guildhall is here though, right? Sass is ready for the pull. Just needs to sort his gold and then he's in Imperial. So you have to start thinking that Voldemort didn't hit his timing. Window kind of missed. I love the way he's had to negotiate more reasonable walls. Gradually, guys, I swear, soon, the Voldemort wall will be complete. Meanwhile, the dive's coming in. Trying to pressure this back. The horsemen do get free access to the backside crossbows, though. Not ideal. Voldemort, I mean, he has a bigger army, right? But the castle makes a whole lot of difference here. I don't think this is it. We've done this before. We're doing it again. Voldemort's dive is not going to get him the GG. Instead, it's going to contain him and push him back once more. Yeah, baby just got put in the corner. Trebs are at least able to keep sieging, but I mean, the castle is going to stay alive. And with that heavy reduction, Sass is ready. Just drop the red palace here. Wait. Or we could think long term. All right, I was thinking just ego chow the keep because we all like watching castles die to red palaces, right? But instead, he's going to sneak it out into the center of the map so that long term, he gets the majority control. Big stone, big gold. A way of sneaking towards those sacred sites subtly. I can't believe I just said subtly while he's erecting a castle, but in a way, yes. In a very weird way. Breakthrough on the walls coming in soon. 2TC is getting added in, by the way. So Sass. It's kind of nice at this stage, right? When you have Red Palace, all of a sudden these become mini castles as well. So decent at shutting down the raids while still inflating your economy further. Hot take, but Red Palace needs to have its building damage nerfed. I don't feel like that's a hot take. Hot take. I think defensive landmarks kind of ruin the game more than improve it. And most of them are toxic. Right? Especially at the stage you get them. Feudal Age, defensive. I'm doing that thing with my fingers. You know, the defensive. Oh, wait, the camera's too big there. They are not defensive. They can be more offensive quite often. And then you get the Imperial versions, which are absurd. Most notably, I think Great Wall Gatehouse is a bit crazy. Alongside Red Palace. Last man goes from Voldemort. An age behind. These aren't good. These are pretty weak. He has at least got rid of the castle, though. Bossmen are holding reserve. We do have the discounts on the way. Enlistment incentives coming in. Make that spam a little bit cheaper. And we do have the stables being set up around the castle on the flanks. How do we protect gold in mid-game? Build an actual castle instead of buying an age up and building one. Red Keep is fine. It keeps French competitive. Okay, I don't know if you've been watching the games recently, buddy, but I think French is fine with or without the Red Palace, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure statistics would support that as well, no? mean, Voldemar looks like he's on the verge of securing what he needs here, but the problem is there's a red pass in the center of the map now, right? And Sass has spread his economy out. In theory, if Voldemar can get just here, this works, because then his opponent can't trade. And Sass has a lot of traders, 30 traders, in fact. Doesn't have the... No, Merchant's Guild is not in yet. But the elite upgrades are. Horsemen are the trio. Starting to reach peak form here. Voldemar. I'm struggling to believe in the mangoes here, man. The fact that trebuchets are trying to snipe them out. We do have cannons coming as well, though. That's going to be the bigger problem for him here. Is he just trying to house him? I don't think we're seeing him hit high priority targets, right? I mean, you could argue he's slowing down the production pacing of Sass, but we're seeing plenty of extra being built behind here, right? Okay, so here we go. Berkshire's on the way. So Voldemar stockpiled up. He hasn't secured the late game resources. Oh, no. Kind sir. Sir? Sir? Sire? But... Timothy, Jane, Ricard, Marie. Okay, I don't remember your name. All gone. He has got other gold sources, mind you, so it's not end of the world from that POV, but definitely a painful and unnecessary loss there. Wasn't quite noticing what was happening. Cannons are scaling now. Sass, here's the third cannon on the way. A lot of stone to work with, so additional keeps could be dropped here. Voldemar needs a little bit of time here, right? He hasn't got the elite techs just yet. However, with 5 mangoes, you are at a nice point where if you could get that gold, you could easily think about going for the adjustable crossbars. About it, I'm not so convinced. These fields die for nothing? That's not true. They built a mining cap. They die for nothing. Life coming in. Traders are getting intercepted here. Cannons are going to go for snipes. Mango shot comes in. It killed 1. 5 of them killed 1. What? What? I can't believe that now. The full backstab. All Mango's dead. Not like this. Voldemar, without adjustable crossbars, those things look irrelevant. Now they are. No threatening backline of siege anymore for him. Voldemar has a big problem now to answer. Triple cannon could easily deal with this castle. Does fall back to the aura. An aura which keeps switching on and off, it feels like. I'm just not convinced this is it, dog. We've got keeps now falling. Why are we in the... Never mind. Villagers are being pulled. I don't know if he's going to be able to get those cannons, though. Nope. Sass denies him. He chips him entirely. Riri and Rosie's moment. And the castle is down. Not just that, the Sacred Site timer is still ticking. We're down to 7.5 minutes now for Sass. He got the keep drop, right? No, okay. It was an outpost attempt, so that can at least be paused and interrupted. Berkshire is at least going to give a reset point temporarily, but it's Quadra Cannon now pushing in. A Berkshire is not going to last long here. Not with that target fire. And Sass just celebrating the 1 relic he has. Also might actually be reminding Voldemar that somewhere he hasn't banked a relic. So that's quite nice of him. Repair crew. Oh my god, this is not quick enough. 17 villages is not quick enough. The Berkshire is down. And I believe this is where things are going to just snowball. Voldemar is behind by 40 workers. Sass has got his late game army. It's arbitrary. That's all he cares about. With a small group of horsemen to keep on pushing it. He doesn't really need much more than this. Voldemar needs to somehow find Matt's Pop with quality, right? Funnily enough, like, Lombos wouldn't be the worst of ideas to deal with the Arbitraire. The problem is it just doesn't work well against the Horseman. And you think, oh, just go Longbow Spears. Yeah, the problem there, Arbitraire don't care about Spears. Ah, there's the relic. I don't know how it ended up here of all places. Why even count as Arbs? You ready for it? Arbitraire. Okay, in seriousness, Mangonels, the most obvious thing. Horsemen are meant to. It's just not that hard of a counter as you'd think because the Arbitraire have way too much armor. They offset a decent chunk of the damage they're meant to take. Spearman definitely doesn't work. It feels a bit pitiful. I mean, they look great here because there's no front line. Voldemort probably getting the best fight he was gonna find, actually. Yeah, because Sass actually sent the Horseman north side. He's looking to intercept. So it's gonna be a wipe with Arbitraire. Sass doesn't have insane food. So this is quite expensive. Would be if he didn't have 16 more already queued up. What is going on? Did he really think Voldemort was going to trade for the English? I guess it wouldn't be the first time we've seen it. I just love that this one person has found a peaceful sanctuary away from the turmoils of war to forage their whole life. They will die before berries run out. It's kind of beautiful. Also, it's beautiful, but then you realize your life is just kind of like pointless. Where's the greater meaning? Where's the glory? You're basically at war with berries your whole life. Okay, so we have the additional text coming through. Type bonds is going to be pretty helpful. Well, it would have been pretty helpful if it wasn't for that other relic that got taken back. What are you doing? Is he just casually walking into Outpost Rush? What? Scouts are expensive, guys. I mean, it's smart from Voldemort when you think about it, right? Because villagers cost less than scouts. It's pretty alpha level. What is it? Why are you here? Okay, anyway, they're dead. Wait, maybe not, because the TC's not alive. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? This villager just walked all the way in the base, walked all the way out, and is still... It's the odd things that really matter to us. And what did you discover, Timothy? They have cheese. So much cheese. Baguettes everywhere. He's going to try to cheese his way through this front line. Like a hot knife through it. We've got Robotiquins. I mean, Voldemort's up to 40 spearmen. If there was a time. Horseman are going to rotate around the back, though. Spearmen. Good time on the block. Unfortunately, the cannons will counter you out here. Not able to get anywhere near it. And problematic as well. These things are just giant infantry snipers. He's just gone. I mean, Voldemort. It's just too many cannons. And now the Robotiquin? Oh my god, yeah, he's having to go for it. The Longbows just got queued up. The Feudal Age Longbows at that. The Robotiquin. Just a touch. Just let me aim this at your once. And just let me just a once. One time. The French Robotiquin is apparently gonna have to settle for farms though. Voldemort tucking his tail and running here. Sacrocyte time is down to 3 minutes, folks. Like, he's out of time. Sass kind of reached where he needed to. I'm a little bit shocked there wasn't an attempt to decap earlier, actually. Did Voldemort kind of forget about the Sacrocytes for a moment? It feels like it, but the bell will be a reminder. Reminder that Sass looks like the bell of the ball in this one. How many barracks does Voldemort have? Voldemar is sitting on a total of 4 barracks. No. What? 4. 4 Voldemar. Oh my god, not like this. Sacred Side decap's gonna be unsuccessful. He pulls him away. Keep trying to be built here. But don't worry, guys. Voldemar just needs to stagnate this fight long enough that he can get his 37 spearmen out of his 4 axes. Remember, he had a lot on the front side originally, so I think he just re-queued them and assumed he still had more. Kind of easy oversight at this stage in the game, I guess, but one that could cost him dearly. Sass now with double the military force. I think this is done. No way. 4 Raxes. Yeah, he has 10 archer rangers. Yes, you will definitely kill this horseman. Eventually. We got him? I'm not going to aim for, but shouldn't you have like 10 Raxes? He did! That's the thing, he did. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 here. 9 here. But they all got deleted, right? They all got destroyed. And then I think he just completely forgot about them. So he just was queuing up more troops because earlier he had the production. Now it's just an oversight. Push coming in. Once again, the bombards just can't exist. Arbitrary just going to stand their ground for these drops. The Spearmen do nothing. This entire comp does nothing to mass Arbitrary. Pure sadness. And Voldemar will taste defeat in the opening game. Oh my god. 4 Raxes for all that. Are you actually kidding me? Unbelievable. All right. So, game 1. A win for Sassy Boo. But we're heading to Coastal Cliffs next. And it is Delhi Mongols. I haven't really been sold by Mongols here. I'm on the Delhi matchup anyway. Look at the chat right there. That says everything. I think Mongols must be a misclick. Game 2. And we've got Mongols in the hands of Sass. He leads the series, but he may be about to lead us to a 3rd game with this pick. We're in Coastal Cliffs. IKA Mini Dry Arabia. It's basically Dry Arabia with a 3rd chopped off. And Voldemar picked Delhi. Really solid pick. Historically, like this has been one of the more favorable maps for Delhi. Always getting picked whenever we've seen it here. It's a good map for Pro Scouts, though. I'm of mixed opinions about Mongol Pro Scouts. I don't think they're crazy good at it, per se. They can do it, but, like, you know, anyone can draw. It doesn't mean they're good at drawing, you know? Like, you know, anyone can make art. Technically, someone drawing in their feces would be making art. It doesn't mean it's good art. So, for Mongols, they're not really a Pro Scouting tiff. Delhi on S-tier Pro Scouting, they're passive Pro Scouting, which is quite nice in this type of matchup. I imagine Sass is likely to rush that play here. We already have a wide Uvu into Pasha. There's another thing that makes Mongols weird on this map, guys, is the stone is never close. It's always far off. You can see it from the Delhi spawn here. So with that in mind, you get a lot of idle time walking out to make this play. And you can already see he's not going to be backing up with attack, right? It is just going to be greed. But that also feels kind of bad, doesn't it? Because that means you've built a Pasha, and it's not even getting buffed. So what's the game strat here? Do you want to trade for 39 gold? Probably not. So this has to be a Deerstone. There is a build in theory for Delhi, for Mongols rather, against Delhi. And it's all about the Khan Hunter massing archers. It's difficult, though, because you know your opponent's going to be opening Ghazi. So you have to force him into infantry first. Easier said than done. 2 TC? No, whoa. 3 TC, though. When was the last time you watched a Civ go 2 TC against Delhi and win? Who do I cheer for? I cheer for quality games. That's all I care about, my friends. That is the of paramount thing to me. The games be peak quality. So, Dome of Faith coming in. Pretty much everything you'd expect to see so far. I win 2 XP to get into Field Age. That's true. I do also cheer for subs. I guess I cheer for cheers as well. Sheephole, like, no. Wait, please stop. Wait, why is the Khan laughing about that? I think that's what made it 10 times better. I'm pretty sure that was the Khan mischievously laughing about the thing. Also, wait a second. Is the Khan a girl? You guys hear that? I never really thought about this before. But the Khan is definitely a girl. I never actually noticed that. Like, I've been casting it before for years now. All it took was a mischievous laugh about losing your sheep to really hone in for me. We have got an outpost rush. It is going to be postured between the 2 tree lines. It doesn't really do anything. It's a staging point though, right? You can get into mass blob units with the Yam on the offensive. But outside that, it is a little bit weird. So Voldemar is probably going to be reacting with archers. You kind of have to here. If this was a different kind of spawn, I'm saying different spawn, like what would that spawn be really? Like I'm not sure what position you'd have where this outpost could cover everything. Hilariously enough, Voldemar is going to walk out without a wheelbarrow and force to cancel. And we're going to do it again, huh? I mean, surely the archers come out too quickly here, right? If Voldemar remembers the garrison. There we go. Yeah, so he's going to be producing them every 8 seconds. 2 archers should arrive quick enough to stop the tower. You're going to have to dive with 2 spearmen, and I just don't think that's going to be enough damage. So yeah, Voldemar going to arrive with the archer. Sass, good micro, immediately pulling back there. But I don't know about this. He just needs to focus fire them down, right? Just getting pulled again. All right, Voldemar, like, Sass has to be happy with this, right? That's a lot of villages idled up right now. Shiv's come out as well, though, and it's going to make it worthwhile if Voldemar get both kills, which he most definitely will. All right, so if the villagers got away, I think Sass is quite happy with that. Losing 2 workers, though, to that play, not great. Not great is probably the politest way to refer to that. It is a rough position to be in. The other thing you have to keep in mind is he's still in Dark Age. We're 6.5 minutes into the game. And what is worrisome is that Pro Scout timer is already down to 2.5 minutes. So, options available to Sass. Game free. The main one is game free. What he can try to do now is probably just focus on raiding. Right, try to play some Keshix, go down the flanks, maybe. Like, your opponent did go into archers, right? So you're already inclined. He's going to contest Pro Scouts, though. I mean, the window isn't that big, right? 1.5 max. It's decent. I don't think it's like dominant decent though, right? Like I'd expect it to be a 2D stack split on both sides. This is the thing about like Delhi though, kind of same with HRE, Chinese, Yuji, etc. Mongols don't really want the game to be about Pro Scouts, but it has to be about Pro Scouts. What would be sick here for Sass is if instead of going Keshix for the Pro Scout play, if he'd opened with like 1 or 2, like, well, not open, but follows up with 1 or 2 Magadai. The reason being is that you can actually block the scout gathering easily, right? You definitely can't fight the archers, but if the archers are in the middle of the map, you don't have to worry about fighting them anyway. Wait, so every unit can be either a male or female? Interesting. But, like, not every civ has that, right? I don't think so, anyway. I feel like whenever I've selected, like, for example, an English men-at-arms, they've been the bloke. I now just like to imagine that other civs, no. Oh, damn it. I was going to say, if other civs had that, it would be incredible. Could you just imagine if those, like, if that expanded to all units with different rarities? So, like, 1 in a million chance, you click on an Onimusha and you just get, like, the deepest, most aggressive, manly voice imaginable. Like, wait, what? And then you click it again and it's back to, like, you know, you click a different Onimusha, it's back to normal. I kind of want that now. It's a brilliant Easter egg. By the way, guys, who thinks that we should get a variant civ of Japanese that has sumo fighters? I'm just putting it out there. Like, you know, you think Japanese culture, fighters, sumo has to be there. I just want a unit that will pick up other units and toss them. That's all I'm asking for, you know? Like, why does Age of Mythology get spoiled with all these Minotaurs and Cyclopses? What is happening with this wall? Wait, what? What was that? What was that? Oh, no. I like how he put the Elegant Fort into, like, double gate here, but then we still failed to get the gap filled. So he doesn't at least recover it. Won't lose the Sacred Site. Waldemar is in action on both of these. Things are looking pretty good. Sass isn't blocking the deer play, right? No. So deer are going to start coming in for Waldemar. Plenty of food to work with there. So far, we only have 1 pasture, right? So Sass really just relying on getting all these deer home. There are actually several powerful female Khans in history. Nice. Look at that. And they just call them Khans. We didn't have to come up with, like, a different term, like prince and princess, you know? I respect that. Oh, they work. Oh, okay. Fine, they work also. Really? We were so close. The cartoon. Which sounds like cartoon when I say it out loud, actually. Oh, okay. We're an educational history stream now, chat. So we do have an archer switch coming in from Sass, and he has got the Khan Hunter, right? So very big deal. Gives him the extra range. With Yam, you can actually kite out a Delhi player indefinitely. There's some hope. Like, if you can get your comp to be about archers on both sides, I actually think Mongols can do quite well. The challenge is getting it to be about that. Challenge is also going to be the fact that Sacred Sites are ticking this whole time. In a game now where Waldemar is already 3 workers ahead. So what do you guys want to see next development design-wise for the game, by the way? I'm kind of curious. Like, obviously we have DLC coming, that's going to change things up. I was thinking about this. I really don't care as much for hard nerf buff on civs versus changing mechanics via maps or, like, you know, core concepts. I think whether people liked or disliked the Pro Scouts meta, the thing that we can appreciate is the way that it evolved AoE 4 in a way that didn't just feel like it was hanging a civ out to dry. Yes, admittedly, some ended up weaker. But it wasn't like the dev said, I'm just going to nerf your units, right? A water-based landmark. I don't think... You may be the only one who wants that. Maybe after a rework, possibly. Let's bottom up. Let's go for a little bit of skirmishing here. Sass did move forward with the DSR. I like this as well. Just kind of utilizing that Yam aura to manipulate the fights, right? Voldemort is going to have to be shoved away from this. However, there are walls up, right? So no quick decap on the sacred sites. One more spears getting added in alongside the archers. And Sass needs to be careful because slight overextension here. More complex navies, less demo dominance. But, like, isn't the demo dominance forced by the Springall dominance, right? It's kind of the weird thing about that dynamic when you think about it. During an Iberian Civ where you choose if you go Islamic or Christian state each Civ. Yeah, like, that's pretty expansive. I like the idea of choosing to evolve into a certain Civ or whatever, but I think that is, like, to the extreme of expansive, right? Because you pretty much just be reskinning the Civ to an extreme between Islam and Christian. And then you'd have to have, like, meaningful decisions beyond that, right? So you become Christian, then become what? Right? Because you couldn't be Christian, then become Islam. And you can't linear lock someone down a landmark phase, right? If, like, I pick this one, and then I can only pick this side. You want archer shots to miss, similar to how archer ships do right now. Right, so after we just changed Springalls to basically be like Age of Empires 2s, you want us to change archer shots to be like Age of Empire 2s. Now, hold on. I don't mind being inspired by different games, but there may be a point where we're literally just becoming the other game. So, Voldy now in Castle Age. Sass has a problem here. He's got decent burn power with the Keshiks. Should be able to dive in. Voldemort already handing in farms, though. It's a little bit rough. It'll be difficult to defend. We do have Lancers coming. Sass does lack Spearmen. AoE 2 is completely random? Wait, AoE 2... I'm pretty sure Age of Empires 2 archers aren't random. I think that's the wrong word. No? Like, if you stand still, I'm pretty sure you get hit by an AoE 2 archer. Right? Oh, yeah, no. Well, we're talking, like, archers in general. Wait, you don't? Well, those guys need to actually get a freaking ACOG scope on their bows then, don't they? Poor Muppets! Knights of Men-at-Arms coming out here. Sass. Is this actually enough to break through? The veterancy for the archers already kicked in. I mean, the Keshiks shouldn't really be lasting that long. I think they're doing a little bit better than you'd expect, though. The problem is, can they actually reach economy? Right? It's one thing to trade out a military like this, but you need to actually kill something that is allowing Voldemort to build more. Now, he has idled 15 villages in the TC to protect himself here, but it looks like it's going to be good enough. Sass failing to find the dive point to do real damage here. Has to retreat. He has decapped the Sacred Site. He has kept his opponent away from the relics, but now he needs Castle Age. So he can't keep them away any longer. And yeah, I know there's a tech in AoE 2 that gives accuracy, but I believe that comes in Castle Age, if I'm not mistaken. You want a micro-dependent miss, kind of similar to AoE 4 arrow ships? Doesn't that just... I don't know. I think with the way AoE 4 is designed, if you have stutter stepping to dodge archer shots, all you end up doing is actually... You'd think it would make archers less powerful. I think it makes archer a bigger focus, not a smaller focus, right? Like, even more people would play archers at that stage. It's just more your focus would be on archers. And... Oh, Sass! Nice sneak in here. The Keshiks went around the back. So find some worker kills. However, the dive on the other side might be a bit too big. Archers have found the villagers. No quick reaction here. Relics are starting to be picked up. The Keshiks need to do even more. Voldemort is building quite the healthy lead. 8 villagers ahead. Archers are now going to get cleared up. But we've got Lancers now also arriving. Meanwhile, the Keswick race for Sass may be at their bitter end. Only a few left alive. We have got him saving up for the Castle play. Just 1 or 2 lances is kind of unraveling things here. It's making Sass's life very difficult. And that's Home Blade Lancers as well, so keep all the 2 hits. Should be able to kill him in the end, but now an 11 villager lead, 2 Sacred Sites locked, 4 relics soon for Voldemar. There's not really many positive outlooks right now for Sass. Game just needs more micro-dependent mechanics, more skill expression. Okay, but then how about this? I think this would be different for an Age of Empires game. Instead of making the micro-dependency on dodging arrow shots, why not? And if you hate StarCraft, you'll probably hate this. You hate Warcraft, you'll probably hate this. More activatable abilities. He said the word. Because then you're at least doing something different than just repeating what AoE 2 kind of done. No? Everyone loves Byzantines? I mean, but that's a stupid ability. I've talked about this before with Shield Wall. Shield Wall shouldn't have been a toggleable. Shield Wall should have been an activatable. Like something you know, use and then someone can like counterplay by kiting away or whatever, right? Trample? I think Trample's a pretty cool ability. You can argue it's maybe a little bit wild. Sometimes it's a bit too strong, but the concept of Trample is pretty cool. I think the problem with Trample is like Trample should... I love the idea of a Trample ability if instead what it done is you chose a direction, you charged in that direction, you couldn't stop your charge, but the trade-off was you've done a lot more damage, right? So kind of like an extreme version of Camel Lancers. But once again, it's like positive, negative. Like if you commit the charge, you can't stop charging, right? Like it's a very similar cool mechanic in Total War Arena. It's called Hammer and Anvil, where Alexander's cavalry could charge, but if they charged, they were charging. They would not stop. So if you mismicroed and charged into a line of spearmen, your ass was grass. Berserk is good when you're outnumbering, guys. Like, Berserk is very micro-intensive. If you're paying attention to which ones are being attacked in the fight, you can basically activate on the ones that aren't. And that's how you win. It's also like an accelerant for the outcome at the end of the fight, right? So if you're in mass melee versus mass melee and you activate Berserk, you're accelerating the end state of the fight. So if you have numerical advantage, it allows you to reach the next phase quicker. So Pasta Solon coming in here. Voldemar about to reach Imperial Age. So congrats, Sass. You arrived in Castle. What now? Not the news he was hoping for, I don't think. Gunpowder Elephants doesn't sound like fun here. You have the Kurtai now moving up. Is this going to be quick enough? I have my slight doubts. Wait, what? Voldemar, what? What are they doing? I think he moved the villagers out for the keep drop, but he doesn't have the stone yet. I can't believe he got away with that. Awkward follow-up phase here, though. Very well, because have to shuffle back as well. We have got a raid onto the one guy who built a farm. That's what you get for building farms out here. 4-2 slept on. Oh yeah, 4-2 is hella strong. Although I'd like argue the whole like mercenary Sipahi thing. If you want to do a mercenary with Hippodrome, it's much better to do Magadai. Because remember, Magadai, like it's a low, like the bounce that unit is its low base damage, and Triumph offsets that problem, which makes it insane. Same logic as 200 Scout Triumph strategy, guys. You activate Triumph, and all of a sudden you have Scouts that are kind of like Mali and Warrior Scouts. Only the cheaper big brain. So what's Sass's win condition here? Kind of feels like he needs to hemorrhage a bit of eco from Voldemort. I don't see a solution to the gun powers directly. Right? Like this elephant right here, how do you kill it? Maybe you get an outpost up and yam him with spears. But it's going to be hard to get him with a cashier. It's going to be impossible to kill him with crossbows, right? A lot of people forget that Berserk helps Burning Buildings and Fortitude as well. True. Personally, I like these activatables. You know, you guys are talking about micro-expression. I think activatables is a pristine example, like, of how you do that. Because this whole idea of, like, making the micro deeper is difficult to do until we get, like, a revamp to the way that the servers work, right? Because, like, the tick rate is low. But that's a tricky trade-off, because if you fix the delay or fix the tick rate, then you basically nerf the international capabilities of AoE4, right? If you've done that change, good luck having a tournament where Louis can play against Wham or Beastie. The game to be more strategic, not more micro. I think both are very important. If you just make the game strategic, and by the way, I think it's already quite a strategic game. If it only is about strategy, then you almost end up on what feels like a predetermined path. Does that make sense? I've highlighted this before, that although you might get counterplayed in a draft, you don't just GG the game there, you play the game, right? Similar logic, if the game is too strategy-based and your strategy is just the wrong matchup, you should be at a disadvantage, but you shouldn't just be dead straight away, right? Based on, like, one decision. Well, Sass might be dead, though. This does not look good. Oh god, even adjustable crossbars queued up. It's 4 minutes out, but you get it for the low, low price of free. Yeah, it's free gunpowder elephants, right? Like, Sass can try for an age up, but oh my dear god, my ears. Once upon a time I had them. Now I cannot hear. Poor man wolves right now. So Sass, this has to be Cognate Palace, right? I don't think there's a one in which you do White Stupor. Maybe? Cannon placements everywhere? I mean, that could be an answer to the Tower Elephants. Doesn't seem like your army would be big enough if you made that choice, though. Some matchups feel that way. Well, the strategy is all that matters. Yeah, but that's then like why the micro expression is just even more important, right? Opportunities to outplay your opponent in independent moments. And yeah, there we go. Cognate is going to be coming in. Kind of baited as well. With like a mini White Stupor setup over here. All for activates if it's not the Relic Company Heroes 2 German rifle grenade exploding without the timer. I mean, yeah, like, you know, I'm not saying Grenadiers get an activatable called Big Bomber, where they throw it in and then it instantly detonates and does 80 damage to units in a 2-tower range, right? I kind of want that now. Like, Elephants is a perfect example. Maybe you just have, like, Berserk Frenzy, where they would charge forward, but they won't stop. So you could basically end up impaling yourself on a spearman line. Ta-da! Imagine we got Chariots to have some kind of effect through that style, but we have reached the end of game number 2. No hope for the Mongols. It's kind of felt that way throughout most of this game. Final push comes in. GG gets called. We will decide this with game number 3. Okay, so let's mark that up. Game 3, Dry Arabia. Where are we going? What are we picking? I mean, it has to... We talked about the conundrum of Abba Malian, so, like, presumably Sass is going French. picked the Malians. It's ABBA versus Malians. Interesting. This matchup is a little bit different to what it was before. So I'm getting spammed background with loads of chats. Let me just sippy cup some water here. So I don't think this matchup is as default of a win for the Abbasids as it once was. It's a deciding game. We've got Abbasids, a signature Civ for Voldemar, up against SAS on the Malians. With Pro Scouts, things changed up here. 2 TC meta got punished hard. On top of that, Farimba offers up opportunities to further punish the Abbasids. We've seen this in particular. We had some incredible games on Boardland that presented it. Things like the Freeborn just consistently raiding throughout that can unravel the plan. It makes it a very difficult game for ABBA to play. Let's see how these two want to try to execute here. So, opening-wise, probably looking at Eco Wing. Voldemar usually leans Eco. We've seen a few Culture Wing builds, though. It is always a possibility. Remember, Culture Wing allows you to get into Preservation and Knowledge cheaper. Rather, get into Preservation and Knowledge and then get into your Pro Scouts cheaper, right? So, it kind of allows you to mirror the timing of a lot of other civs, or close to. We'll go 2x speed for the early game here, just to see how things are going to play out. Sheep count. Looks like Voldemar has got an edge to start with. That's to be expected, right? You don't really have to come home. Arguably, he didn't need to initially there anyway. He could have kept scouting, but I think he ran into Sas's scout and wanted to just head back anyway. Now, some people, yeah, I was about to say go military wing here. He's going to be going for it too. It can make sense against Warrior Scouts, right? It gives you a little bit of a blocker play, but it means you're not playing Pro Scouts yourself, right? Most likely what we're going to be seeing here is 2 TC from Voldemar. Yeah, there's the movement across now. So 4 pulled across the stone. Mancer's coming on the other side. Look at the spawn. Actually a pretty nice one for Sas with the double back gold. Negative is going to be these opening Archer Spin, which could come in and try to build a ram. But you aren't going to be able to build a ram in this particular build, right? Because Malians will be adding in Scouts. And the Scouts may not get bonus damage against ranged units, but they definitely get the bonus damage against Siege in Age 2. As the build he did with Culture and Pro Scouts, right? Like, why is he not doing it again? That was the best Abbasid Culture Wing game we've ever seen. And from my recollection, a game that it felt like he maybe GG'd a little bit earlier. So we'll stick on the 2x speed. Archer range opening. Okay, so yeah, Sas is going to make the pivot. Sometimes people just do bluntly just go into stables because you can just get enough Warrior Scouts to beat this. But the clean play here is just Archer range into triple Archer, right? That kills all these, and then you can try to harass your opponent, keep them contained. Second TC drop's going to be coming in. Would love to have seen Voldemar shove the deer a little bit in towards his base, drop the TC, and maybe just get a small wall to stop any sneak-ins. Instead, he could go for a TC drop on the gold. It would also secure the berries, but you're pretty much then offering up all the deer to the Malians. So we'll stick on the 2x speed just for the openings here. Stables play is now in. Oh, wow. He actually goes for it. Okay, so we are going to see him taking the greedy TC on the deer. This can be good. This can also be depressing. I've literally watched players do this in this matchup and lose an entire deer stack. In fact, I can't remember who it was. It was someone against Wham on Dry Arabia where it happened. Twice. He built a TC, lost all the deer on the TC, then built another TC on the other deer, and lost it all as well. How do you follow units? There is a follow command. Whoopsie. We use the T key. But I believe by default it's H, I think. I can't remember. Yeah, if you check your bindings, there is an option for it. So archers have arrived on the other side. Sass actually went all the way up to 4 archers. Good initial harassment though, right? He got himself a worker kill. But Voldemar, of course, on 2 TC isn't going to care too much about one lost here or there. Horseman transition now coming in. Spearman also getting added in. He knows he needs the spears if he wants to try to block this play. Horseman alone is not going to really stop Warrior Scouts from running off with the goodies. At least not at this phase. You need too many of them. We have got the second pit mine coming in. So, health economy for Sass. Is he thinking of a straight up rush to castle? Kind of looks like it with that macro, right? There are some games where you have to extend your army in feudal first, but I can kind of see the thought process here. If you fast rush Castle Age, you can just go into the Freeborn. Freeborn are obnoxiously casty. Casty? Tanky. Sorry, I was reading chat at the same time. What do you guys reckon? Ones if you think Sass is going to win this game. Twos if you think Voldemar is. Where do your allegiances lie? RTS needs a poker mode. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. Nani? Is Pro Scouts with 2 scouts worth it? It's got a lot more than 2 scouts. The deer stack on the west side is at least being guarded, but like if you at least get 2 deer stacks, if that's what you meant instead, it's worth it. 2 deer stacks, Pro Scouts is worth it. 1 deer stack is technically worth it. What's up, boy? Thank you for the raid, mate. Appreciate you. A massive raid. Wow, that's a bigger raid than Voldemar's capable of, because he only has 3 horsepower. Math don't lie. Sass did reinvest. He went for the sofas. A little bit surprising. I think sofa play can make sense, though, in the feudal age. Like 4 to 5 of them just for a small group of raiders. Got to be really careful, though, because like Voldemar has already countered you by going into Spearman to deal with the scouts. So the sofa at this stage like is already going to struggle to find targets. Not entirely convinced it was worth it over a faster tech. Just if you think about the maths in this, right? Because you just spent 720 resources? So almost half of what you need to go Castle Age. And I'm not sure if he has a target in mind here. At least, I don't think there's a good target. A little bit of speed up again. Horseman. Nice little raid there from Voldemar. Can't really hang around to burn down the houses. Sofa's going to guarantee that at least. But this is very good for Voldy. Like, you're just keeping presence on the enemy side of the map. It's allowing him to reach his key timings. This guy's trying to sneak in again, but I don't know if they'll really be able to get any more of these deer. He got the east side pack, right? So, like, overall, pretty good position for Sass to be in, getting 3 deer stacks. Actually, sorry, no. They were here, weren't they? I'm an idiot. 2.2. 2.4. That's still fine, though. Like, once again, like, you're talking about Pro Scouts. It's 350 resources, right? So if you pick up 1 deer and return it, like, that's balanced out the paycheck. Obviously, you need to get more than that because of the stables, the Scouts investment. But let's say you only get 1 deer stack. You're not going to be happy with it, but you're not going to feel like you got scammed either, right? Because you technically safely secured 2,450 extra resources. Eco-wing now on the way from Voldemar. Kind of to be expected here, right? Like, he's chosen a very defensive line. He doesn't want to come out of his base, so he wants that flexibility to go into farms earlier than you normally would with Abba. Otherwise, he has to take risks. And considering it's likely for Rimba, those risks are exacerbated. The crazy part is, though, it's not going to be for Rimba. We have Fulani on the way to mirror the timing of teching from Voldy. And what is up, Dragon the One? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. And welcome back to this one. Eco Wing to 30. Of course. We need more town centers at this phase, right? I think 2 TC should be good enough. Like, he's built a healthy enough lead that pretty much the Grand Fulani is going to equalize them on economy. But that's good for Voldemar, right? It means that he's not facing a tech up that puts him behind. Rolex should be the next target. The stats actually have the wood being rushed. I mean, monk timings make a lot of sense here, right? Like, you have the food, now you just want to accelerate the gold. Meanwhile, so far, are going to sliver around the back. And it looks like Voldemar's going to be the first one to make the Moss play. A little bit surprising. You'd think the guy with map control would be the one trying to sliver it. No. Voldemar, credit to him, still has a healthy dose of Horseman just lingering around here. A little bit of raid coming in. Voldemar will get that short wall up. That's good enough to scare Sass away. Not able to find that really big wall he was looking for. Voldemar continues to scale that lead. Other side here. Do we at least have it? Yes, we do. Okay, so Moss drop on both sides. The relic race begins. We'll hit the 2x speed again. Military boot camp is going to be coming through, so Voldemar just trying to blow up into infantry now. Tricky part is it's very difficult to come out quick with this type of approach, right? Especially when you haven't fully walled yourself in. Meanwhile, Sass, it's going to be a switch over into the Donzos and the Musafadi. All's not up for him either. Alright, now I'm trying to think through extra active abilities we could add to the game. We need some for Horsemen, guys. What active ability do we give Horsemen? Do we just give them ability that's titled Do Not Suck, and it just increases their attack range? Then we need to give Sipahi something new because they've lost their identity. Maybe we just let them spin the spear around. Dismount and they become spearmen. You know, I wondered about that. That reminds me of... What was it called? Was it Dragon Throne Battle for Redcliffe? Where you could basically put your hero units on a horse. In a fight, the horse would have its independent health. It would die and you'd be on like foot again afterwards. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about this when I was watching some good old Dawn of War. And it's not... You wouldn't easily be able to implement it now because it's like it's a deep engine cleanse and it fits better with formation type units instead of independence. But damn, like looking at some of the old RTSs, it's kind of sad how a lot of new RTSs overlook sick details that immerse you, right? So I think AoE 4 has a really good element of that, being the evolution of languages, right? Like as the game continues on, the dialect your villagers, your people speak changes. That's really sick. But like we don't have these fight dynamics. Like, you know how, for example, in Age of Myth, you pick up a unit and toss them, or in Dawn of War, when units are fighting, there's independent executions that can occur from units on units. Now, much easier to do in a game where in that game you basically have a formation units, right? So you have like one Space Marine squad that is built up of X entities. Whereas our game is every single unit is its own entity. I do sometimes kind of wish we had more of those unique, quirky elements to the game. It's just hard to figure out how you integrate them without fundamentally changing the system. Last coming in, Spearman. It's a bloody lot of them, actually. Difficult against the Donzos because these are remarkably tanky with the extra melee armor. It's going to be able to clear them up, though. The archers will have to retreat away. However, elsewhere in the base, we do have a small Sofa raid hitting in. Hasn't found that big wallop still, though. Voldemar leading by close to 30 villages now. Extra animations will make fights harder to read. That's an entirely different issue, though, and I've highlighted that one before. It's that when you look at fights, there's not enough emphasis to the attacks, right? Like I've said before, like for example, Knight, when they swing their sword, imagine if the arc was 30 degrees wider. It's the same with the spears we just watched fighting there, right? Like, if you're warriors, you can't tell what's happening in the fight. Imagine if those spears done more of a full-on pullback and shove, you know? I think that would help a lot with readability in AoE 4. Horsemen should be able to attack while moving so they can cut down archers. Damn. All right, Psycho, we've gone to the extreme. So you basically want melee Magadai. Okay, I've figured it out. Do you know where you're going to get that mechanic? Winged Hussars. The Mustafadi, oh, they're just vibing. Don't mind them. They finally realized they can break a wall. I think the Mustafadi just got confused because they're up against Voldemar and they're like, well, if we kill this wall, there's just going to be another wall. And then a wall after that. And then a wall. So what if we just figure out where he's going to wall and then we wait there? Wow, these walls are just kind of filling him as well. Just too many gaps emerging, right? I mean, Voldemar, he does have additional villages in that he can afford to lose a few. But the game is starting to look a little bit uncomfortable for him. Only thing really missing for Sass is locking in Sacred Sites, but that's currently happening. So there's only a matter of time before Voldemar has to come out. He still hasn't really secured home. Alright. This might be OP, but hear me out. What if we had a unit that could throw a net? Alright, French Knight Spammers are going to be crying, but it's a cool thought. I don't know, you might have to make it cost resources to balance it. But I'm immediately thinking of the gladiators from the Roman arenas, right? But then that's basically saying a spearman is going to have a net, which would probably break full design. Heat drop's now coming in from Sass. And he's kind of locked in, right? Voldemar has gone full hunker down camp mode. It's still only 1 TC. Okay, no, 2 TC now. So Sass isn't going to be falling behind. You thought. 3 TC now. So Voldemar, I guess he's going to hunker down and just look for Imperial Age. Bowlers would make more sense. Yeah, like you're thinking that though because we're watching Malians, you know? The farm's getting added in as well. I mean, Sass. Do you really want to be going imp before 200 pop is the thing? In theory, you could go imp with this type of posturing, right? Because it's also valuable for the Fort Huntress on one of the sacred sites. Makes it easy to hold all of them. Currently, we don't have any strong defenses. So Voldemar, Indigo was a little bit rough against the Mass Sofa plus Mustafadi, right? Weirdly enough, I'm looking at Voldemar's comp, and I'm just wondering why not archers? Like, everything you're against gets countered by comparable archers, right? He's adding them in, but he's still layered the cake a lot of different ways as well. The only thing, of course, archers will suck against is going to be the sofas. This is always the awkward part, right? It's like, you'd think, oh yeah, just go archers. KP's right. The downside is, like, if you don't have enough melee front line, range just lose anyway. So it puts Voldemar in a kind of a sticky predicament. Break from the walls. Looks like a few villages are getting taken down here. Second wave comes in on the east side. That's going to be a roam freely moment there. Voldemar just completely out of position, right? Displaced by that raid on the west side, so Sass will just split up to look for clues. Plenty of farms to target here. Out of time worth it on its own alone. What about Caltrops upgrade from MAA unit that does AOE tick damage to Cal? I mean, I feel like that's just going to be the variant Japanese civ, you know? Caltrops is a very Japanese thing, specifically. So raid should get shut down. We have got a move out now by Voldemar, though. Yeah, Sass kind of weakened his hand with that dive. Didn't get enough economy in return, so window opens for Voldemar. Heat drop doesn't fully protect the Sacred Site either. However, Voldemar is going to start diving in range of it. Splits the fight in a bit of a weird way. Nagnals are going to be targeted first. Mango shots to the back line. Voldemar will return fire here, but the front line is failing him. It's kind of crazy. Like, Voldemar has a superior count on the army, but a lot of it is not actually pushing forward here. A lot of it was still guarding home. It was getting the rebuild on the walls while shoving away the cav. So a more even fight than you would have expected at the center. And also the other thing now is you're just kind of blobbing mass spears into archers, right? It's a death sentence here. In fact, Voldemort, like, what is this game became? Like, it just kind of looks as if archers is the obvious choice, right? But Voldemort is building everything but more archers here. Reminder that composite bows definitely beats poison arrow, right? Because poison arrow is a little bit too slow. Composite bows is just you Gatling gun them down, they die before you die of poison. And in the boot camp as well, and it's easy peasy. Voldemort, he needs some siege, man. This castle is costing him a lot of troops. It's a little bit different if you're diving with mass Gulen, but it's mass spears, mass crossbow, mass archers. Those are all unarmored units. Let's go dive past onto the mangoes. Villagers could actually go for the repairs here, and the cheeky cheesiness can begin, but not quick enough. Spearmen will be able to clear it up. Extra mangoes are coming out. The dive's going to continue here. Voldemort, hold your horses. 54 to 10 military. The decap is starting to seem a little bit more possible here. On top of that, he's going to find the villagers as well. Another mango going down. It looked as if he just was bleeding himself dry, but a recalibration. Voldemort brought the entire army this way. He finds the break-in. Decap on the west side isn't going to get denied. One villager is not going to cut it. Decap center seems maybe a little bit more realistic. Voldemort has overextended now. Hold the full army, but are you kidding me? The timer continues to tick. Voldemort, despite the fact his army is notably bigger, it just feels like they're not getting it quick enough. Gets in again for a mango snipe. So far, will at least be mopped up. But Sass is just waiting, right? He's biding his time. He can just walk back onto the site and stop this entirely. Oh, yeah. And on top of that, how do you sneak out for a decap here? There's 5 sofas waiting. East side is now getting outposts up also. We have additional outposts from Sass to grief the gold. Surrender placements are going to be coming in. And we'll just go in with a clutch repair. So puts 3 on the repair crew. He got banker repairs as well, remember. So he's much quicker at keeping this up. And it means that Voldemort is not going to be able to clear it. Oh, no. He doesn't even realize what's happening here. He's distracted in the center. Walls. What? No, too many repairers. And the keep drop is coming in at the perfect time for Sass. Looks like the villagers were blocked in the repair finally as Spearman came in to assist. But decent amount of worker losses here. Yes, admittedly, Voldemort is ahead by 40 workers. But time is not on his side now. This is getting ridiculous. We thought this was going to turn into a macro for Imperial Age, but both of them have now been forced into a double down for the castle play. And a third TC now from Sass. Is and Magical Cow Landmark the best landmark? What, you mean Fulani? I don't think Fulani is the best landmark in the game. It's decent. Definitely not the best. An interesting question, though. I think for most people, they'd instinctively just say Arkan's the best landmark. Let's brave the sofa, though. Wait. You guys are meant to be out there. He walls them in with him. Oh, God. That's a decent chunk of villagers going down again. I mean, Voldemort's always replacing, right? But the idle time, the gaps in gathering is starting to really add up here. However, a bigger deal is the fact that the Sacred Site got decapped. He actually got it in time. This is big. Voldemort is exactly the break he needed. Sass just didn't have the troops in range in time. The center, Voldemort now diving in. This is beginning to look bleak. I mean, Sass is actually reacting with mass Springles now. It makes sense, right? Voldemort has just been blobbing spears non-stop most of this game now. That's going to be aging. We have culturing on the way. I love this approach. The moment Voldemort got that decap, it's like, all right, time for the next stage. These Springles. Wait, do your own walls block it? No, right? It's only enemy walls. So sprinklers are working. We lost. What, dude? No, the sprinklers do make sense. It's mass spears. Guys, just think of it as a giant archer. That's all it is. TC is going to survive as well, so that diving not paying off. Sass does have some catching up to do, though. Right? Like, he's going to be a whole age behind. And with being culture wing, Voldemar's going to be able to accelerate his tech unlocks. He does need the gold to do so, but with 2.8k here, another 3.5, that's more than enough. Adding the 3 relics he's got to boot. It's fair to say Voldemar's economy is really coming together here. So wait, just to clarify, you guys aren't fans of Springles? 1s if you like Springles, 2s if you never build them. They definitely require the correct position. It's rarely the type of unit you just walk out into the middle of nowhere with, right? Like, you kind of have to control the environment to get the most out of them. This is fine. He's close enough to the key that he has a retreat point, right? And yes, they only get most damage against melee, but the thing is, ranged units have less health anyway. So it works out decent there as well. Golems are going to be effective if they're able to reach, though, with a double strike. Able to mop them all up. But to force him away here, Voldemar needs some time. The upgrades are starting to get queued up, but he's upgrading the Spearman. Oh, no. I mean, you'd think with 3,200 food income a minute, you just go Mass Horseman here. But what is thinking? No, instead, Voldemar. He's just continued spear production so far. We do have a pause here in that he stopped producing anything. And that started to cull some of the villagers. What's the law between Gulim's double strike? Curved sword, go swoosh. I'm glad I could have provided these insights. Portal Hunter is now on the way from Sass. Oh, this man loves his rams, huh? The Cinco ram play. Although there's kind of break in the push. Might offer up a recovery arc for Sass from what feels like a bit of an uncomfortable position right now. Triple Sacred Sight locked in again. We still have Warrior Scouts sneaking in. Oh no. And we don't have the OP tech yet. No public libraries. Shameful display. He doesn't even have improved processing. Oh dear. Oh dearie dear. Now, we're going to do a racks check on Voldemar. It's very important in his games. He has 10 racks this time, so respectable count for the Spearman. Scout complete. That's go time for Voldemar. Rams will look to keep fast, but the Musafadi are sneaking in unseen here. They get the reveal, they get the attack. Sprinkles are not going to feel as impactful here against Rams. The banker repairs most definitely is. It just feels like the Rams aren't getting it done. The repair speed really is insane for Marlian sometimes. Looks bloody good in this situation. Also, the Sprinkles are just clearing this up. Voldemar is A-clicking the front line. Meaning that the Sprinkle boys on the back are getting to do maximum damage here. Uh-oh. I don't know if this is good enough. Ram count is still at 3. One of them soon to fall. The Bullingle is coming in, and it feels a little bit more than lukewarm when you're against crossbows. Scares him away. Voldemar failing to break through here. Sacred Sight timer does continue. In the meantime, the flanks, things getting more and more secure now for Sass. Kind of just makes Voldemar's play linear, but the crazy thing is just how often Voldemar is purely up on military, right? Always ahead. But he's ahead with trash. And on top of that, he's ahead with things that don't solve the castles, right? Like, where's the Bombards, for example? Where's the Trebuchets? Where is the hope and hell of taking these things out? So yeah, Myriad gave you the more elegant answer, but exactly what we said. Sword goes swoosh. What a nerd. Oh. If at first you don't succeed, ram, ram, ram again. Or burn to boiling oil again. Oh god, it's more painful to watch than the introduction cinematic for Stronghold, at least in the POV of the poor little knight down below. Siege at least being reached, but I don't think it really matters. It's not enough damage. Sass, he's got the gunners coming now. It's about to turn into quality versus quantity. And I just don't know what Voldemar was really expecting here. Not gunners, I guess? Gunners with first strike. Very healthy and reasonable 82 damage for the first hit. I.e., I almost kill an archer in one shot. Looks like we've got a camel switch coming in. It kind of makes sense against Sofa. Does not make much sense against gunners. Speaking of those Sofas, they continue to just look for breaking points here. Oh, God. The good news for Voldemar is his villagers can't really die once Public Libraries comes in. The bad news is everything else just seems to be dying too quickly now. Military count is still inside. But the question now is, like, how do you kill these gunners? Bombards are also starting to flip keeps. Now, Harzak. I'm not holding my breath because we've reached the crux of being underneath two castles here with squishy units. But he did just mop up all of the gunners. But we are now dying to static defenses. Voldemor's like, oh no, I seem to have forgot my rams. And at 36 minutes in the game, he has realized there may be alternative siege options here. However, he's waited so long that gold is no longer on his side. So back on 2TC, 3TC while they pro scout and take map control, I'll be screwed. Yeah, like it's pretty much why 2TC has not been working in general in the pro scouts meta. It's just harshly painful to try and play. Oh, Voldemar, this is the deepest he's been in a while. However, it does seem like he's just losing to guns of all sizes at this stage. Whether they be big boy cannons or small little pew-pews. Either way, it's proving super effective. Man, this just kind of feels like a game lost by gold now. Voldemar, a valiant effort, but in hindsight, I think maybe some flank raids were needed here. Just Horseman play instead would have made a lot of sense. At many phases in this game, actually, it feels like. Almost looked like Sass at multiple phases was begging to get Horseman. And you think if any civ is capable of doing a Horseman spam, it's the one that easily can get over 3,000 food income a minute. But instead, Voldemar was like, good old spears. Until the bitter end. Bombard's now just packing up and roaming on the castle here. And we're going to get another dive, but it's 17 gunners now. And remember, last time when the gunners just got wiped, there was no front line. This time, there is something to pad. Voldemar also seems to be allergic to techs when he wants them, right? We saw improved processing taking ages to come in. Now that he went camels, he still doesn't have the camel support, the extra health. And yes, the other sacred sites are pretty locked in. You've got to keep drop here or keep drop here. Like, there is nowhere else for Voldemar to go, really. Either way you cut it, you're going to have to go through a keep. So it looks like it's going to be Sassy making it through to quarterfinals. Reminder, that will be a best of 5 up against either Mahodo or Wham. Wham Mahodo, by the way, we should have that coming up live in about an hour and a half. Ringing the bell. Now down to the 3-minute mark. What is... Sass, explain this wall to me. And then explain this wall to me. We seem to have gotten our gates mixed up a bit. Is there... I don't think you can slide through there. Maybe if you grease yourself up and don't mind being stabbed by giant bones. There's a way. I know there used to be wood lines there, but when there was, that's still quite a comical little layering in the cake. We have got the last-ditched effort from Voldemort. I think he tried to go for a flank attack to surround the west side keep. Sass has been quick at the mirror. Freeman leadership even now coming in. That means he can just chase this down even faster. At this stage, we are just Congo lining to die. Wow, a camel. Have you met Gun? Why, no. No, I haven't. And if I was a camel, I pray that I never would. It's way too much work for one covering. Yeah, it's tricky. Ambassador's playstyle hunkering down. Same with English hunkering down, right? These strategies just aren't working in the current meta. There's just too much food vomit from the Pro Scouts play. Just gives a little bit too much push for opponent to rush Castle Age and get on the map, right? I mean, I, for one, while I don't like what Pro Scouts is doing in the meta, I like the fact that 2TC isn't really the go-to. It's a bit depressing. It never feels relevant. Jesus Christ. I think Voldemort needs to rename himself Fitzy here. This game has been ridiculous. I dread to look at the stats at the end of the number of spears that have been built in this game. It's out of control. And oh no, 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 the cannon emplacement! Oh. Okay, actually it's not too bad. That cannon, it only killed like 5. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, the repair! The banker repairs! No! How is that even reasonable? Keep repairing! Keep repairing! To the end of time, brothers! Who would win? 10 banker repairers or 50 plus villagers? This tech is not okay. Unbelievable. By the way, the only reason he didn't lose more villagers quicker is because they have 108 health. Just really want to iterate that. Let me know what you thought about this game, guys. The series might get uploaded. If it does, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you're tuning in for your daily dose of AO4 action there, as a lot of these series do get uploaded. Or even maybe just watch them live. But vamos, on to the next one. Curious to see how Wan Mahodo is going to go and what Sassy is going to be left facing in a best of 5. Oh, man. That was brutal. So, 2-1 for Sass. Congrats, mate. Firm handshakes. Well played, well played. I think... Let's have a look at the bracket. We've got what? Hour and a half until Mahodo Wham. Have a look at Anatand. So we've got Anno versus Gully. I guess would be a good one. Thought that matchup was Malian favored? No? It used to be Ambassador favored. Right? Because they just 2TC and then you'd have to react. But Pro Scouts meta changed it to be more Malian favored. Okay, so Mr. Anno Chad. Where are we? Oh wait, we need to do gullies, don't we? Because Anatan was playing EGC on the weekend. PPW and EGC TV? What's PPW? What? Pay per wangs? Abby units destroying Mali units in general? Yeah. Yo, what is up, Marv? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Legend. Appreciate the support. Enjoy those subs, guys. Enjoy the emotes. Where am I? Ah, there it is. All right, so let me get the draft for Gully versus Anno. We'll hop into that one. So we've got Cliffside, Coastal Cliffs. Yeah, okay. Cliffside and Coastal. There we go. Okay, so opening game, HRE against French. You let him have the HRE. I mean, he did get Chinese. I guess he wanted to dodge HRE. I don't think you want to play Chinese into them, right? Paper win. That would make more sense. But I don't get what the point is. Paper win in EGC. What does that even mean? Like Rogan? Yeah, lock. You definitely owe me more stuff. Oh, what happened to Puppy Paw? Wait, how is that? Like, PP would make more sense for Puppy Paw. So, what happened to Puppy Paw? I think they just practiced the wrong thing. Their idea of the meta was not correct, I guess, is the fairest point. They didn't really look like themselves. But Anatan also looked a lot more ferocious. Alright. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. That's right, more of the midweek muster action. We've returned for some more Fox Anatan, going this time up against one of the kiddos. He's here to educate. And I'm here to speculate on how the French can beat the HRE on a map like Frisian. We do begin with some pocket fishing already. Gully already trying to accelerate his economy. But he is going to be rudely disrupted by a certain little spearman rush. In fact, it's not just going to be the spearman rush. It's going to be a denial of the gold. It's an outpost rush. Oh, this is harsh. I mean, it's not end of the world for Gully, because remember, when you play on this map, you can go for Chamber of Commerce, but this is a brutal start. A little bit of stabbing here. More villages are going to have to be pulled. Gully, he chose Wheelbarrow. Yeah, so he delayed his tech timing entirely. It kind of makes sense, though, right? Like, when you go out to the fish, Wheelbarrow is definitely going to be of great assistance here. I know, he's blobbing more spears. Needs to be careful on the micro. You want to try and keep the injured one further back. There is a stabbing opportunity here, though. Gets himself a kill. Actually commits pretty aggressively. He's going to get a second. Gully, he's not targeting the injured spearman. Finally gets him. Right? No. No. That's disgusting. Well, he messed it up there. He missed out an opportunity to make it a free kill lead. But Gully begins this game, this series, in incredibly uncomfortable fashion. And you want to know why people like watching Anatan? This is why people like watching Anatan. He looks for those aggressive opportunities in the early game. He keeps you on the edge of your seat merely minutes in. Sure, you could argue he's doing it with HRE. Everyone can do it with HRE, KP. Does everyone do it with HRE, though? I don't think so. I think a lot of people would maybe take the safer line and just get the next stage, get the resources, go pro scouts. Not this guy. Gully is still 76 gold short. That's why he pulled 8 villages. it's actually smart. He has just enough time to get one grab and then has to pull back. But then you have to address this. That's going to be easier said than done. Especially if Anatan follows up with another outpost down here, which is entirely possible to block potential trade. Time being though, big garrison in, and just about shy of what he needed to get that worker kill. The Gully actually got a little bit more than maybe he was expecting there. 267 gold is quite nice here. Could even maybe think about... Oh no, he's short by 3 gold. He wouldn't be able to afford the cheaper lumber tech. This is definitely going to be Chamber of Commerce. Anatan, of course, can't really just rush another outpost. He needs to tech up. So gold now being rushed onto. Alright, ones if you think Anno's going to win. Twos if you think French trade OP. And Gully's got it. You're rooting for Marine Lord and Poppy Port. So you were technically rooting for the OP options, right? Because going into EGC's tournament, the front runners, the expected, were definitely Marine Lords and Poppy Port. Undoubtedly so. My worry of Chamber of Commerce here is like you're gonna have to rush archers. Because otherwise, marching to Spinman do a pretty good job of killing you. So you're probably gonna have to hold those traders back. Follow-up play should be pretty easy for Anno, right? Like just go double archery range here. He's already got the stone gathered for the emplacements as well. He stopped gathering gold, so this is not pro scouts, which I actually like. I don't think you need it here. You have the means to end the game, right? Your opponent definitely has more sheep than you, but that's because he went fishing. You can do that on a delay. Or just add in the farms. Archer range tables. Okay, so Gully, he's going to go Horseman Archer. I mean, Anno's economy is a lot better at this stage, right? So he could technically mirror the exact same comp, but he already has the racks, right? So he wants to try and use the spears. Hardness status is coming in. Fortification is going to be there as well, so no clear, easy cleanup on this gold blocker. The next goal for Anatan is to get in the way of the trade. If you can make French so poor they can't afford a single knight, you're loving life. What tier player is Gully? It depends how you define your tiers, right? Like, tiering is kind of subjective. Oh, Elo? Gully has been top 200. Like, earlier in the year, I mean, he had to use Achery to do it, but when Achery first discovered OP, he managed to crack top 10 temporarily at the start of the season. Villagers now shuffling all the way out into the mid-map. Yeah, so we have Desperation Gold Gathering mission underway. Gully Deckle shouldn't really get noticed with this. It's a bit of a coin flip in a way, right? Like, if Anatan wanted to aggress you, he'd go for the trade, so he would find you. But we see what Anatan is really up to. This is Fast Castle. Now, I'm not expecting Burgrave. Your opponent doesn't have mass knights, so realistically, Regnitz just feels too good here. And Regnitz it will be. Does give a little bit of an opening to Gully, right? You can try to get aggressive here. It's just tricky because if your opponent's teching up, that means they're going to immediately be into knights. And if you look at Gully's entire comp, it loses to knights very easily. So what could Gully have done different here? I think a big part of it was probably would Spear of Archers been better. I don't think necessarily. I think you just need to scout the outpost happening, right? And then if you see this type of spawn, that you have to be aware of the risk, right? There's been a very good reason why HRE, Mongols, Chinese have been leading the pack when it comes to Frizzy and Marsh's picks. And it is the gold spawns, right? If you get tight gold spawns like this, you have to act as if your life depends on it. Because in this game, for a French player, it most definitely did. And yes, Wham is indeed in this midweek muster. Got even funner news for you guys. Beastie is going to be playing in next week's. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe get one or two other players from the top tiers signing up as well. It's almost like the midweek musters make for good all-round content and are a very healthy thing for the scene. So night production out of the way, but at this stage, yeah. And Anatan is going to be able to match that. First night's getting queued up. And it is going to be double stables as well, so pretty efficient timing on the initial release. Gully is doing his best to guard as many relic points as he can. It's going to be difficult to hold this one here. Like, one night will clear this entirely. Beastie matching with Core again. I don't know. Depends on where Core's ATR places him as to whether they're being on a similar side of the bracket. Because the way we do seeding is quite interesting. We mix seeding between ladder and seeding between ATR. So you don't just get this linear fashion, shall we say, to the seeding. Well, sneaking out now. Not as sneaky as he thinks. Where did this one come from? That's an ambitious return to the base. Oh, wait a second. Gully. Gully. Well, that's definitely going to make Gully notice. That's also going to mean that he won't be able to dive into the base. Meantime, Spearmen are starting to harass the traders. We also have Knights on the way there as well. Knight also arriving here to try and protect. Big enough army that Gully should be able to win that, but he's going to peel him away. Does he see him? Yeah, okay. Does react quick enough, so Prelate is going to get blocked. Surprising that Anno didn't try to contest this relic still. He's not going to walk out for it. It's just going to be another loss. So, game's starting to look pretty decent for Gully. And yes, I can confirm this week, only for this week, Grand Finals is going to be on Wednesday instead of Thursday. So, a little bit different this time around. Usually, we always go for Thursday. But some unexpected things meant that we had to make adjustments this week. And it does have a healthy count of Knights now. Like, in theory, he's close to the point where he should be able to break out with a direct fight. His timing has been slowed, though, right? He did get this one relic. That's actually a big deal, especially when you're going Knight spam, considering 50% you spend, almost, is gold. Trade. He's still getting harassed a little here. Gully up for only 3, though. So even if he protects this trade, it's not crazy amounts of income right now. Especially compared to the power of the Arkin. And yeah, reminder, because we do a mixture of live and already they've been played, but first time being seen live games, I would recommend being careful when you check the brackets page for the midweek musters. Second relic home. Gully. He's got to start deciding what his plan is here, man. If you take a little bit too long in feudal here, you're going to be too late to cast her, right? So, you know, hanging around the mid-map is starting to fail him. The fact that 2 relics now made it home kind of puts him on the clock. Still got a guard on the east side one, but it's only horsemen. Knights are now shuffling out, so looking for new targets. It's so difficult to dive a primary TC in H2. This is the hesitance from Gully. It's why you're seeing it. Spy Warriors also. I love that from Anno. It's smart with Mass Knights. Mass Knights make sense of it. Right, your products can do a good job healing here. These are units that shouldn't die easily, but also the extra armor, extra damage percentile based on a 24 base damage unit. It adds up. And so do those kills. No reaction at all from Gully. He didn't get inside the outpost. Once again, we're onto the trade. I mean, it's only 4 traders. But it will mean that Gully has lost any semblance of an economy lead. At least on raw count. Goes in for the dive anyway, but guys, this is... yeah, he doesn't even bother to try finishing that off. We know how that story ends, right? Wow, you almost killed the building. Pushes one button. That's how this can get blocked by the Spear Knights. I don't know, man. Gully's gold is a problem here, man. He never reclaimed the starting area. And this gold only has 3 workers. So, like, you're trying to scale Knights. How do you go age 3? It's impossible. He has to get more workers out here, but that runs its own dangers, as we're seeing with the Night Raids. Kind of crazy, actually. Anatan's particular build is usually one you'd be expecting to see with mine work. Well, Horseman will come back in for the kill. But now he knows it's only 1 Horseman out here, right? So just escort with a Knight and get another Relic. Speaking of Knights, they just keep on creeping in here. Gully has a better army and better eco. Are you sure? How much money you want to put on that? I'll take that bet. The 8-year economy is definitely better. He went pro scouts? Nope. No pro scouts, just a lot of farms. Welcome to the Arkan life. So Knights on the back at least could get mopped up, but Gully's running out of time. I mean, he has done a good job of minimizing the relics returned, right? We do have a relic being shuffled into a tower instead. So sprint replacements to protect here. Good read by Anastan. He's aware of the dive that has to be coming. And this is going to be, what, Flood Spears? Yeah. Interesting. I mean, he lacks gold now, right? So he has to play budgeted. Ironically, Gully has now put Anno in a position that he was in from the start of the game. Now, he has let 2 relics in. I almost feel like Gully needs a tech up. Because we did mention about what happens if you wait too long here. Like, we've seen this quite frequently recently. And I'll be aware, B in particular has been doing it a lot, where you just blow a lot of spears, vet them up, and then send them into a fight. Even against archers. They win. It's really obtuse. How many vills did you lose in the beginning? I believe it was it 2, chat? I believe it was 2, but you should have lost 3. Anatan mismicroed the spearman on the final one. He basically pulled him away just before he completed the stab. Okay, so Royal Institute's on the way. Some semblance of hope for Gully. He has got 14 knights ready to be upgraded. This could work. It's more about the efficiency for archers, I think, that matters most here, though. And just so many knights. We actually have Gully pulling back to finally address this. Starts to feel like one of those in hindsight moments. Should we have addressed this sooner, right? Just one ram to get rid of it, maybe. I know. He realizes what this means. Like, wait, you're not pinning me anymore? Okay, time to get out for more relics. Time to push because you must be teching. Sick read. Sick relic grab. 3rd one just came in. Anna, now with a very healthy, plump, passive economy. 480 extra gold a minute. Night Raid's hitting again. Work is nowhere to easily run here. It just feels like Gully's never been ahead on economy, right? Like, over time, you're meant to have a visible villager lead. It's not really been holding on, though. You have to remember this is also Chamber of Commerce, so there was also traders added in. Yet still, he's only 4 ahead at 18 minutes in. Add in the fact that Arkham buffs so much of the HRE economy, and there's no way he's ahead. Numbers raw show that right now. Means about to get spanked raw here. Knights pretty much free to go after what they want. The Spearman Mass is looking good, and Gully maybe betting himself a bit. He's got the veterancy in for the Knights, but no time for raw bloodlines. Spear on Spear clash coming in, but no veterancy for the Spearman of the French. Someone's going to get mopped up, but there is an opportunity to dive here for the Knights. They're looking for targets. It's a good start for Gully, but the problem he has right now is he's not walled up. He doesn't really have the Knight count to easily contest Anos. Gully's using Control All Army? Yeah, dude. Just A-click. A-click your way to victory. That's how you win everything. Oh, God. Except fights like this. We talked about him being outnumbered. He's trickling Knights into a Knight-on-Knight engagement. Ansan admittedly not the best with that overclick there. But that's because he's got a second wave coming in. We're seeing what I talked about. The Spearmen are mopping up archers here. Gully's completely distracted by this. He keeps focusing on the Knights. It means he's losing the thing that might be able to save him. Prelate walks in for a snipe. Does get taken out. But alongside him, the archer mass has been taken down. And Anatan is now just blobbing mass spears. I warned you guys, this works. It's stupid, but it works. Archers are meant to counter these things. But when you just vomit out so many spears, especially with marching drills, there's no hope for the archers to recover your game. All you need is a few armored units in there, and almost guarantees that the micro focus becomes a little bit too heavy. Meanwhile, Anatan can pretty much just use jumping jacks as the A clicks in here. It really is that simple. Oh, the Knight Raids are back again. Nice economy lead, sir. I mean, somehow the fish have been fine this whole time. It's always been gold throughout this entire game. The name of Game 1 on Frisian has been, I hope you don't like gold. Oh. Brutal beginning for poor little Gully. There's still hope, though. You know, he's got his Chinese pick. OP, maybe? Question mark. Let's see if it pays off for him. Okay, so game number 2. Going Cliffside? Interesting. Delhi then, right? OTD versus Byzantines. I mean, it's a decent map for pro scouting, right? Albeit a bit of a short map. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me flip that score for you. We make you earn the wins around here, I'm afraid. Don't just give them to you. Well, you had Chinese, but apparently it's Order of the Dented time here on Cliffside. This feels like a very polarizing matchup on this map. OTD can, in theory, open with a Rax Rush. It's a short distance, and admittedly, rather, there's good targets, right? Golden Berries, oh my god, this within the spawn. Flip side is also, if you don't take that rush, Byzantines will take it. They have a cool opening here, right? Limitane plus Lombo should hit pretty hard, or Limitane plus Javelins. Yeah, interesting to see how Anatan wants to try and approach this one. I wouldn't say his spawn is very good. Too many forward resources, like everything is exposed. The only backwards thing you have is a small tree line and stone. Meanwhile for Gully, kind of a safer degree for him, right? Berries, gold on the back, deer, which you can shove in. In theory, this should just be a Pro Scouts game. Like, the goal for Gully should be to go Pro Scouts, Mass Men-at-Arms, Flood. It's a very linear strategy. It's a very effective strategy. And Byzantines while they don't have a great deal of firepower and response, they have some things that can work for them. So, as Gully's highlighting, we've already seen this matchup against Starflark, and that's exactly the strategy he went for. In that game, the problem for Starflark is I think he kind of overextended trying to block the Pro Scouts play instead of focusing on how he survives for what's next. So he failed to block the Pro Scouts play, then got shut out of the game. That was on Coastal Cliffs. I think that the cliffside spawns for deer are usually a little bit wider, so there's more block potential. But I think instead what Anatan could focus on is just hunkering down. Like, actually, it's going to sound a bit wild, but I kind of rate just opening Keshiks here and building outposts to protect yourself. Because the cool thing about the Byzantines compared to other civs doing this is that you are getting paid stone when you build structures. That stone can go into outpost emplacements. The counter to the mass men arm strat, and it's going to sound horrible, is idling all of your economy, right? Like, if he gets in your base and you garrison 4 outposts of TC, even Gilded Men at Arms are not going to last long. So she counts 17. Oh, we definitely need Pro Scouts. That's only 8 sheep. Horrible beginning for him. Make 5 knights, let him make 1,000,000 spears while you poke around with the knights, and then boom, 30 archers. I mean, if you hide the play, you can, like, ultra bait. The most obvious one I've ever seen was the Killjadi game at King of the North, right? Where he shoot 3 knights against a Byzantine player. The Byzantine player built, like, a kajillion spears, and then, surprise, I built 60 archers, right? But you have to navigate that. It's not easy. This is not too bad versus China, so I want to have China game free. Yeah, I get it. I'm wondering if you could have instead maybe done Delhi? Delhi Biz. Biz can roll you, right, with the timing. They're quick. But then again, you do have like a map that's kind of wallable. Maybe with old school Tower of Victory, I could see Delhi beating Byzantines. When are we adding Mesopotamia to KPMM? Can't remember which one that is. We're working on the map pool now. You don't get any early insights, sir. Can't have people getting a competitive advantage. So level 2 assistant's going to be coming in quick here. Movement onto the berry straight away. Pro Scouts means that Gully doesn't have a harassment point, right? So Anatan should at least get his first mercenary. Maybe you should have gone Coastal Cliff instead. Yeah, I think Coastal probably works better because of the funneled nature of the map, right? Easy to get the 1-2 deer stack. And also, I guess the bigger problem here, right? I said that Limitane might be forced to spread a bit too wide. We have the same problem in Men at Arms if you have to spread wide to defend, right? Like, that's a lot of ground to cover. I think Men at Arms strategies look best when the play is linear. Just monkey noises and run in a direction, right? And by the way, I know, like, because of the sheep haul, Gully had to do this. I know forced his hand, right? He couldn't even think about opening racks first, adding in 2 or 3 men at arms, and then going Pro Scouts. He only has 5 sheep. Kind of crippled in that regard. So, Neri will continue to unsub. Oh no, what a shame. This goddamn guy comes in here and talks about subs. Technically, he has subscribed before, but he's been following for almost 3 years. That's a lot of gaps in the subscriptions. Starting to make me wonder if that was just gifted subs. This mother ducker. Okay, so archery's coming in. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Wait, are we getting the longbow archer builds, or is it the Keshik build? This could actually be the Keshik build, which is kind of sick. I don't think Keshik's really designed to be Gilded Men at Arms, because they're that bloody good. But there is another build where you basically just go longbow archers. It's just literally 100% ranged. And are you kidding me? He's got Royal Knights! Oh, no. I mean, it could have been worse, right? It could have been Magadai. I don't know if that would have been worse or better, though. A classic Anatan move, and Gully just saw it. Man, Anatan, this, I feel like people need to be taking classes from this guy at this stage. He's the only person who so consistently uses the neutral mercenary play with the power that it brings, right? With knights, Sipahi. I think those are the main ones he's looking for, to be honest with you. And they work so often. Another one that would have been sick here is actually Musafadi. Like, if he had Musafadi Limitane, this strategy, in theory, shouldn't work either. So there are options. Like, there was a bit of gamble here. You're not guaranteed to get any of these units, but there was a solid likelihood he'd get at least one option that would make sense. You didn't even oh, you gotta be kidding me. You didn't notice this? All right, we're going to do the colorblind check. It is yellow and green. And the knights are already coming. But you definitely saw this. Like, look at them. They're hardly subtle. They're giant horses covered in yellow. Oh, no. And here they come. Kalideko, no! You can't even run away. You just die trying to. So first MAA is going to go down. Already a great trade for Anatand. Gully, no, this is exactly how you can't react to this. Spearman. I think the only logical play for Gully is Horseman. You have to go Horseman here. Right? Because Horsemen have high base damage. They'll trade okay-ish into the Knights, but you'll disintegrate the Archers. But panic reacting straight into Spears may just get you killed here. So there we go. Horsemen are now being queued up. He needs more, though. This is where Order of the Dragon usually looks weakest. They are terrible at splitting their attention into multiple unit types simultaneously as a transition, right? You need both? Yeah, but you've got the worst Civ for doing this play, right? Order of the Dragon is all about build one unit, build the other. Build one unit, build the other. Transitions can work in a way that as the game scales, as your economy scales, you can be like, okay, now I can afford two types of units. But in the early phase, it's all about one unit to the other. You just don't have the economy to easily blob both. Steel Arrow also on the way. I mean, Cully does at least have the undermesh already. We've got Bloomery, plus the melee tech coming through to mitigate some of the concern. If Anno just goes back for Spears now, though. I mean, he hasn't scouted the Horseman yet. I wonder if he just ages. It's going to take Gully a very long time to get an army together, right? And with the Dialecticus research speed, realistically, you can just get your level ups to veterancy very swiftly here. Yeah, I think we're going to see Castle Age. Another weakness, right? Not only is Order of the Dragon really rough to try and do multiple units switch at the same time, it also just doesn't scale army quickly. And that is crazy. Like, we already have him going up to, what, level 4 system? Gathered 250 stone to rush this. Kind of sick. And makes sense, because we just said, like, on a map like Cliffside, sure, you can get punished for teching, but the Dialecticus offsets that risk. It's going to take under 30 seconds to get veterancies in. Yeah, and this is exactly how you don't want to be using your first horseman. Oh. But it's a gilded horse. Wait, what? Well, okay. That was... No, I'm going to say that was about as good as Gully could have asked for right there. Lost no workers. Killed the knights. However, you can ask no more of this game. Because Golden Horn Tower is on the way. So recovery mechanism for Gully would be Rosh Burgrave. Because this is the thing, like in a normal Civ matchup where it's not a Civ that accelerates its researches, you could run across now and try to dive him, punish him. Against Byzantines, with 120% increased research speed, it's kind of impossible. Like, this Civ would get pro scouts at this stage as quickly as Chinese would, supervising. Now, he's not going to get pro scouts, but what he is going to be able to get is things like this. Basically 24 seconds, I believe it would be, for veterancy. Actually, it might be 20. It's quick. Let's just put it that way. There we go. Needs to toggle across the Dialecticus. Or not. I guess. Apparently it doesn't matter because Gully's not diving. Stop whining about the winery. It is admittedly logical from a namesake for that reason. It's fine. It's fine. Can't dive with mass spears? Yeah, but not diving feels worse. You have got the men-at-arms, right? I mean, at this point, you have to punt the Hail Mary. You could go back in tech, but you'd lose the relic race. So your only player would be a Burgrave all in. Which, if this wasn't mass archers and was mass limitane, Lanchnectar could do it, right? But against the mass archers, kind of handcuffed here. Solid read overall from Anno. Knights are at least going to be challenged and mopped up by the raid group, but that means that you're not killing the economy, which is what you really need to be doing here. Vrangin now also getting queued. He's going to come back in. Archer count has shrunk a bit, actually. Anatan, I think he split the troops, right? There's only half the archers. Doesn't have the entire army here. Yeah, he goes north side instead. So mops up the raiding group, can come back now. That second wave, and the crossbows. Gully Deku is about to be out of troops. Oy, oy, oy. And what worries more is because your opponent's switching into crossbows, like your next steps are counted, right? So at this stage, do you go Gilded Archers? Probably not with Varangian coming. I think it's just maybe too many steps behind. Like, if Anatan doesn't push, Gully will be able to scale into Gilded Crossbows. Getting Gilded Crossbows without pressure, easy. But with a dive, I'd be surprised if he gets more than one. Dive is going to be coming in. Gully still trying to back up. Kind of revealing the real intent here, though. Horsemen are ridiculously tanky, admittedly. But there's just not enough of them. Army's going to get cleared up. Everything just basically dead. Gully, he doesn't even have the archer ranges. He could build them. Probably feels like there's still too many archers here. Army just completely cleared. Ranged armor 2 is on the way. Will there be anyone left to benefit from it, though? Oh God, he even finds the berry gathering. Yeah, he's 100% dead now. Anatan not really known for missing the timing window here. At this point, Gully has got, what, half of his economy in this game idled and running around like headless chickens. Actually, at this point, anything that isn't running is dying. So, 2-0, I'm afraid. Commiseration to the Gully. Out in the round of 16. Anatan will continue on through for a quarterfinal matchup with either Numidan or Myriad. Etta Gigi. So, we've got an hour until the Mahodo Wham series. I guess we could have a look at Core's games, right? You guys want some Core? Some Core versus Anavaku? We do Core versus Anavaku or Kaiser Johan versus Kiljadi. Let's say are the two options. Sure, why not? It's rough versus Anachad. Yeah, dude, like, I mean, he doesn't give you time to breathe, but I think that's refreshing from a spectating perspective as well. It's not, I don't call it laming or anything like that. It's not stagnant gameplay, right? It's aggressive. I think people just like that in general. From a viewer perspective, it's much more engaging. Okay, so have a look at our options here. I think let's do Kaiser Johan versus Kiljadi. Maybe we'll kick the day off with Core tomorrow. We might have time to do it later. I'm not sure how many hours exactly we'll be live because we'll have Wham versus Mahodo next. And then it'll be the quarterfinals between SAS and the winner of that immediately afterwards, okay? So actually, just give me a second. What I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to update this bracket so you guys have a picture of what we cast so far today. So yeah, we will have a round of 16 into a quarterfinals, and then we might go and do another quarterfinals. Yeah, this week is like insanely tight on like getting the games done. Wednesday is going to be a semifinals and grand finals is what we're aiming for. So probably one of the semifinals is going to be done tomorrow. So one sec, let me just update brackets. Anatan through. Dumu won his series 2-1. We still need to check in on B versus Miyamaika. Actually, maybe we should have done that one. Yeah. And then we have SAS with the 23-1. Jesus. 2-1. Spin through. Alright, one sec. Should update in a second. Boom. There you go. I know Killjoy is going to appear at some point and be like, why is my name Big K? Because it is, Grandpa. Like, back in my days, we couldn't afford big Ks. Alright. No, I hope people like the current seeding format we use. I don't think this is going to be a perfect solution that everyone's happy with, right? Wait. Hey, what's up, Zaphorus? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Back again. 6 months. What a legend. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It supports the channel. Also, feel free to like do the free things like, you know, joining the Discord, liking the tweets, making sure that you also like and upvote things on Reddit. Also, by the way, speaking of tweets, we do have a giveaway right now still going on. It'll be going on through the rest of the month. !! giveaway if you want to win yourself a top-tier USB microphone from Shure. We partnered with them. They're the ones who are powering our voice right now. We have the XLR line, but someone that's easy for you guys to work with is the USB line. Wait, why does the score say 2-0? Oh, yeah, it's because we haven't reset that. My bad. Oops. In fact, we haven't even imported the draft because I'm a muppet. Where is he? There we go. Everything correct. Let's get underway. We have a different pick here, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the channel. We've got Marlians from Kaiser Johann here on Frisian Marshes. What a weird but potentially wonderful pick. You don't really see them on this map, but it's a different time for Frisian. Yes, the sheep are incredible, but we are now talking about another map where Pro Scouts may look a little bit too tasty to resist. And Killjadi will look to join him in that party because we've got the Chinese in the hands of the Finn playing in the teal. Round of 16 here, by the way. Winner of this week up against either Core or Anavaku. Another series which I'm intrigued by, considering Anavaku took out Avali in the round of 32. So opening is, of course, going to be the standard Imperial Academy. Usually on the Scout opening, you're expecting China to do better, right? Because they have got the better vision. They should be able to see you on the rotation earlier. Johann, though, is at least competitive. We're talking about 19 cheap to 24. So will be an edge for the Chinese. But once again, that is to be expected here. Interesting Marlians versus Chinese, though. In theory, there's some kind of cool play there with Farimba. My worry is Chinese fast castle is too fast and too aggressive. And a lot of what Farimba does is crippled by Lancer spam, right? Which China can easily do with Pro Scouts. Yeah, it kind of feels like at the core of it, that's a big chunk of what's making China's Yuji so good in the current meta. It's not the only thing they can do, which is what makes them truly threatening, is the versatility. But if you think about the logic of it, it's kind of like the mounted samurai spam meta juiced up to the maximum, like turbo boosted. where a lot of people originally struggled with the Japanese mounted samurai. They kind of solved for it, right? But with China, you're talking about a civ that has a really good economy, same with Juji. They don't suffer the same crippling weakness of the Japanese, but what they do is they vomit out premium cavalry at a ridiculous pace. And I think that has been the easiest way we quite often see them getting a win. It's not the only way, right? We've seen Juganu rushes on Feudal, we've seen Mass Palace Guard and Castle, we've seen the slow roll into Nesta Bees, and I think that's what makes them so threatening. It's not just that production pacing for the opening of Lancers. You have to panic about all these surrounding plays that the Chinese can make. Final Hall is going to be remaining at 24 sheep a few minutes later. Meanwhile, Killjoy down to, what, 19. So overall, like, if you're Killjoy, you're very happy with this outcome. Pro Scouts is guaranteed on one side, not on the other. No, I think Killjoy might be looking for a bit of a shift here. Surely not. He's got 3 on gold. This has to be Pro Scouts from him as well. Just slightly delayed. So he's prioritizing the timing on the racks, right? Which makes sense. Like, if you just rush scouts here, then Pro Scouts from Malians, like the war scouts, are just better fighters, right? No, he actually gets wheelbarrow as well. This is a very interesting approach. Now, for people saying why slower, it's because you can get away with it. Remember, he has supervision. So Johan, it's going to take him still a minute. If you started now, you'd have it in half the time. Instead, it's going to be the archers. All right, that's really surprising, but kind of cool, right? So why is it cool? For a start, yeah, okay, it's going to be mirrored archers, so javelins. But the reason why it's cool is specifically against these scouts. Scouts don't get bonus damage against ranged units, right? They don't have ranged armor either. So in theory, they're actually better at sniping out scouts than spearmen. It is dangerous, though, because as we just saw, javelins are coming, right? And the archer rangers don't have value on a follow-up play into, say, Juke here. Killjoy is looking to address that. We've got spearmen as well. And still no pro scouts. So we're getting a poor man's rush. He's not going to be going straight into the Juke. He could still on a delay. What Killjoy can do here, by the way, is scale the initial troops and go for a Barbican drop. It feels as if that's what we're going to, but the spawn's a bit cursed for it. You can block both gold, but you can't like drop a Barbican deep enough to hit the TC area. To even out Pro Scouts, why not add a nerf that either loses food or slows the gather rate? I think genuinely just slowing the movement speed of the Pro Scouts is probably the easiest solution without getting overly elegant, and maybe increasing its cost. I think that works. But because the other thing, like, so to count your point, right? So one of the problems with lowering the food is if you do that, then imagine a more extreme version of deer laming, because that's what you get, right? What I mean by that is my optimal play, if I know you're going to, for example, TC drop a deer stack, would be to walk in and pick up and drop each of the deer. So you lose 350 resources, right? So that one's a bit rough. Slowing the gathering rate, I mean, once again, like what we talk about, tagging them uniquely, so the only it's the but once again, same thing. Like the efficient play is to lame your deer. So I'll still Pro Scouts mine, but I'll make sure that because you didn't go Pro Scouts, you don't get better off, right? Speed is the most obvious thing. Speed, applying a vulnerability as well also works. Like imagine if carrying a deer carcass made you take 50% more damage, which, I mean, kind of tracks. You're probably going to be worse at dodging archer shots and spear stabs if you're carrying a giant lug of deer on you. Deers on TC get gathered a bit slower than usual. I feel like that's going to just reward civs that do farms, though, right? That's a buff to English Nabba. And berry civs as well. Like, your challenge is you want to make deer play viable, but you don't want to make it dominant. You want to make Pro Scouts viable, you don't want to make it dominant. There's always going to be a meta, per se, but your ideal situation is getting it closest to the point where anything can function. Like, right now, 2TC can't function against Pro Scouts at all. It doesn't work. And all-in aggression doesn't really work against Pro Scouts either, unless you're, like, one of 3 civs out of the pool. So, Killjoy does have the Barbican coming. Reminder that we are still not seeing Pro Scouts. We did, however, see him getting survival techniques, which is intriguing. Johan has blobbed up a lot of javelins. little bit weird. I think Killjoy just goes castle here, right? I mean, he's getting an undermet. He's getting the blacksmith for the undermesh steel arrow, right? So he's legit just going to spam juke into javelins, which kind of turns them into giant porcupines. Only people who want pro scouts removed are 2TC English and fast castle HRE. I mean, I don't think that's true. Because HRE can fast castle better with pro scouts anyway. It lasts longer. I think the thing you have to keep in mind is if every game can be assumed to be pro scouts, and that is correct, that is boring. Do you guys want to know why the EGC finals was so refreshing? Because we didn't just see the same crap that we expected, right? Even when we saw the same crap, the way it was being played, you heard it said multiple times, I don't know how this one ends. That's what you want to have. That's what makes an esports scene so compelling to watch. I think in some ways that's what's made RTSs harder to market to people from a spectator sport perspective as well. And it's actually why ones that allow allow people to exceed and marvel in the micro have done better. Because when you can see the whole plan, and it's slow to move towards that plan, but it's almost a linear fashion of a guaranteed to be X and Y, it makes for a very underwhelming conclusion. Right? When you have these spectacles, these moments like clutch micros, baited plays, unknown metas, people eat it up a lot more eagerly. It's just like a game, right? Like when you go and watch, so we talk about Civ. Civ right now, people will watch it on Twitch because they haven't seen it before. They want to know if it's good. They want to see something fresh. A month from now, most people, like 90% of the people, aren't going to want to watch it anymore, right? Now, we're not going to have that completely new, like, oh my god, new game launch feeling, but by having a meta that is undiscovered and always evolving, what you get is a lot of people hanging around and not rolling their eyes and leaving because, oh my god, it is the 1500th game of Pro Scouts. That's why this one's exciting. Yes, it's Yugi new, and we have seen this a lot on Frisian, but in the Pro Scouts meta, it kind of turns the cheek a little, doesn't it? Johan, well, he doesn't even know. Oops. Oh, no. Now, is Yugi to mass javelins? So, in theory, Johan should be happy with that, right? He doesn't look happy to me. Yugi archers are going to be able to dive in. Johan was trying to scale into the ranches, so he's looking for a classic Fulani play. Rams are not going to be able to approach onto the pit mine. Needs to be careful because, of course, the javelins can chase down Jug. I mean, this is kind of difficult to win without the spear commitment, right? Spears do counter javelins, but when they're this close to home, it's difficult to do. The Ram has now started to reach into the pit mine. Donzos are going to have to react. Kind of forcing a more stationary fight. Like, I think without the Ram, this play is terrible, but with it, it makes it quite easy for Killjoy to kind of cruise through. It's going to be a dive towards the economy. It's reaching pretty deep here. Pit mine is down. So next on the chopper block should be the houses. Can Johan survive this? I mean, he has got ranches slowly adding in, right? It does kind of in some ways feel like Killjoy's on a bit of a clock here. The Juganu numbers aren't really going down, right? Kind of just feels like the gap is growing between them and the javelins, and even more so now, because the reason why this is such a sick play, Johan's counterplay is javelins, guys. Would you like to point to where he's going to get the gold for those? Boom. He snuck out, but it's only 5 villages, right? As time goes on, it's going to kind of feel difficult to keep up with this. And more Rams are on the way. Oh my god, he knows. He knows! I mean, he's looking at this right now going, how are you still affording javelins? You should be down to 75 gold a minute. He scouts out the play. So you continue to commit in the meantime. Spearman. I'm going to start baiting the fire onto them. This is such a classic Killjoy way to play a game. I love the fact that we're starting to see Killjoy play Chinese. But he's not playing... Like, he only decided to start playing Chinese when the meta changed to enable aggression. When the Shiganu rushes became more viable. When the 1TC all-in plays made more sense. That's when this guy wanted to become a Chinese main. Damn good meta to be on the Chinese like this. I think the crazy thing as well is like you almost expect people to just ban Chinese. It's the meta. It's logical. Get rid of it. But KillerPigeon specifically has a history of just ignoring the Civ and treating it a bit like a meme. So it's almost like that's turned into an advantage here. Like if you're thinking about it instinctually, or if you're not even instinctually, if you're just thinking about it in a reactionary phase, you almost muscle memory ban Chinese. But then if you think about the player, you might for a second think, oh, I mean, he's not going to pick that. He'll be fine. Take a break? Why? You want my casting schedule? You want to take my slot? No, I'm kidding. Why do I need a break? Gotta make money. Gotta make content. Gotta keep building this incredible community. And oh no, he's been seen going. It's 10 villages now. And he is hunting. He's resecured the base. Johan has got the gold vein going back up, but he needs to find a counterplay because those villages are in no man's land, about to get nuked. Oh yeah, you're in the second group's already patrolling. I mean, the scout's gonna see it, right? So villagers are cut off. Just great micro by KillerPigeon. He's just surrounding entirely, and Johan, he panic reacts. Doesn't go in for the dive. Tries to react to the play instead. The crossbows, well, the repeater crossbows rather, should be able to cut him off. Yeah, no textiles. They're about to get shredded. Keep talking when you should be walking. 5 down. The other one's got cut off. That is now a 20+ eco lead for KillerPigeon. And Castle Age on the way. Johan, he has offset some of it. And I really mean only some of it. It's 2 ranches. So what could Johan have done different here? I think scouting was a big part of the problem. I mean, he was scaling javelins, right? But it's the crippling weakness of that spawn. Malians in general and Frisian feels a little bit problematic. Like your opponent had what? Zhuji Chinese, Jean French. A lot of those civs is going to make you uncomfortable, right? Zhuji and Chinese in particular. Because the fast castle builds. He did have Rus, Byzantines, Delhi. I know, kind of wild, but maybe this is the map for Delhi. Like, I get you want to save Delhi for a theoretically better map, but it's so obtuse and unexpected. Like, Chinese has to be one of the most expected civs here, right? Chinese or Delhi. Biz on this map. We have seen a few Biz plays. Back when we had this in rotation, Wham and Poppy Paw would do it a lot, and the whole idea is you basically just build outposts, sometimes 2 TC, and you let them dive you. But remember, we're in a different meta, right? So I don't think that works as good as a go-to strategy. KillerPigeon, man. He's just fully circling like a shark. It's time to bring that hamburger together. You're the bun, Johan's the meat. But this patty might be a little bit too fat to sink your teeth into. He just wants the villages. He's coming at it from every side. Well, he might lose the army, but Johan's going to lose all the economy. He's just targeting them down. He knows he can't beat the javelins, right? Take the villages with you. It's a double up. At pre-20 minutes, 68 to 34 villages. KillerPigeon now just flooding horsemen. Yeah, Johan should know this is the end. He's going to have to rush the enemy base and hope that KillerPigeon doesn't have more, but look at the military count. He hasn't fallen behind after losing those troops. He's only pulling ahead. And reminder, these are now veteran Duke. The damage is decent into javelins. You'll still lose a one-on-one, but it's never a one-on-one fight. Being expected French here and want to snipe it with Malians? I mean, I think Chinese is a bit too delectable to skip on this map, right? And it's Oases and Dry Arabia, right? You're not going to pick Chinese for Oases. Dry Arabia, maybe. I just feel at that point, Frisian is a better map. I have to wonder, would it have been better if it was Zhuji? Maybe. But the Zhuge Nu spam comes earlier. Like, you kind of have a similar issue, just at a different timing. It's time and game 1 is over. Johan, the Marlians are not going to be able to deliver a crazy win on Frisian. Unorthodox pick. Definitely not an unorthodox outcome. This is why you ban China versus a China. There he is. Of course, the infamous Chinese main, KillerPigeon's. Rivals Dumu's games played on Chinese, you know, which is incredible considering that KillerPigeon is his second least played Civ on his main. But clearly that's because he has 15 Smurfs he just doesn't want you to know about. We only know about the duck. We don't know about all the other ones. Interesting bet coming in from Medimash. He thinks that we're going to be seeing Myriad versus Anasand. That's ballsy. I mean, Myriad has been slaying in the round of 16s at least. So it's possible. And also, what's that? There's someone in YouTube chat's like, stop trying to make Age of Empires 4 into Warcraft 4 because of active abilities in a game that already has active abilities. You'd have an argument against me here if I'd opened by saying, let's have every Civ have hero units. But we didn't say that. It's not quite the same thing. And, you know, crazy thought here. Warcraft isn't the only game to do active abilities. All right, so Dry Arabia for game 2. Rus versus Zhuji. Yeah, I feel like when you talk about active abilities, more people think about StarCraft for the casters, right? The spell casting. Wait, someone has a 23-hour queue. What? How? Like, how? I feel like someone just unplugged their internet. Yeah, I know, Black Guy, I saw. I think there's plenty of games that have active abilities, though. Like, Jesus Christ, like, I'm playing Halo Wars at the moment. That literally has a little mini menu where you activate abilities from it for resources, like healing on the spot and stuff like that, right? There's plenty of games that have offered up active abilities over the years. Age of Mythology lets you cast a giant freaking earthquake. In a lot of ways, actually, suggesting some active abilities on units is quite tame by comparison. Oh my god. Wait. This means that KillerPigeon is a Chinese main. We've got Chinese and we've got Zhuji picks now. Alright. 2025 was a new year of KillerPigeon. Gone are the days of the aggressive... Wait, no, this Civ's can Zhuge Nu rush. I don't know if you want to be Zhuge Nu rushing this particular Civ. In theory, Zhuge really good into the horse archer spam. I think there is a timing in mind here that Zhuji can do that Chinese can't, where they can ram rush the Rus. The challenge is this Civ doesn't need to touch the goal to get age 3. So we'll see what he wants to do. The deer spawn is definitely good for aggression. This is kind of nutty. 3 deer stacks pretty much in like a linear pattern towards the enemy base. So as you spawn in new troops, you can kind of block your opponent here by rallying through. Do we have a broken meditation garden? We don't. No. Like, there's nothing insane here. He can basically go for, like, maybe double gold and clip some food. That might be his best bet, right? Is, like, getting 50 gold, 12 food, 30 wood. It's not bad. Does AoE4 even have a Civ without active abilities? I think Abbas's, yeah. Monks are targeted Wallow? Wait, they don't have that ability anymore, right? Then they remove it. Because now Culture Wing is Preservation Knowledge, Healing, and then finally... Oh, wait, they moved it to the monastery, didn't they? Yeah. Okay. So they have one active ability. I mean, technically a classic wall lol is also an active ability. Ah, there you go. Technically, every single Civ has an active ability because of Monk wall lols. Boom. H3 don't? No, they have wall lols too. We're standing by this notion. It counts. Also, they have E-repairs. Emergency repairs for HRE. So, Minigun coming in, Golden Gate on the other side. He did pull it away from the tree line. Yeah, so he just chose all the food. Makes sense, actually. Don't know why I didn't think it would reach the gold. So that's 50 gold, 36 food, and probably about, like, 5 or 6 wood. A respectable one. Exactly the type of resources you guys would need if you want to go for a Zhuge Nu all-in timing. However, with 2 people still on gold, this is looking an awful lot like Pro Scouts. New probably for Johan. He did go for the free scout opener. And the bounty, not so plentiful. 12 sheep to 13. What you want to do now is Johan is come back here and push these deer in. Right? Because you can't get Pro Scouts in a rush. What you can do is remove one of the deer stacks from the map straight away. And Johan is slowly but surely building a giant silhouette of a PP on the minimap. Wait, no, guys, it makes sense. Johan is a Paradox developer. Normally, we call this SimCitying, but it's clear that he's been playing a lot of City Skylines. So this is City Skylining. Just going to build all the buildings nice and neat in block formation. So Pro Scout's coming in 15 seconds. I mean, does Killjoy just rush Castle Age then? Is that the same Johan? Yeah. We discovered this recently. You do think a lot about building placement. It's kind of interesting you chose AoE 4. You know what I mean? Like, in a way, it is kind of interesting because, like, I'm not saying building placement doesn't matter, but the initial building placement in, like, 4 compared to Myth, 2, etc. Because in those games, these are walls, right? But in 4, they're only checkpoints. It's a very different dynamic. Definitely matters still, but yeah. You're kind of treating them like a natural protection layer, actually. Placement only matters in the first 10 minutes, in my opinion. Oh, yeah? Tell that to my giant Great Wall Gatehouse drops. So, Pro Scout's coming in soon, but we already have the deer being dragged back by Kijadi. Horseman reaction. And yeah, Johan is going for the deer shove. A little bit late on the timing, though. Wondering what he was doing otherwise. Oh, he's going for a double deer shove. Now, that's cool in theory, but that's also quite micro-intensive. Do we have maybe gaps in the optimal timing is what I'm wondering here. Yeah, we've just reached the point of grabbing them now. Kaiser has cow APM? Whoa, that's rude. Although we can actually conclude quite easily what Kaiser Johan's APM is, just by asking him, on average, what year do you quit out of a Europa Universalis game? Because if it's before the 1500s, are you having that many wars? Actually, I guess if he's done like a speed run for World Conquest, it'd be a lot of APM. So, in a weird way, Europa may be great APM practice. A little bit of poke here, but Killjoy, that is not going to be a dive you want to be a part of. Spin is going to go down. Only EU4 MP requires APM. You're a pauser. You mean you don't challenge yourself to not use the pause functionality? I mean, I thought you'd want to prep yourself for that, considering for years on AoE4 you didn't have the option. You know what I need to, like, organize? I need to, like, get a bunch of my influencer friends together and organize a big Europa Universalis showdown where every once in a while you just, like, pause and have a council coming together where everyone has, like, an open forum. You know what? It wouldn't work, though. It wouldn't work. The reason it wouldn't work is, like, you can do that with a less complicated strategy game with new players. I think Europa would be a bit confusing. I can already see half of the lobby with over 200% overextension. Which, for those who don't know, that's the quickest way to like kill a country. So High Trade House is going to be coming in. Johan has just gone for the greedy tech play, as expected here. Archer Rangers haven't been laid in yet, but the wood's being gathered for that. Other side is just going to be mirrored, though. So Shallow Monster is coming through. Kildadi could just rush Horseman here. Nothing to really stop him. You don't understand how EU games work? Welcome to the internet. Yeah, a lot of people will open that game, go, huh? And then close the game. I gotta give it to them. It's actually impressive how many people play Europa Universalis for how complicated of a game it is. But you have to remember they've been building that audience up for over, I think it's over 20 years at this stage, right? There are certain games where it takes a lot of effort to get in, but once you're in, you're hooked. And you won't leave. And as a man with hundreds upon hundreds of hours in Europa, I can shamefully say it happened. Same for a lot of you of Age of Empires 4. Right? You couldn't get your friend through the past the starting line, but you're obsessed. So, check out complete. We actually have Lancers coming. He didn't go for the Horseman play. This is good for Johan. It means the opening's going to be pretty favored towards him, with Horse Archers coming out of triple range right now. But it is a race. The clock is ticking. Shaolin Monks are already moving out for the relics. Already 2 in the field, 3rd one on the way. I have a feeling these Horse Archers are wasting their efforts in the wrong location right now. He's being pinned in by 2 horsemen. By the time he gets out of the base, it's going to be 3 relics, if not 4, banked for the Zhuji. It's huge dedication, learning what you're looking at. I think Europa has more of an instructional manual logic about it than AoE 4. So, like, AoE 4, Dota 2, Europa Universalis. Order them 1, 2, 3. Which game you think is the hardest to get into? 1 being the hardest. Because if I don't see AoE 4 as free for everyone, I'm gonna be shocked. If you've played all 3, you know. AoE 4 is by far the most approachable of those 3 games. Dota 2, it's a meme that we just don't have a tutorial that works. No one really understands the tutorial to the extent that they can play the game. You just have to play it and get used to it. EU4 really requires a lot of Wikipedia reading to get started. And then AoE4 is just like more intuitive. Pick it up and try it. Do you cast Dota 2 any time? Oh, I've cast a lot of Dota 2 over the years. I haven't really had much involvement in the last, say, 2 years, but cast the group stage at TI, cast major events, travel around the world, work on that game. Loved it. Okay, so he does at least block the relic grab north, but this is still going to be 4 relics, right? Yeah, 3rd one's coming in. 4th one is being guarded by a scout right now. I think Johan just got kind of bait and switched here. And Kildadi, he still has knights, right? So the thing he's going to do is just dive into the enemy base, which is going to force a reaction of Johan coming back home to defend himself again. Aim in the arse. Never played AoE series before AoE 4, and in one eye I said to myself, I don't understand it much, but I'm getting satisfaction. Yeah. Like for me, I played around with European Universalis 3 a little bit, and I remember getting 4 and being like, oh wow, this is much easier. And much more rewarding. It's almost like I'd suffered enough, you know? You know a good example of a game where like I think most people just pick up and play it? Heroes are Might and Magic free. I actually believe that. Maybe I'm wrong, but my feeling on HOM free is without knowing too much, you can intuitively pick up and play the game. But if you watch people play that at the highest level, it's like every single tile of movement matters each turn, right? But at a low level, you don't care. That's another example of a game that is fantastically approachable, but has such a high skill ceiling that if you ever wanted to be a pro, you would have to pay attention to every minute movement. And Kildadi with the BM reminder that Johan does not have relics. He's a poor, poor man. Dota is simpler to start because you only have one unit. I think AoE or RTS in general are the hardest. Think about it this way. One, pacing. You know, with the StarCraft retirement home, because you can actually play this game at high level with low APM. The other thing to keep in mind is that Dota 2, one of the biggest deterrents to people continue to play a game is not knowing what the hell's going on. Dota 2 is a giant myriad of I don't know what happened. When I first played Dota 2, I was like, well, this is OP, this is OP. I remember my first few months was basically saying everything was OP. Because you just don't understand it, right? AoE 4, RTS, slow pace, easy to digest, understand a counter system that's pretty linear and makes sense and historically has been used in so many games. And then also the historical reference. This is a guy with a bow on a horseback. Probably going to raid me. This is a guy heavily armored, a knight. Oh, that spear will probably counter him. It all just makes sense, right? Or most of it at least makes sense. It's very intuitive. Compared to, for example, StarCraft, where you actually really need to play through the campaign to understand. Like, if it wasn't for how good StarCraft's campaigns are, I wonder how many people would have bothered, right? They have the magical blinking ninjas. Yeah, but you just assume they're BS, because ninjas are always BS, you know? They never fight fair. So when you see someone Shinobi, you just call them a dirty player. How dare they be so dishonorable? I'm still hitting here. Unfortunately, losing a lot of horse archers to a spearman doesn't feel great. Let's go put them neck and neck on work account, right? But the big difference here is in the relics. Relics sacred size all of it. Oh, and I forgot about the biggest part about Dota 2. Those other two games, you don't have to have people screaming at you over a public game telling you you're an idiot doing everything wrong. It's a very big, important part. But he's telling me what to do. Yes, but you don't know what any of it means. What is a BKB? What is a tri-lane? What is gank? Gives you a whole new perspective. You can scream in AoE4, yeah, but people don't hear you necessarily. I don't know even know if the in-game VoIP is on by default. 2TC from Johan. We don't have a mirror play from KillJadi yet, but what we do have is a crap ton of Jugunu. Oh boy. The reason why you get more mental pressure when you play AoE is because you have to do everything and you feel the pressure of your mistakes. In Dota 2, sometimes you might be like, oh, this team sucks, I have to do everything. But you've just registered that the team sucks and you can blame them for the mistakes. It's not your fault. Ta-da! That's coming in. Walls aren't up. Johan's in trouble. He's got a decent amount of men at arms here, but there's also crossbows in the formation for KillJadi. More coming. Yeah, no counter dive, right? Like, really, these horse archers need to be going into the enemy base. It feels bad when you're being dove like this, but what are they meant to do in the fight? If you bring horse archers over here, you might as well just queue them up on the conveyor belt in the glue factory. It's a death sentence. No one hears my screams at the game every 1v1. You just need to start streaming like Crackety, man. TTC now from KillJadi. This horse archer raid feels a little bit late. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, KillJadi got backed off of the dive by it. You could argue that the horse archers coming back were kind of mandatory. I still wonder if you could have just done more damage as Cav here. Oh, God. Luckily, no, this is quick enough. Oh, my God. Jesus, Kaivari, that's just depressing. Not sure how you guys managed it. If I play team games, I blame myself for everything that happens? Are you Canadian? I'm just expecting... Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. You should have heard me back in my Dota 2 streaming days. Oh, boy. Ironically blaming everyone else. Okay, not everyone else, but highlighting the mistakes. We were critical. It was fair. But then we would glaze over the fact we were doing something weird, like playing a carry as a support. Sorry, my bad. Your TC's idle. I should have pinged. Okay, so that right there is an insult disguised as an apology. You just flamed someone for failing to produce villages. Nice try, Kavayu. I see through your niceness. Oh god, there's nothing nice about this though. He came for the berries. He stayed for the blood. Johan does at least get the early warning by going around the other side of the tree line. He'll shift north side. It's a staging point though. Killjadi could easily just set up a siege workshop from here. And look at that, a ranged ram. That's right, they existed before Kara siphons. Johan's going back for another raid. He's still got 22 horse archers in theory. Should be a lot of damage he can do here. This is really important for Killjadi, by the way, like leveraging this, because look at his food. He's not making a farm transition, right? He's playing on limited resources here. Meanwhile, Johan was basically setting this up to be a long game, right? If this game could go long enough, you'd actually favor the Swede here. Instead, you might have to press F and pay respect. Reb's now starting to arrive. Johan has got his own trebuchets to try and deal with this. He also set his farms up in a good way, right? It's nowhere near this attack point. Like, actually, for Killjadi, hitting this tree line would have made a lot more sense. Would have put him right next to the farmlands area, pretty much ruining Johan's game. So, Johan kind of dodged a bullet. Some ways, a 50-50. Not really, right? Like, Killjadi always wanted the food here. But something, luck of spawn, I guess. He's gonna start just torching through the buildings. Does Killjadi need to go farms? He has got a granary ready. There's a timing that you could end the game before that, though. Your opponent's going more range, so if you just switch Nest of Bees, Mecha Strat does win. Voice Fortune also coming in from Johan. We have got a raid on the backside, though. Horse Archer is sneaking in. It's down a few. Okay, so for Killjadi, like, this has to be the mecha build, right? He's got the trebs. Count out to, what, 2? No Nest of Bees, though. You have no vision to keep you to that wood line? Well, that's your damn fault for not continuing to chop through. You had time, Johan. He hadn't finished the keep yet. It's rude to leave before cleaning your plate, all right? Did your parents teach you no good manners? I imagine not. With a name like Kaiser Johan, I almost imagine you the kid at the table like, I want ice cream! The very aggressive and weirdly middle-aged man voice for a 10-year-old, but yes. Rebs are going off the housing here. Wait, Johan hasn't noticed. Uh-oh. Johan still hasn't noticed. I don't think that Johan is noticing. I like the subtlety of just switching over onto the production buildings now. Keep is about to be brought down, though. And the Nest of Bees just got queued up. Now, this is important. If Johan's quick about the strike, no knobs equal very easy fight. If he's just a tiny bit too slow, though. Oh my god, he gets the extra villages in just in time. The castle's still up. Wait, he switched targets. He went for the enemy trebuchets instead. No, surely not. It felt like it was so close. Now he may just be so far. Flash comes in. Needs to start stepping away. Killjadi does have the Nest of Bees now arriving here. There's not a front line right now for KillerPigeon, though. Starts to stand his ground. He needs to pull away. So he's microing away the crossbows, leaving the Shuginu as the front line. Behind this, we have got a backstab attempt, but reinforcements are arriving and they're cutting off the horse archers. The keep remains, despite the fact that Johan looked like he was making progress here. With the castle still up, there's no way he can break through. Trebuchets start to return to burning it down. But while this is happening, we now have the granaries added in by KillerPigeon, so all of a sudden a bit more longevity, a bit more life for him in this game. My trade house about to go down as well. It's 3 Nest of Bees soon. 2 already in the field. And because the men-at-arms got cleared, it's basically range now for Johan, right? Like, 2/3 of his comp can be countered by Nest of Bees. Even mangoes at this stage do not like fighting Nest of Bees. It's not until Imperial Age where you favor mangoes. The trips! Oh, are you kidding me? Could you have asked for a more perfect shot there? That was vile. Castle will survive. These trebuchets come pre-installed with a 4AX sniper scope. On to the golden game. All landmarks on this screen. I just don't know how you can test this now. It's 3 Nest of Bees, 25 crossbows. It's a tall order. He has at least got the gold gathering on the backside, the berries as well. So theoretically, he could flood plenty of men-at-arms into this, but it's crossbow mass, right? You need something else. That's the B shots. He's starting to creep in here. I mean, it makes sense. Your opponent doesn't have horsemen. First it was trebuchets killing Trebs, and now it's the Nest of Bees turn. Gets the reload shot out. Does kind of cancel it. A bad rally as well, so Trebuchet goes down. The Palace Guard are now starting to arrive. Not ideal against mass crossbows, sure. All he really needs are these knobs. Doesn't quite finish the mango. But both of them, remember, have villagers up here. So they both have the ability to repair siege. Johan is going to need to focus on repairing something else, though. That's his final landmark. Wait as long as he could to reproduce the army. He's officially out of time, and with 5 trebuchets, it's very little time left. He has to go. It just calls it. He doesn't think he can, so GG comes out. It's going to be a 2-0 victory for KillerPigeon. An ambitious attempt by Johan, but that keep drop, absolutely cursed. For a moment, if he got that down, I think we have a very different game. But what do you guys think? Could we have had a game 3 if this keep fell? Or was it always looking like KillerPigeon? Oy, oy, oy. So, wait, did I not put the score in? My bad. What the hell? I'm a bit of a sleepy day. Alright, so we have got T minus 5 Minois until Wham versus Mahodo. Let me check if they're online, because sometimes you have this situation where one of them is already online, so we have to wait. We don't have time for another full series. Don't know if Mahodo is here or Wham is here already. But yeah, they are scheduled for the hour mark, so literally 7 minutes from now. He finally caught up on EGC. Yep, absolutely wild. Wild events. So let me see if they actually have Le Draft. Let me close some of these draft tabs, because we've got quite a lot of them open, actually. So reminder, what we're going to be doing now, we're going to be looking at good old Wham versus Mahodo. And then immediately after that series, we should have SAS versus the winner of that best of 3. Okay? And then we might look to squeeze 1 or 2 other series in. We'll see how it goes. So We might look to round out with B versus Miyamaika. And that should line up for Dimmu versus the winner of that tomorrow. We'll also look to cover Numenor Myriad into Anatan's series tomorrow. And then we do at some point need to see Core and Avaku and the winner of that against Killjadi. So yeah, very busy start to the week, as it always is. Exactly why you don't want to miss out on all the games, because there's plenty that come up on this channel. But let me quickly... What I'll do is update the bracket, because we did just see another series. Nice hoodie. Thank you, thank you. You know, I like this hoodie. You ready? I don't know if you guys can see it. It's actually an Elgato hoodie. So yeah, we've got like the Elgato logo embroidered all along there. It's very clean looking, man. I usually take the hoodies size down, but it's cozy. Might be a bit sweaty actually today after the physiotherapy. All right, let me update that bracket though. Did you win the mic giveaway? We don't know yet. But if you want to bribe me, now remember the giveaway is going to run through to the end of the month. And then we'll announce a winner. Exclamation mark giveaway if you want to sign up for that, by the way, guys. So. Oh, by the way, like, you guys, are we going to see Beastie qualifying for the German lad? I noticed his name on the sign-ups, but when we asked him yesterday, he was like, he's not sure. I think we might take this moment as well to eat a little snack. Eat one of my bars while we got like a few minutes. I need to get a new snack partner, actually. We're not with Protein Works anymore. We're just clearing out the last of the supply, basically. It's been I'll be honest, it has been a struggle to like find new brands at the moment activating in gaming. It's a bit of a calming moment. One second, I just need to connect with some. Surfshark not take me? Apparently not. I mean, so this is one of the weird things, right? It's kind of hard to activate a sponsor lots in one scene. Here's the logic. If I do a really good job selling X VPN brand on EGC's channels, they're going to reach technical market saturation who's going to buy. At that point, if they're a sales-driven brand, which Surfshark definitely is, they don't want to integrate again, at least anytime soon on EGC, but they then won't want to integrate with necessarily all the other creators. There are exceptions, but like that's a thing you have to be mindful of. It's different when it's an exposure play. When a brand is more interested in finding eyeballs onto the product, they'll want to integrate. But some brands are very, very like sales oriented. In fact, I'd say a lot of brands have made that switch at the moment, which is making it much harder to find activations in the gaming space at the moment. So, the statement about interviewing Marine Lord, it's always an awkward thing to shoe into a show, especially when it's an online show. You also have to have the correct environment, the correct timing, the correct style. I can do loser interviews. I'm very, very confident in that. But you have to have the things in place. So give the player, for a start, enough time to calm and reflect, to process their feelings. This is something that like traditional sports has really well for the major events. You'll do loser interviews, but you won't do them straight away. You basically have the person go off to a room that is specifically tailored and designed for someone who just lost a game to sit there. It's very important because there's a lot going on, there's a lot of emotion, and some people think it's good to capture that emotion. You can still capture that emotion, but you do it at the right pace. You don't just ram an interview down their throat. Depends what the link is. You man up and be an adult. Okay, you go compete. Well, like, you go put 200 plus hours a month into grinding, and I'll interview you after you get 3-0 wiped by Anatan. The word is empathy. That's why I know I can do those interviews well. You don't just get that type of interview and ask him about 80 Bunty, you know? It's not about the player. It partially is. Oh, what? You're linking my old... Yeah, dude, that's an old highlight reel. Good lord. It's all about your approach, your attitude, your environment. I still think one of the best loser interviews I've ever seen in esports was done by Machine interviewing Bulba, where he could see Bulba was on the verge of tears. So he bluntly just said, I'm not going to sugarcoat this with questions to force what you want to say. You clearly have a lot of emotion right now. I'm going to hand you the microphone, which, by the way, is a dangerous thing for any interviewer to do. You have to trust the person you're interviewing a lot for that. I'm going to hand you the microphone. I'm going to let you say whatever comes to your mind. Wonder if I can find that, actually. Whoops, wrong camera. All right, there we go. So, see if we can find that one. Motion is good. Yes, motion is great. But it's all about time and place. Taking a shit is a good feeling when you are really constipated. Doesn't mean you should walk out in the middle of your street and do it in the middle of the street like a dog. So, let me see if I can find this. No, you didn't miss Wham game. We're just waiting for them to draft now. Should happen in a second. Why not? I don't know. I think cops might just come by and have something to say about it. I can't find it. I don't know, chat. I don't know if anyone has the link. It's a great interview. It seems like it's disappeared from the internet, which is a shame because it is actually a really good interview. Oh, here you go. So, 1 second. Are we... Draft hasn't started yet. Here you go. Now, your RTS fans should notice that guy, by the way.
I'm going to take a moment to head over to Machine, who's going to have a conversation with Bulba from DC.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined by Bulba, a man with such true grit, determination and passion for Dota that I think a lot of people in the scene try and emulate, and now I have the unfortunate task of kind of walking our way through the your departure here, dude. Yeah, it's cool. So I guess I'm just going to give you the microphone now and see what comes naturally.
I mean, it felt good. I had a rough start to the year after TI6, and I'm really proud of how far my team's come. I'm kind of sad. I'm super bittersweet that it ended like this. I knew we had a lot more potential. Just some things went wrong, and it just feels sad. It's this is always then. It feels like the end of end of everything after you lose TI. That's all we really enjoy. But I know tomorrow I'm probably going to wake up and talk to my mom and dad and maybe feel a bit better, but I can't get rid of this sting. It's too much, regardless of what, so it's just super depressing.
And I'm not going to keep him any longer, but I think, if anything, this is just evident of the investment that a lot of these players have in this game. Thank you, Bulba. Thank you for taking that time, dude, and I think we'll hug it out.
It's this is the type of approach you have to have, right? It's not time to ask them why their strategy sucked or anything like that. And this whole, oh yeah, we do it on traditional sports. Okay, here's the thing for you. On traditional sports, here's one of the big catches. Did they just do the wrong draft? They did, yeah. So here's one of the catches. Traditional sports do loser interviews in LAN environments. You're talking about an online event. It's once again different, I think. I do agree that more tournaments in LAN environments would benefit from loser. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is round. Yeah, this is they have the correct draft. My brain's weird. It's round 16. Remember, so BO3 series after this would be BO5. But online events is a bit different. I also think you're just expecting way too much from a small online events broadcast. Really, scale logically. Jesus, how many people at the start of the day were asking me for a freaking sheep counter? Do you know how hard those things are to implement? And I ain't even memeing. They are actually hard to implement. Okay, so we've got Dry Arabia Coastal Cliffs. Let me just type all that in. Oof. When does your sub badge turn into an eagle? Is it 12? Might be 12. It's either 12 or 18, I think. And by the way, another big part of it is in traditional sports. The other reason why you see loser interviews so often is they're interview trained. Pass me the budget to get people interview trained. If you want the realistic nature of what you get in esports, is because they aren't all interview trained. But once again, within that, the whole example traditional sport does it. Yeah, they send them to a room. They actually give them time. They let them process their feelings a bit before interviewing them. It's even more important for that environment because it's live TV. Traditional sports, the person being interviewed makes $10 million a year. Yeah. I always hate when we just go straight towards traditional sports comparisons. I'm going to let you in on a big secret. A lot of what makes esports great is the stuff that isn't from traditional sports. The relatability, the personification, the closeness that players have to their community. The almost nonchalant, less serious in some situations nature of the dynamics, right? All of it. I think there's consistently to this day too much obsession over what traditional sports does, as if esports needs to do it. I think if anything, there's clear examples where actually traditional sports could learn from esports. But I think for a while now, there's been this belief that we need to be sports and that'll be good. And we chased that tail for a few years. And where did we end up, guys? We ended up on the verge of an esports winter. We're still on the verge of an esports winter. We just basically delayed the esports winter while we chilled out in the Middle East because they are injecting millions and millions into esports right now while everyone else is scared and not wanting to. So I don't know, man. I think just because traditional sports, I'm not saying we shouldn't look and go, oh, that's cool that traditional sports does that. But I don't think we should just default always think, well, other sports do it. Let's be different. Beastie played 150 matches in a row. That's crazy. Damn. do you mean 150? You mean 15? What? So actually why esports interviews are better, not just, yeah, you know, we had a good chance, we need to play our system. Yeah, exactly. Right? Or my favorite one, when you'd interview Steven Gerrard, and you could basically have a like counter, and half the words in the interview, or at least a third of the words in the interview, was literally the word like. Damn. Just give your audience what it deserves. Okay, careful with the word deserve, mate. I go above and beyond to give the audience everything and anything I can. Quite often at a financial negative, like much of esports. You want to be very careful punting out the word deserves. That's a dangerous word. Because deserve... Okay, yeah, but like in general, though, what I'm saying, though, is like when you say deserves, that brings entitlement. And the reason you need to be careful with that term is when we become entitled, we become spoiled. When we become spoiled, expectations go too high, right? And that, like, that's how you end up in the esports bubble again. Because people always want everything. I get you want to hear from Marine Lord, right? You love Marine Lord, yeah. But instead of just wanting a million things, what about the positives that you're getting? Right? The sheep count was a big level up. The villager count plus the income, big level up. The active replays, big level up. EGC got a lot of things right with this last event. It's okay to ask for next things, right? I'd like this, but wanting the moon instead of wanting Vietnam, you know? Big level up? A level up. All right, Jesus, calm down. Jump into replay. Dude, we literally had a live replay in the middle of a game. Do you not see that? We don't do that. That's new. Usually that crap gets compiled and showed at the end of a series or at the end of a game. But it was literally in the middle of one. After a big fight in the grand finals. Yeah. And by the way, don't take this like... Don't ask for the next thing, the bigger thing. Right? Don't take that as me saying that. But also, it's important to understand the logistical nightmares and the limitations and everything else involved, right? You don't even get loser interviews on major esports events that have a crew of 40 plus production and a 12 plus talent available on the given day, right? A lot of esports productions don't like doing loser interviews because the thought process now is that it makes what's meant to be a positive experience and moment negative. I've talked with large production crews, and that's actually the reasoning recently why they moved away from it. You really do need the right person to deliver them. And even then, like, it's a matter of scale and budget, right? Vortex long range berry gathering, right? It's just like freaking etched it into his brain, into his memory. He'll never forget when he didn't do the optimal gathering. Oh dear, oh dear. One second. Sorry, just double checking a message. We're just waiting for the lads to start the game now. The more we ask, the more that gets done is a good thing. Production crew is leveling up. That's a big deal. Sure, but it doesn't mean the money's leveling up. And that's the real problem. Once again, it all comes back to budget. Oh, so let me just... We're just 4 minutes in until in game. putting the crown jewels on when you make minimum wage is exactly how esports ended up in the current conundrum it is in. So yeah. Gotta level it up at a reasonable pace. Because this is the thing as well. Like, if you guys think about the current budgeting scheme, so viewership was good on the last event, but viewership on the events previously was quite bad, right? The team tournament was a very specific style of people. The Age of Mythology tournament was down compared to this tournament's viewership. So the most recent events, like, not great. But from a production standpoint, you still always had an observer, even though the numbers went down. And in some cases, you had 2 observers. So that already adds an additional cost, right? Let's assume that casters and production get paid the same. You've already increased your cost by 33%. Right? There's so many hidden costs. I think quite often it's kind of weird because you don't want to, like, it's hard to educate the esports crowd into the cost of an event without almost feeling like you're mansplaining and pandering them to pay you out. But, like, there is a lot of cost, right? Like, I have hidden costs. I have graphic artists. I have an admin, right? Like, I've talked about this before. I don't make crap tons of money from content creation right now. Nowhere near crap tons, right? We're still trying to reach the point where we're in positive, like, money flow. So I'm investing, right? And what are the costs for me? So with the tournament series, like I said, it's the admins, the graphics. Then it's just the extra stuff like genuinely power, internet, etc. All these things you need to just do these things. Then you got the opportunity costs of, like, if you're spending time on this, you're spending less time on other things, right? So it's like, and I'm small scale. I'm just an individual content creator running tournaments. But then you're talking about, like, EGC running a tournament sequence with additional costs, right? Hey, you Fasa. I'm not doing too bad. Hope your day's going well. What is up, Rice Sharante? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the prime sub. That helps a little bit, getting us closer to the break-even mark, so I appreciate you. What's usually the proportionate cost to organize to prize money? 50-50? Not even close. Depends on the event, though. So, like, a perfect example of this is, you see ESL run a $500,000 prize pool tournament in a stadium. That stadium alone cost them $2 million plus to rent for the week, right? And then you get these production bands that you need that are $50K plus a day. Then you have to fly out 16 teams of 5 players each. Let's presume each of those people is going to cost you, in terms of flights plus hotel, $2,000 each. You see how it all adds up? Now, obviously, we're talking scale there instead of, like, remote online event, but that's what I mean. It's variable. So, let's assume that for EGC to run their tournament, how many weekends was it, chat? Was it 6? 5, right? Thank you very much, Octavius Rex. Thank you. Appreciate the prime sub. Appreciate the compliments. Bomb Swarm. So let's assume 6 weeks, right? I'm going to say the cost is, and I don't have the exact figures, but I'm going to assume it's about $1,200 a day to run that production. Maybe more. I'm being very charitable. It should be more. But $1,200 a day times 6. Right, so we are at $7,200 in production costs alone there, potentially. Probably more. And thank you, Marv. Appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Legend. Thank you. Enjoy your subs, folks. But, like, that's a preview of a, like, low-end budget. Realistically, it should be a lot higher. You guys have heard the numbers I've given on what I, as a caster, can charge for, like, a high-tier tournament. Something's not profitable, why continue? I have to assume it's investment. There's an assumption that it'll eventually pay off, but there's also an element of we people in esports are very, very, I don't want to call us stupid, but we could do better things with our time financially. A lot of esports has been driven forward over the years off of people's passion. And there are bad agents that come into the scenes and exploit that time and time again. But, like, I've highlighted this before, right? If I continued as a software dev and looked to excel at what I was doing, I could have probably easily made a lot more money than I did from esports. But I do it because I love it. I love the crap out of it. Same with the content creation. And maybe I'll win the lotto and I'll become a 3,000 average viewer streamer and then I'll make good money, right? I don't make bank now. Not many do. It's hard out there, man. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Welcome back to the channel. We've got HRE vs Order of the Dragon, the old versus the new for this opening game between Mahodo and Wham. Who rushes the Dark Age Spear Rusher? The Order of the Dragon do. Look at that. An immediate scout as well. Wham hasn't set up a tower. He just needs to rush the gold. He's got 3 out here right now. You do have the extra carry capacity, but that's not going to be enough for the current macro. So this Spearman could prove to be a blocker. Wham just trying to ignore it until the bitter end. He's going to start pulling away. Great pull with the Prelate. Remember, he has healing, but it does affect his ability to keep buffing his economy. Prelate's not going to get targeted instead. That guy's a bit too hard to kill. I think Wham has baited Mahodo here. That switch onto the Prelate, not ideal, but kind of forced, right? And you can see Mahodo, because the Gilded Spearmen are so expensive, it's only 1. No dos, no tres. Just the initial harassment. However, that has been enough to keep Wham now off of the gold. Arkin is on the way. We should be seeing an archer range reaction. Negative of what Mahodo done here. His scouting rotation should have been weaker. 18 to 22. Okay, so actually, like, Wham maybe forced to come back a little bit sooner because he's running out of sheep. Would have been ideal to go a bit wider. So actually, overall, Mahodo could easily end up ahead. We have got a Deer Shove coming in. The classic from the Canadians. Yeah, Wham took a little bit of a break from the weeklies, right? But apparently everyone wants a piece of this action. We've got next midweek muster also featuring Beastie. That's true. That's true. If Marine Lord wants some practice, he should be playing in our midweek musters. Everyone should, really. It is good practice. So, how did you guys predict? 100% for Wham. I don't think you get points if there's 100%. Someone should have just put like 1 point in and took the gamble the other way. So what's the win conditions on both sides here? I mean, this could be a Pro Scouts play, but I think we've seen people leaning away from Pro Scouts a bit on this map. You just have so much sheep to work with. It doesn't feel like the difference maker it is on a normal standard Age of Empires 4 map. I mean, for HRE, they could have a solid timing into Burgrave Rush if they have enough sheep, right? Like, in theory, in this matchup is pretty cool. Your opponent can't match the quality of your men-at-arms in terms of things like heavy maces. Gilded crossbows can't be scaled an age early. Could make a lot of sense. Nice interception there. Wham, will not be able to get the deer closer. We do have the archer range beginning, so we'll begin with archers anyway to clear out the spear. But this is where Pro Scouts might feel organic for Mahodo, and it looks like that's where the macro is taking us here, right? So it's going to be Pro Scouts play into Horsemen as well to counter out the archers. One thing that is a bit scary is the fact that Marcher Drills is a reality of this matchup. One side has it, the other doesn't, right? So like these quality units could easily get kited. AV2 gets more investment because their viewer numbers on average are higher than AV4. I mean, sure. Like, I don't think it's as drastically high as you'd think outside of Red Bull, though. We're just talking about, like, esports investments for those watching YouTube and the financials, should we say logistics of esports. I wonder if people would be interested in me doing more videos on this, breaking this down. It's an underexplored subject. It's not really talked about much. There's a lot of subjects around, especially money, where people just don't want to publicly talk about it. I think usually people think it's going to leave them a bit weaker. Same logic as why casters don't discuss their rates, because they're like, oh man, X caster will undercut me, right? Like, I've definitely experienced that before. I think the situation in AoE4 where I've experienced that too. Which is sad. I think overall most people would charge a bit more. Pro Scouts is going to be coming in 30 seconds though. Wham! Is this just fast castle? This is fast castle macro. Yeah, we have a Burgrave timing. Do you Regnitz or do you Burgrave here? I feel like Burgrave is just too inviting in this situation. I mean, your opponent is going Horseman. Spear spam into a gradual men-at-arms switch is pretty delicious here, though. And Mahodo going Pro Scouts, he slowed down his reaction, right? Ram might be able to get one or two of the deer still shoved home with this spearman he's opening up with. Yeah, so pro scouts coming through, additional scouts getting added. Archers block this really well. Remember, HRE is one of the absolute anti-pro scout civs you'll find in the game because of how quick marching drills makes them. Archers, spears, all of them are able to chase down scouts with ease. We do have the Gilded Archer reaction coming from Hodo, but the scouts are already getting denied, and you guys can see what this really is. He's leaving him out to dry. Yeah, kind of leaning wham with the way this is playing out now. Then again, you know, we are talking about unexplored territory. We don't see OTD as often in competitive. It has been rising in popularity over the last month. But a month isn't a long depth of statistics, right? This civ has existed for, what, over a year now? Yet, we haven't, outside of the last month, really experienced it much, except for when you go to water maps. Gilded Archers has been a rising star for this civ, though. Especially when it brings in these cast-based transition players, but we're not really seeing that type of timing. Hodo is going to be behind by quite a pretty mark. I imagine like 2 minutes advantage in castle for Wham. And yeah, just confirming. So, order of things, by the way. After this series, we'll have the series up against SAS from the winner of this. And then after that, I think we'll be looking to do B versus Mio Micah. So at least 2 more series today. And then we'll fill in the rest tomorrow. This week, a very rare occasion. Wednesday will be grand finals. But we'll also have one of the semifinals on the day. So Mahoda, we have got the Gilded Archers now arriving. They have pretty decent range, actually. If you stick them here, they can hit the gold vein without being hit by the tower. A little bit surprised Mahodo isn't actually angling for that either. I mean, he knows what the play is, right? When you see 8 villages on gold, it's pretty obvious what your opponent is doing. So he needs to mirror the play. He's going for an outpost as well, though. I mean, this is him just respecting how far behind his timing is. He knows a knight is going to arrive before he tech. So he wants to make sure he has gold access going through. I think in this matchup, OTB has to go Burgrave, right? They feel very risky to try and just mirror Regnitz. There it is. Regnitz up. First prelate. Should be getting queued shortly. Ram definitely has the gold. Kind of feels like he has to choose your poison though, right? He's got knights on the way, and the outpost is going to be garrisoned. I don't like this right now from Mahodo. Remember, you have E-repairs. So does he. It's not like if I can't use it, you can't use it. So an expensive dive there. Loses one of the Gilded Archers. Almost loses a horseman and another archer. Doesn't really get much for it. Just a tiny bit of idle time there. E-repairs is going to be coming out. So gold drop off in. 3 knights queued up. No prelates yet. First one now on the way. I actually like the way that Wan played this. The amount of knights are much more important at this stage to have out. That initial wave is critical. He even found the macro that, you know, he was overburdening, right? He had 2 queued up on 1 stable, so he just cancelled to get them quicker. So let's take the safe relic and then probably follow up into the center to try and divide. That initial gold trickle is almost critical when you're trying to spam knights like this. You have to remember that the Archon is not in range of the gold. So he's kind of overburdened with sending additional villagers out, which makes you feel very inefficient as the HRE here. And correct call from Mahodo. It is going to be the Burgrave. Has to be here against the incoming knights. Going to need as many spears as you can get. The biggest thing that kills all of the dragon players is a lack of raw count when it comes to military units. Not population count. We're talking entities on the field. Especially against fast casting civs who spam knights. Alright, 1s if you think Mahodo will win this. 2s if you think Wham will. Greedy boy. Wham doesn't go for the safe relic first. He goes wide. On both of them. Now, hold the phone. So we're getting at least 3 relics, if not more. Farms are already coming in. Remember, this is something that Mahodo doesn't have to worry about because he did go for pro scouts. The knights are making that a bit of a nuisance, though. And the archers... And the vicious dive in. Hard to find kills against 65 HP workers. Does at least find some idle time. The knights are now going to be diving around the back. Goes straight after the archers. We could easily take down the scout. Micro. 2-for-1 special here. Spin is now arriving. This will be the time where you consider walking away. And Gilded Crossbowman now queued up by Mahodo. Yeah, that's going to be a wall of nope. Gilded Archers will clear him up. It's a good blocker. Kind of a critical one here, considering your opponent's already going to have at least 2 relics. For Mahodo, I like his approach here. He's not being greedy. Rushing a monastery is a death sentence. You need to get the initial troops out. Crossbows in particular. Especially with the comp he's chosen. Going men-at-arms plus crossbows is a bit weird. What's even weirder is the fact that he's using the racks instead of the Burgrave. What? That's a select or military buildings. That must be. Bit of a fumble here. He does at least now finally queue up the additionals out of the Burgrave. Remember, you get the discount out of that building, not out of all. After 24 hours of queue time, it flips back to 0? Really? So what you're saying is Age of Empires 4's queue system would be terrible at doing a streamathon. What's going up from Wham? He's back in midweek muster, and he's returned to what we'd expect. Wham's wall's on the way. Secures a lot of resources, actually. You can shove the deer in to block pro scouts, gets the additional gold vein wide, and then it's also just all the fish in the area. Mahodo's crossbow count is looking good. I wonder if Wham just goes Imperial. It's a tricky army to try to contest directly, right? You've got knights, you might as well just keep raiding, keep your opponent pinned in his base, and play the greed. Like, with 3 relics, make it possibly 4 here. It just feels very organic, although moving also feels pretty good. A little bit slow, we'll end up getting caught. He's like, fine, you just have it. I didn't want it anyway. So, 2 free split. We do have additional crossbow scaling. Looks like Wham is not interested in the greedy shenanigans. Be honest. Press free in chat if you would have gone for Imperial Age after 3 relics. It's okay to admit you're a greedy mother ducker. It's a safe space to admit that. We might still judge you, but you know, it's not like we're gonna burn you at the stake or anything. Steaks are way too expensive these days. Especially if you want prime rib. We're seeing the marching drill interaction, aren't we? We mentioned how annoying this is. You're just slower, right? So beyond the initial charge, you can't actually gap for those. Nice peeling off. Maybe a raid attempt. Harrison comes in just in time, though. Mobility is most definitely not Mahodo's side. The irony is the guy who needs the wall is the one who's not here. If you have an option for free tech, you take it even if it results in your death. What if that tech was immortality? Ah, we've solved the loophole. Horsemen switch up now. Interesting. There's a lot of men-at-arms from Mahodo. It's definitely Wham's ideal comp, but it's not the ideal economy for it. We've got 6 farms active. 2 more that got cancelled. He has got fishing, but a horseman is bloody expensive. I don't know, I'm kind of liking Mahodo's position here, man. I mean, Mahodo has been on the rise, definitely no pushover. We also have to be cognizant of the fact that Wham and Pop People had a rough time of it in the last tournament. Not looking like they're on the peak form at the moment. But again, you could always go for the trade-off argument of everyone else has just been leveling up. Both can be true. Even getting extra deer here. Yeah, so he only walled in 2 deer. It's a lot of food. If Wham can, without getting battered too much, reach that phase where he's at 30 farms, I favor him here. But Mahodo is winning the race. He's 9 farms in, while Wham is only 6. This is kind of nuts that the Pro Scouts player is the one farm transitioning quicker. OTD, how would you pull this situation around? The quality of units kind of like reign supreme here, right? Like Crossbows is king. The Horseman spam is intriguing by Wham. It's just like he doesn't have scale. So for Mahodo, when you say turn it around, or pull the situation around, I don't think this is much a turnaround here. It is unfortunate that your opponent got Regnant's free relics. Definitely an edge, for sure. But definitely not over. I think Mahodo's army is just stronger for the next 2-3 minutes at least. That's why you're seeing Wham focusing on raiding instead. Okay, this is how the game gets turned around the other way. If these raids start to find targets, it's going to have that knock-on effect. It's going to stop your scaling point here. For Mahodo, he wants to get towards a 100 military pop as swiftly as possible. This is not helping. The Spearmen are going to help, by the way. Yeah, Wham only built 10 archers. And crossbows, yes, they're great base damage. The problem is these Spearmen are... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to fat shame them, but they're big. 220 HP. That is more health than you get on a Camel Lancer. The base damage ain't too bad either. Wait, was that the... I think that was only one worker? Yeah, just one worker. The rest are still chilling inside the pound. So annoying to get the fight though, man. March and drills, what attack. Sacred Sight's now being locked in, ironically by Wham. I'm instantly closing the military gap a bit here. Horseman Raid could be a big one. It's a revelation of the boys, and he's choosing to target the Spearman down, but it works out. Seeks shelter, though. It bought enough time to protect the villagers. Still end up losing, what, like 2 more? This is adding up. I think despite Mahodo's best intentions, the dive point has just kind of been missed. He's hemorrhaging villagers in an unacceptable fashion. And you're seeing the weakness of Order of the Dragon we talked about, right? Like, this is not a civ that mirrors raids well, as in moves troops to block it. They just don't have enough raw entities to be everywhere at once. That's why the Horseman play, now that he's at the point where the farm count is good, could just be the crucifix to hang Mahodo up on here. It's 19 farms and scaling. He's still got the shoreline fish. He's still got another pocket of 5 here. That's 2,500 food to work with. Mahodo is now only reacting with walls. I mean, the question now you have to ask is it too late? Right? Sacred Sight timer is ticked. He's walling, but he's not. And on top of that, he's gathering gold beyond. There's a lot of question marks here for Mahodo that need to be solved fast. I think he'll even get the recap here. That's 3 crossbows. Don't mind if we do. Yeah, Mahodo's up Craps Creek without a battle. He needs gold. And this is his spawn. 2 golds here. It's everything. Right? He's already tapped the safe one. So all Wham has to do now is camp. I think Mahodo missed his timing. If it ever did exist in this matchup, it was probably about 5-6 minutes ago. In the early infancy of the crossbows, but he was too reluctant to risk them. Understandably so. They're a very valuable unit, very expensive and hard to replace. And now it's too little too late. Crossbows are just going to dive in. They're basically front-lining to clear the Spearmen. The Horsemen are going to flood in, and that's game. There's no getting away from this. You're just too slow to retreat. He gets right sandwiched in there and up in his business. And it turns out that old is indeed better than new. Bad news for my son. Sorry, Ezra. Sorry, Mahodo. Hopes cannot be rising after this game. Pretty clean execution from Wham. It means an early lead for the Canadian. So, payout on the predictions. Golf clappers. And that was Holy Roman Empire versus Order of the Dented. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's how that matchup will always play out, per se. And I kind of feel like there was a window there maybe for Mahodo, but it's so thin, it's hard to see. What's he got next? Well, in fairness, he did get Zhuji, which is a bit crazy. Zhuji is like the most banned Civ by far. It's intriguing that Wham let it through. And he will be bringing it out. Byzantine's reaction from Wham, though. You watched me struggle for a while when one got stuck in the baby chair? Yeah, that was the older one. But like, wait, that wasn't me versus the kid. That was me versus the chair. And we won. Hoorah. Oh, I'm going to run a minute of ads, by the way, guys, so you don't have to worry about them. History will show? What will history show? What are you trying to say here? What am I being blamed for? Bruh. All right, so let me start predictions as well. We'll get ready for game. That was a very accurate noise. Why are you guys trying to make it me versus my son? You know what the more interesting kind of thought experiment is? If you guys had to choose between protecting the mother or the child, which would you protect? Now, the reason that's an interesting question is because you've chosen the product over the factory. I'm going to stick that in the recording, actually. All right, Postle going to get me a report, but we'll open this up. I'm going to ask the YouTubers as well when they watch this later. Interesting question. If you had to choose between protecting the mother or the child, which would you choose? Most people would choose the child. But what you've just done there is you've chosen the product over protecting the factory. Now, isn't that a weird one? All right, we hop into game number 2. Wham with the Byzantines, Mahodo with the Zhuji. He's whipped out the most banned Civ currently in competitive AoE 4. Is it going to serve him well here on Coastal Cliffs? That's what we're here to find out. It's a good map for pro scouts, although then again, the linear nature means that Civs like Byzantines with their aggressive timing could also block you out. Is the mother still of childbearing age? See, now he's getting the important details. Is this an abandoned factory, or is it still working, you know? Misogynist trolley? That's not a misogynist trolley scenario. It's a fair point. In the world of creating life as a human being, the mother is the factory. Save the mum, not the kid? Okay, Loops, you don't have kids. Okay, so I put this another way a while back. Before we had our second kid, one of my friends asked me about it. Like, you know, he kind of like, you know, if she was in danger or whatever, would you not try and save her? I'm like, yeah, I would. But like, then I pointed to someone out. Like, if we were in a zombie apocalypse, guys, if we're in a zombie apocalypse and you're being chased by a giant horde of zombies down an open road, your partner is pregnant, is going to be running slower, right? And if they're running slower, that means they're probably going to get caught by the zombies, right? Now, you can run faster. Statistically, you have a better chance of survival. But you're going to instinctively throw yourself in front of the zombies to buy her like 3 seconds. And then both of you are going to get eaten. But that's the way our brains work. Same with kids. You might pick up the kid. This conversation about context is weird. It's like we're talking about the way the brain is wired to protect like the child and the pregnant mother, etc. over self, right? Oh my god, now the amount of people who have to reveal their true intent in a zombie apocalypse here. If it were my kids, yeah, but for zombies, nah. But this is what I mean, like it's crazy because like if your brain wanted to be just basically a machine about it, just full like AI coded, it would come to the logical conclusion that the best person, like the person with the best chance to survive, is the fastest moving. Some of us are unhealthy, but I like to imagine like most of the situations the dad is going to be faster than the 8-month pregnant mother or like the 2-year-old kid. Can I be on the zombies team? I don't like this problem. Yeah. Me even in broaching this, we as humans all deserve to die. So we do have the H-ups going in. Meditation Garden, it's not a bad one. Nothing crazy here. Actually, the struggle trees add up quite a bit, right? It's 25 gold, should be 36 food, and 12 wood. It's reasonable. We are going to be getting Pro Scouts. For Byzantines, that is not an option. But I love this from WAM. It's the Deer Shove again. God, this cast took a dark turn. Don't know what Disney movie you live in, but no, that's not how it works. What, that people would like try to save the mother of their child that is carrying their child, or that people would try to save their kid. I'm sorry, mate, but every single Disney movie that would have that situation, the person goes back to pick up their little kid. Which pretty much, like, if you're not the main character, pretty much locks you in as done. You know? Bambi? Well, yeah, but like Bambi was just watching her mum die. That's different. So, Mahodo, he does move in. He will block the shove on deer. Limitane are arriving. This should just be Javelin Limitane. It does make a lot of sense up against Yuji. My concern is Yuji here. Surely just look for FC, right? Get the deer, get to Castle Age, start spamming out Lances. I'm not sure what this is revealing more about, by the way. You or me, in terms of our intents in a zombie apocalypse. Yeah, like, here's the thing right now. It's ironic we're talking about Bambi. Because in our world, like, Bambi doesn't exist in Age of Empires 4, chat. You realize that, right? No deer survives. All of them die. In fact, in the old meta, they all got shot dead before they even had a chance at life. Wow, I'm wondering, like, you know, does he move in the linear fashion down this side? Just try to block maybe 2 of the deer stacks? He already lost a giant chunk of this, right? There's still 5 here, but I don't know how you're meant to get enough of the Mathai to defend this. It's awkward because they're expensive, and they're not fast either. And funnily enough, he didn't go javelins. So we are actually going to be seeing longbows here. Our inner forts just turn us into sadistic sheeps. But, like, I'm not saying I wouldn't protect my partner or my kid. What I'm saying is, like, if you do think about it from a statistical odds of survival, it is the flawed choice. Proving that one day Skynet will beat us all. They optimized their code. So, Spearmen are going to be answered by the Palace Guard. This is good from Mahodo. Opening PG's fine. It keeps the Spearmen at bay, and then when you go Castle Age, they become unkillable. The other cool thing is by getting a few Palace Guard out now, you can position them towards the enemy base, so that when you do check up, you immediately have something hitting them. Wham is now trying to mirror a castle there. Alright, all this talk about clapping people in 1v1s, I'm assuming street fights. Who wins in a street fight, Mahodo or Wham? Damn, I'm not sure, man. I've like seen a picture of Mahodo like head, But like you haven't seen torso, you know? You haven't seen like raw strength. In before Mahodo is secretly part of like a street gang. So Shallow Monastery is on the way. This should just be your standard Golden Horn Tower, right? There's no world in which we get sippy cups. Right? He has 9 sheep. Sippy cups would be very doubtful here. Then again, he does have Lombos. If you're going to do sippy cups, you usually do Western Contract. Mahodo immediately into the Lancers. Will be supervised on the production as well. Moment of truth, Wham. What is it going to be? Ah, it's just a Golden Hunt Tower. Not saying I'd even intentionally sacrifice someone else to survive, but what I am saying is you better run fast. Yeah, just to clarify, like there's a difference between... So in fairness, what we've just got there from Steve is the moral grey zone. Is me running faster is not the same as me pushing you over. But the outcome is still the same. The zombies are going to eat you. Although I guess the challenge is... Oh god, now it gets really muddy. Because like, if it's not the parent but the kid, then that's negligence. So you are still on the hook. Checkmate. Save the kid. Alright, Undermesh coming through. Mahodo has got PG as well. I actually love this build. Just Lancers doesn't make sense. Palace Guard has a lot more pump to it. Wham is about to complete this tech up. Palace Guard do have less armor, admittedly, so the longbows will do a little bit better here. And we do have the stables drop. Okay, so it looks like he is going to go Cataphracts anyway. Why Western? The Greek Cup build is Eastern for elephants? Oh god, please stop. No, it's not. It's all about going Hippodrome, moving out to this neutral trade post, and getting Manga Die. When are they going to do it? When will they learn? We're going to have to wait for an Anathan series, I'm telling you. Or we're going to have to wait until the year is 2028 and Faye finally has a sleep schedule that allows her to sign up for midweek musters. You're going to upgrade on the way, though. Now, that is interesting. Makes sense, though. At this stage in the game, you get the +1/+1/+1 via the bolt magazines. Nice sneaking as well. Lancers are going to wrap around the back. The outpost is going to make it easy to scout, surely. Oh, he's trimming it right on the edge of range here. So he should be able to find the worker kill with the charge in. Quick reaction out of Wham, but he's not going to be quick enough. Meanwhile, elsewhere, it looks like Vision is being denied, and Relic's already on the way home. There's a race here. Well, that might be a bit tricky for Wham to win. Yeah, this is a 3-2 split by the looks of it. The worry I have as well is Wham had to use pretty much the whole army to X-score the Monk. So, who's guarding the children and women at home? See, we kept it relevant to the zombie discussion. Once again, if I leave the door open for the rabid wolves to go in, am I still responsible? I think so. So first Cataphract is out. And Wham is looking to rotate. At this stage, usually you're looking to just go Yuan if you're Juji. The whole idea is get pagodas. And then you just have a ridiculous economy. Save the monk. Yeah, like, is the monk in this situation the cure for zombie-ism? So once again, from like a raw logic of, yeah, I could save the world by doing this, you sacrifice the mother and child. But reality is, that's not how people work. We are exposing the fundamental flaws of human psychology. And true, the relic is going to provide me enough income to support the next child that comes along. Oh my god. What happened? I can't believe that. He got that many kills. 6 additionals, and all of a sudden Mount the Academy on the way. This game is slipping away from Wham. Mahodo is switched on, guys. I warned you. I mean, Zhuji's strong, but also his performance here, proving why he shouldn't just be written off up against Wham. Now, the system levels are going to inflate the economy a bit, but at this stage, it's 18%. By comparison, Zhuji, they're supervising the food. Not supervising gold, but supervising wood. So they're getting a 20% influx on 2/3 of their economy. And now the pagodas to follow up. You want more gyro in the expansion, like crocodiles? Dude, I just want more food sources in general. It can be crocodiles, it can be other things as well. It can basically be things that don't attack you. I think in general, to nerf the problem of like sheep deciding games, and then to also solve for the pro scouts, a more organic long-term solution is have more options. And have those options not just be build farms in your base. That, to me, is a productive future for AoE. Cataphract does manage to get a worker kill here. But that's not what he's going to end up getting. Where does shuffle away? Looks like Wham is bringing up the main army here. It's quite a lot of longbows. The PG count is looking pretty solid for Mahodo. Need water buffalo? Boom. Bit gamey. Looks like there is going to be a clash underneath the TC. Mahodo not ready for the engagement yet, but the full production, it means he's taking a lot of damage upon entry into the world. A heavily injured pass guard, dying crossbows, loses the Imperial official. Big deal there. Remember, they're pricey. 135 resources right now. Remember, he's in Yuan. So one cool thing about this transition for Zhuji is the more cost-efficient scaling at this stage. Because remember, he is getting that 10% discount. It's off over time. Question is whether he has enough time here. PG are going to commit in. Backline is getting cleared, though. However, there's not many Varangian here for Wham. Yeah, there's a great concern here that he may have just too many Lombos. Other side of it as well. Looks like the Lancers are going in once again. It's now a total of 12 worker kills. Palace Guard getting intercepted. The Lancenet now have arrived. And they can cleave through this. They're not getting focus fire down. Finally, the fire comes in. But the damage is done. Mahodo losing way too many Palace Guard. Food income not looking impressive for a man who needs plenty more to replace them. Raids on the backside are now getting it shuttered. Did clear the Lancenet release, so kind of the best opportunity for trade that he would have got out of the units he could have targeted there. It's a 10 eco lead, even bigger when you consider the pagodas, but the crazy thing is that Wham looks in control. However, Mahodo has the solution. He may not be in this series, but there is a bees appearing. And these bees wipe everything Wham is doing right now. Great solid read, though. He just backs up entirely. You only have things to lose from diving right now, right? Like, you have good momentum on your side. Yeah, you could argue that diving now would stop that timing of your opponent getting into the mass nest of bees. But what do you have to kill knobs? Right? You dive in with 20 range units in total, you're going to leave with none. First knobs reveals itself. So Wham needs to slow things down a little. Diving is not really doable here. He doesn't have the right unit types for it. He seems to be feeling ambitious, though. A bit questionable. I mean, you can try to stagger as best you can, right? But Nesta B spread is quite high. PG frontline is dead. It is just a backline left for Wham, though. If Mahodo slows down, he's in good position here. He's up to 4 Nesta Bs. He supervised it. He zerged it up. In some ways, this is good for Wham, though. Like, I think Mahodo, he only needed 2 knobs. 4 is overkill. It means if Wham just doubles down on melee blob, he can wipe him. And he does have a reasonable count on the groves right now. Definitely needs that second layer. In the meantime, double Sacred Site control, though. I mean, this is the thing, guys. Nesta Bs at this stage in the game are still pretty crazy. You know all those people telling you, like, Nesta Bs are underpowered, trash unit, blah, blah, blah. No. No. Hard disagree. Nesta Bs in the current state, in Castle Age, are worth it. They are ridiculously effective still. In Imperial, yes, this is a trash unit. It feels horrible. Mangonels are by far the king. But we're in prime territory right now for this unit. Jiangnan now coming in, so you can already see what the anticipation is. Mahodo knows he needs the farms. He's already stockpiled up 1,500 wood. And we will now be seeing that switch. Double granary, plenty of farms coming in. Very affordable with that heavy discount. One nobbing castle is underwhelming. Depends on your comp. Heavily injuring the back line if you have, for example, your own range force is bloody strong. But yes, if you're doing like Nest of Bees spears, one Nest of Bees is terrible. I like what Wham's done here, though. Like, he knows that if this game plays long now, he's at a disadvantage because of pagodas and the granary transition. So what does he do? He's hunkering down for the Sacred Site win. In fact, I believe we have a lot of active stone gathering on the way, right? Yeah, like if you just do back-to-back keep drops, Mahodo's in trouble. Even prepping the Horseman now. Makes sense, right? Mahodo's playing a static campy comp, i.e. let's make 80% of what we build range units. And Wham is gradually getting to that stage where Horseman spam is affordable. We're up to 14 North Groves. You want to try to race towards probably 29, 30. The reason he's not rushing it right now is because of the keeps. Either Mango Towers or keeps are absolutely mandatory here. Mango Towers better than Knobs? Statistically, no, right? It's 6 with 8 bursts versus 7 base, which scales on range damage with 3 bursts. But Mango Towers are very tanky. The challenge is, Mango Towers can't move. Thank God. Wow. Look at this. He's posturing. Wait, he's taking the static fight. The backstab was perfect there if he committed to it. This, not so much. Oh no, it is 5 Nest of Bees, but it's also very exposed on position. It's the re-rallied troops. Outposts are coming up. Just 1 decap. If you can get it cheaply without committing too much, game should be his. Wham is not going to make this easy. His own Horseman switch is coming in. The decap is going to begin. There's nothing to quickly jump on the Nest of Bees. He has to allow it, surely. It's so difficult, man. I mean, he's got 8 Horsemen now. Mahodo needs to be respectful here, though. He's moving too far forward. This is officially an overextension. If the Horsemen ride in, that should be 3 Nest of Bees dead. Decap is at least going to complete. So yeah, Mahodo pulls back on the verge of the commitment zone here. I remember behind this, Mahodo better off on the farm count. Up at 23 now. Wham needs a new layer to the cake. So the walls. What is the plan for Wham? There's no way he feels confident about late game here, right? I mean, he's pretty much just trying to outskill now, right? But you can understand, it's not an insult to Mahodo, it's just Wham has proven himself to be to that caliber. Decap on double. Not even getting the resources anymore. Fortifications are coming in. Ambitious villager there trying to get the walls up. The monk was apparently looking for goodies that don't exist to him. I think he's just using it as scout, to be honest. There's no way you expect relics to still exist at this stage in the game. You don't know unless you check. Good choice to back away there. The Nest of Bees were coming in. I think if Mahodo just wolves a little bit more, the Nest of Bees win. We have got Dali horses coming in, his own horseman as well. So he'll beat horseman on horseman. Now on the Nest of Bees. Not pathing very well. Someone gonna get the strikes out, but some of them just get split straight away. Nice split here by Wham, just trying to desaturate himself. It's still 3 knobs though. Backstab from the Horseman's not gonna be good enough. Not able to get in. Good defense, Mahodo. Now taking the lead. Oh man, an awkward engagement from Wham. Just so thirsty for those kills on the Nesta Beast. He even got 2 of them, yet it still wasn't enough. And now the game truly is scary. More knobs are coming in. The horse spam can resume. Mahodo definitely has the food income to do that. And with Dali horses, it's just a losable fight every day of the week for Wham. He can't play cavalry. But if you don't play cavalry, your only solution to Nesta Bees is mass longbows. If it was 1 knob, sure. 3? 5? I'm not backing you at the races on that one. We're going to march forward here. We do have 2 TC played now from Wham. Might come at an awkward moment here. However, Mahodo exhausting his troops a little bit. He's overextended. It's only ranged units now. Horsemen move in. Nesta Bees no longer safe. And I think Mahodo may have bit off more than you chew. Oh, we're going to get wiped. I can't believe that. Mahodo. Confidence surging just a little bit too high here. Didn't have the necessary troopers coming behind this. So we'll lose the siege. Wham gets the reset. With 2 TC now, he has that scalability. Mahodo has not mirrored in kind. Could be coming soon, though, with a stone as it is. Remember, the pagodas are just kind of casually generating him towards a second TC play. Wham can go Imp and make his own Nesta Bees. Cool idea. Here's a better one. We go Imp and we make good siege. Mangonels. Wow. So Wham in now with a recommitment. Outpost almost killed. Very done. I mean, Wham doesn't have that accelerant at the Sacred Site again yet, right? We haven't had the recapture. Triple granary now for Mahodo. I mean, he's fully fledged. This is where the macro is going to carry to in Imperial Age and beyond. The cannons to crush the Nesta Bees. We've seen it before. They're bloody impressive, actually. So are the Dali horses, though. I'm digging this, man. Attacking a quarter of a second faster doesn't sound like a lot, but when you remember these units take almost 2 seconds to attack. Adds up in these engagements. Wham has made the correct choice. He's just staying off of horses right now. Unfortunately, with the resurge into Nesta Bees, I think we're about to have the same problem as before again. Does need to wheel them up. We do have the cavalry sneaking out here. So Mahodo just trying to get to that back line and find out what's happening in the base of Wham. And find out he will. No textiles either. Akratoy's gonna get activated here. Pretty ballsy. Let's go save most of the villagers. Just go dive deeper. At this stage, though, the horsemen are just dead. Not going to be able to trade out. However, does allow him to get the decap once more. Man, this game is just not ending. So the question now is, how many Nesta Bees are too many Nesta Bees? Something funky's happening here. Wham kind of revealed his hand, and now he's like, okay, I need to switch. So he goes back to Horseman. Solves the Nesta Bees issue, and would have been a sick play if Mahodo stopped producing his own. But reminder, in a one-on-one, there's usually Horsemen are going to win every single time against the Byzantines Horsemen. I'm still not sure who's winning this. I mean, this stage, the system buff is quite noticeable, right? We're up to level 5. So it eclipses the Taxman buff and offsets some of the pain of the pagodas. If this game goes hyper deep, yes, Pagoda's win. We're not at hyper deep, folks. We're still like 20 minutes away from that phase. It's like armies are going to be shifting east side now. No Mango Tower. It's just always tricky to get the Nesta Bees here quick enough. Yeah, it almost feels like Mahoda needs to slow down. Palace Guard way too fast, Nesta Bees way too slow. Just see where the whole army is, though. And that's exactly why Wham is a bit reluctant here. However, look at this. He's trying to sandwich. Nesta Bee shots come in. Nice hit to the center. But the Horsemen stabbing from both sides. The Landsnake mixed in as well. And Mahodo, where's the front line? Non-existent. I don't get it. He's got 12 Palace Guard, 12 Horsemen, but only about half of each here. Production line must be holding back somewhere. Oh, no. Come on. Then again, the Nesta Bees still might carry him through. Only 2 Horsemen left alive. I can't believe that, despite the fact he's missing the extra troops. It's enough range to hold back the tide. The Knobs once again win out. Remember that Wham had, what, upwards of 40 longbows before. Reduced down to 8. Scary moment there, but I think the thing that mattered is on the flanks, Wham, instead of the Horsemen concaving in on the ranged units, they were attacking Palace Guard, right? Out of range of the supporting crossbows. So that's really what lost Wham the engagement, is the flanks weren't trading efficiently. Allowed Mahodo to last a lot longer in the center than he otherwise should have. Now we have a healthy military lead. One that he needs to start pushing with, though. We still have this weird... Is it a rally point? I don't know what's happened there. We still got Nesta Bees just camping down there. Scrims wouldn't be a terrible choice. You kind of died to Nesta Bees. Mass Springles loses to Nesta Bees every time. If you were against Mass Spear Nesta Bees, I'd be with you on this, but remember, you're not getting bonus damage against these units. There's meant to be better solutions to what your opponent's doing. He's only ever adding in a thin veil of Spearmen and Palace Guard. Hold on, we do have a raid attempt here. It's 8 Horsemen. Right next to the farms. There's no way you should be allowed to break in here. So Mahodo should be pulling a villager. Or few. By few, I mean many. And now he just needs to bring some troops here to stop this. Meantime, Temple of the Sun now on the way. I mean, this should just be the creme de la creme, the killing blow, right? Into elite tech and then go. Movement speed to allow for it as well. Another thing that's scary here, guys. Nesta Bees with extra range. Divine Defense puts you up to 8.5 tower range. What was already very difficult fights are going to now start to feel impossible for Wham. Man, is Mahodo having to work for this one. So Wham has to mirror the tech now. Unfortunately for him, rough time to experience a Horseman raid. It's going to be circling north side, so he needs to get off the gold ASAP. Switching to the boardmen? Against mass lombos, maybe a little bit weird. You do have the body of iron, but it only lasts a small window. I think for what he's up against, his comp makes sense and still scales. So that's why we're seeing Juginus and Horsemen just getting their upgrades first. Yeah, people kind of moved away from the board boys. Feels like as time went on, the play became more and more meaningful. So, Foreign Engineering Company of Palatine. Has to be the foreigners, right? Lombo Volley is really strong. Like, that actually can provide you a solution against Nesta Bees. Wait a second. Okay. Just change the placement. I think it wasn't in system range, so you wanted to shuffle it. So here we go, yeah. Foreign Engineering Company coming in. That's going to give Landsnet the move speed. Longbows the extra damage by volleying. And that is also going to give you the cannons as another answer to Nest of Bees. So solving the problem here. In time, we are going to have regional inspection coming in. Interesting. Regional inspection at 32 minutes. Wait. By God, it might be happening. There's no other reason you need regional inspection at 33 minutes in the game, right? Is there a world in which we see the Bald Boys? I mean, the tech makes the most sense when delayed like this for the monks. I mean, he's getting a lot of the text, though, in fairness. He might just be dragging his face along the keyboard. We have got the Red Seals coming in. That's going to give him the extra 2 Imperial officials. Still only 1 TC from Mahodo this whole time. Kind of a rare sight for Juji when they play long game. Keep drop now on the way. Mahodo is going to dive in. Nice snipe on the trap. Ram's still waiting on his veterancies to get up into elite. Nest of Bees are threatening here. The Manga Tower is concerning, though. It's being ignored. Goes for the trade on the back. Good hit onto the Mangoes. That's the divine defense right there. It baits you. You think you're just out of range. You never really are. Extra 1 tile range, rid of the difference maker. Greased Axles now on the way. And Mahodo, he can smell it. He can sense the victory. He just needs 1 good wallop. Gets them both. Mango's down. Horseman Wave has been cleared up. Reload comes through, though. The Nest of Bees able to hit into the Limitane. Juke will trade out well here. Knobs need to be focus firing that backline of longbows. Instead, the Nest of Bees are getting target fired down by the longbows. Horseman backstab coming in, not able to reach the siege. Instead, it clears the other side of it. Wham, now with the villager pool, just needs to clear this up ASAP. Mahodo will have to reset. Decent damage done. We have got more horsemen coming. Timer is still ticking. No playing to Ming just yet. He has lost all the Nest of Bees. But this is where you can switch on the Divine Defense. But I think he's forgotten. Yeah, no, he's still on Divine Defense here. Switch on Divine Haste, right? You get the movement speed. At this stage, you have no reason to use the defense. I mean, the castle gets more range, but quite frankly, who cares? You'd rather have infantry rushing into the base faster. Then again, those shots are kind of reaching. Villagers in trouble. It's slipping from Wham here. Before, he was kind of holding the choke forward here, right? But now that it's spreading wider, you're starting to see this access to the economy. Wham doesn't have the pacing to mirror it. No. Like, the Limitane also struggle immensely against Yuke. Cannon is now arriving, but there's no longer siege to snipe out. Streltsy been queued up. That's going to take a hot second, and a hot second too long, because hold on a second. We're getting a game 3. Mahodo with the strike back. Look at that. It's usually OP, or is Mahodo OP? I gotta give him credit. I think he played that quite well. Wham's definitely the type of guy who won't just relinquish it easily, won't give it in. Makes you fight tooth and nail for every little bit. But well played all the same. So that'll give you a right side win. And I accidentally just wiped the goddamn score. Was it Frisian Coastal Dry Arabia, right? Can't believe I wiped the score. Oops. So HRE versus Order. That's a win for left. And then we just had Biz versus Juji. Waiting for the right. Okay. So power predictions. Win for Mahodo. Did Biz get nerfed or something? No, like not directly. The Pro Scouts meta is not ideal for them. It's not as much that they got nerfed, it's usually that strong. Who's Mahodo? Upcoming player, mate. One that we should clearly keep an eye on. Ooh. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, Ottomans can win this, by the way, guys. This isn't Delhi GG, trust me. If Ottos force H2 commitment, they can kill you with Sipahi. Guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them in-game, okay? I need to turn the heat off as well. Be right back. My knees feel so butchered. If the mother has medical skills in a zombie apocalypse, it's 100% save the mother. That's a very specific set. So any other set of skills, like if she could build things, if she's a marksman, a hunter, any other skills that would be useful in a post-apocalypse, like, nah. But medicinal, we saving her. My mom's not a doctor. My partner's also not a doctor. She does make a mean coffee. I wouldn't know. I don't drink coffee. One sec. Sorry, I just need to double check. Monday's always crazy because so many people respond finally. Oh my god, dude, my inbox is just flooded today. I'm going to catch up on all that after the stream. So we'll probably have 2 more series. 1 to 2 more series after this one. Busy day. Station 11. Is that something I should have seen? What's Station 11? I haven't seen this. Apparently it's 7.6 out of 10 on IMDb. 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, though. Ah, only 1 season. Ah, okay. I'm currently working my way through Succession. Hoard toilet paper? Nah, dude. Just let nature embrace you. Wipe your ass with leaves. And when someone's like, hey, do we have any makeshift TP left? You can go, no, there isn't much left. Damn it! I need to reinstall my Badumptis on my Stream Deck. Come on, that one was good. Laugh. Please laugh. Nah, don't pity me. Tulsa King. Oh, I think my partner was watching that. I wasn't that intrigued. So, the thing we've been watching together at the moment is Doom Patrol, and then the thing I'm watching on my own is Succession. But she was like, oh, I want to watch Succession. I'm like, too bad, sucker. For a change, it's me ruining it for you. Because she done that with Breaking Bad. And the difference was, it was unforgivable because we started watching Breaking Bad together, and then eventually she just continued watching it without me. So I just walked in on her, watching the episode where Gus' head go bye-bye, and that just ruined everything. I was like, well, I can't be arsed now. That's damn well spoiled it all. Yeah, like Succession, I think I talked about it on another stream where it just has this brilliant air of like believable, if that makes sense. Unbelievable and believable at the same, like what the hell is happening? It's like it's I don't know what I want to say dry in its approach, but it's smartly dry. Right? It's not, yes, you can say it's probably glammed up TV, like would these situations really happen, but it's anchored in a belief of like this really happens. I'm here to warn you all. The worst ranked Civ in tier lists is actually pretty solid in this matchup. That's right, Wham with the Ottomans going up against Mahodo's Delhi. If you polled people beforehand without giving them any information, most people would just immediately instinctually say Delhi OP. But here, it's not really that simple. Back in the day, this was a really solid matchup for Ottomans. Ottomans versus Delhi, it basically became Ghazi versus Sipahi. Sipahi can beat Ghazi. It's micro-intensive. But if you use the Fortitude the right way, you play Spearman plus Ghazi, Sipahi rather, the Delhi struggle right now. More than they used to, because in the previous meta, it turned into Meta Aura versus Tower Victory. Currently, Delhi just like the healing and the teching a bit too much. So Dome of Fave can actually leave you more vulnerable against autos, but the window is definitely smaller. And it's awkward because if Mahodo does just go for a raw castle rush, it will force Ottoman's hands to do the same. So definitely keep an eye out for that. Usually the thing that stops that raw castle rush is Delhi want the sacred sites first. And the more you struggle over these sacred sites, the bigger the window of opportunity becomes for the Ottomans. Because remember, this is a civ that gets their own special kind of level up, if you will. In fact, if we switch over to this mode, all these pretty little abilities. Most notable ones here would be potentially Metadrums. The other one would be Military Campus. And then the Vizier point at the start, the Fieldworks. Most important decks. A lot of the things that make Ottomans dominant for the other game here is the tier 1. Janis like elephants. Janis love elephants. That's why it's also interesting when you get later in the game. It's not just, oh my god, Delhi elephants break this. Janissaries are a very unique situation. A very valuable one. And actually, the funny part is Janissaries used to be a bit more countered by tower elephants, right? Because they used to take the bonus damage. But if you guys remember, they reworked Janissaries so that they take the bonus damage specifically from archers now. Why do people hate having free spears? I guess he just wants the faster tech timing. I do like this detail, though, because I've been wondering why people hate free food so much. He went Twin Redresser. A lot of the time we're seeing the play into the trade network. I think for accelerating Sipahi production, this is just invaluable. Faster tech time so you can make it? Yeah. I think, like, if you think about the difference in production rates, building a military school now versus delaying it is... I like this a bit more. Because realistically, like, maybe one spear would be nice for a deer shove. Unfortunately... Oh, I love that from Mahodo. The last 2 games, Wham has both times tried to shove in the close deer. Both times, Mahodo has come over and be like, what do you think you're doing? What? You think you can come around here and bully the deer and just shoots them down? This time, he doesn't even let it get to that phase. So the spear play feels underwhelming if you don't have that shove in. Instead, it's just much better to get the smooth transition to Sipahi. Unfortunately, the tech timing is slightly slower than what I think you anticipated here. So now you're getting that classic, I'm a bit invested, I don't want to switch, sir. Right? Like, I've spent 20 seconds making a spear. I'm going to wait until I toggle. Having free spears is really good. Like, what, for gold harass? Against Delhi, though. Always feels a little bit weirder. Someone can't go only Ghazi if you have spear also. Yeah, but you can do spear Sipahi anywhere on a delay. I guess, so to argue Baltu inside the argument, what would be really good here with the free spears is if you get the spear beginning, it forces Delhi to think about going archer. And if they go archer, you then go Sipahi, so you're a step ahead. I think as long as you end up on spear Sipahi, it's still fine for Wham, right? But we need to see active production here. Right now, he's playing budgeted, which suggests greed. I'm not sold on the idea of greed here. You basically have to wait for Mahodo to be greedy to get greedy. Is Anatan late to check in the series? No, we don't get the deer shoving. the first 2 games, Wham, if he played Ottomans there, he actually would have got the deer shoving. But this one, Mahodo was like that. He didn't even allow it. Guys, you can just kill the spears and heal. Wait for it. Have you heard of imams? They should call them imams. Because then it's I'm am OP. They're very strong. Killing deer should be bannable. Let me push my deer. No, dude. Like, no, this is merciful killing. Like, you're out here pushing them around, bullying the deer. At least we put them out of their misery, you little psychopath. Say no to deer bullying. Say yes to Sipahi. And we do have active production now. Meta time is going to be big. Like, so this is why Sipahi just take a giant dump on Ghazi only. Meta. Double melee armor is ridiculous. Other thing is, as you scale this comp, the Sipahi all fight straight away, the Ghazi don't, right? Extra range. But where they should logically go is spear. If if it goes spear, you're still favored as Ottomans because the spearmen are going to be frontlining. Sipahi are always backline because of the range. Benefit from a few more spears, though. Looks like the timing was a little bit off there, right? The Sipahi were getting ready to rotate. It's going to be able to come in. Won't be able to get the stab kill, though. Wait, really? Okay, that was sick. Wow, he's actually just fighting with the scout, right? He's absorbing the damage. The other problem is Mahodo's making a bit of a mistake here. He's riding back with the scout in formation, which means the Sipahi are quicker. The scout is basically taking every hit. He does go down, but I mean, that's good, right? Now you just have more mobility. Meanwhile, let me once again formation shuffle with the scout. Oh, no. He's going to let him go. But a great opening trade for Wham. Already closing the gap on the Ghazi count. And, Mahodo, why are we building archers? I'm countering him. Mahodo, why are we building archers? I'm countering him. Mahodo, he's building spears, right, KP? He has to be building spears. That's the way this matchup goes. No. Oh, sweet, sweet son. I got bad news for you. It is definitely Sipahi. The video said you go Ghazi and archers. Yeah, because the Ottoman video said you go Sipahi and his spears. I just... Oh, no. I mean, this is a disaster. Mahodo has 0 reasons to go for this right now. He didn't scout the transition, right? Because the timing from Wham is literally triple stables, Sipahi, double military school, soon to be triple military school, all producing only Sipahi. Now, usually it's kind of hard to end the game in feudal, but I've seen the Sipahi massing. It genuinely can. It can destroy the game in feudal. Decaps at least coming in from Wham as well, so just making it better and better. And remember, if he ever takes too much damage, always has the Imam play. Basically, just leaving them at home. It's like a little Abbey of Kings play. Feels the meta. I mean, he's got 2 of them, right? It's actually quite smart. Especially considering how quick these bad boys are, because he did indeed go for the movement speed play for the meta. Meaning the Sipahi actually can chase down the Ghazi now. That comes in. Is he going to activate the backline fortitude? No, and he doesn't even switch melee. It's just attack speed. He's getting around the back. Oh, no. Mahodo's in panic mode here. He can't get away. And the archers are just wasted here. They're like, why did you birth us? You should have let the zombies eat us. What's the play? Are we just gonna legit... He actually does have archers now planned for this. Man, this is feeling dirty right now. The decaps are real, right? Like, how do you guard any of this? Okay, we finally have a fight Mahodo can win. Yes! Got it. Oh, no. There's 2 more of them. Maybe he's going cap. Please stop. Pay. Pay leave. No cav archers, please. We don't need to turn a win into a loss. Just more Sipahi. This is like when someone's playing a French game and they're like, maybe I add arbitrary. Like, no, 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 just more knights. Oh, God, this raid is low. Mahodo, I mean, there's no running away from this. They're just so hard to contest. Great read to use the fortitude as well. Okay, so what's Mahodo's out? Bad Spawn remake question mark? That's kind of all I've got right now. This is hard. I mean, Mahodo has counted himself. These 12 archers are just a meme at this stage. It's very expensive as well when you think about it, right? That's 960 resources there. Then the archer range, it's just a pointless 1,110 resources. It's not necessary. That could have been an extra, like, what, 8 Ghazi? Or spears instead. Basically having an extra 13 spears would have probably been a helpful tool here. Mass Sapahi. The irony is so many people will try and do this now on the ladder and it will not work. Like, it's hard to navigate Mass Sapahi. They're very expensive at 160 and they can feel very fragile. But when used right, it can look absolutely busted. The craziest part is he didn't even use the melee play because he never felt threatened to, right? Normally, the way this goes is I build spear Sapahi, you build spear and Ghazi, and then I use melee armor because then my spearmen never die, right? And then you lose the game because Sapahi kill you from the backline. Well, different comp, right? It's just complete DPS outmass. So Mahodo isn't just going to throw in the towel. Remember, this is his final game in Midweek Muster number 13. But it don't look great. It looks like we're destined for Wham versus Sass in that best of 5 quarterfinals, which will be coming up next, by the way. Unless Mahodo can pull off one hell of a miracle. His only way out, Castle Age. The timing might be inopportune, though. Wham is already on his way with the Sapahi again. Yeah, what's that? Wham not building walls? Oh my god, someone else must have hacked his account. Faye, is that you? Finding on the outpost here. And yes, Ottoman is an actual matchup in the Delhi. I'm not memeing. Fast Castle feels a bit weird for Delhi to try and force against Ottomans. You need the right situation. Long Feudal favors Otto because of the Sapahi into the meta. Try it. You'll be impressed. It's difficult to execute. I think it's like one of the more high-skill matchups you'll find on the ladder. It's not a linear, oh, I counter you by doing simple things. You really have to be on point with Sapahi. Sapahi in general are this way, right? They're a very inexpensive investment. They're incredibly powerful, but also very vulnerable. You know that feeling you get when you lose like 8 horsemen? You're like, well, that kind of feels like GG. You lose 4 Sapahi, you get that same feeling. Sure, the maths doesn't support that, but it feels that way on the production rate and the builds. House of Learning now on the way. Mahodo looking to duck and run out of this age, but Wham is not far behind him. Macron for Castle. Sapahi meta your favorite units, you just don't like playing Ottomans? Is it the passive production? I feel like for a lot of people, the passive production feels weird. Even when it's not OP, I don't know if it just feels dirty or wrong or what. Like something, it's something instinctually is like an RTS player of Age of Empires that makes Ottomans feel very polarizing. You can't quite put your finger on it. Like, even when it's not OP, right? Like, it has been at points in the past. You just kind of like, this doesn't... What are my timings, right? Like, the Sapahi, look at this. They're coming out for free, but now they're going to take 2 minutes to produce each time. Or I could produce them every 25 seconds. It's a very weird feeling. But, like, right now at this point in the game, basically means per military school, you're getting 80 resources for free per minute. Scales really bloody nicely. That's basically 2 villages per military school. It's about to get better, though. Mehmed Imperial Armory now coming in. 20 rushing it up. Ghazi is about to sneak in before the wall goes up. Mahodo just needs quite a few more of those. Actually, did Mahodo skip villager production? Math not make sense. So you got textiles, right? There's a 10 eco difference. So textiles equates for 1. There's still 2 workers of difference that doesn't make sense here. Remember, this was not a Saharan trade network. It wasn't your standard get free traders, that's the difference. What if it's Pax Ottomana? Nah, it's not, guys. Calm down. Wham likes winning games. We aren't going to Pax Ottomana here. There's been 1 player to Pax Ottomana so far in the midweek musters. Do you guys know who that player was? I believe it's actually against Mahodo. Can you guess the outcome? Let me know in the comments if you remember. Guys want to see if it's Spahi now on the way. They're going to get scary. I'll let you guys know at the end of the game who the player was. Oh, stone gathering from Mahodo. So his recovery arc, get the relics, get the keeps, hunker down, mac her up. That's scary though. That's a long road to recovery, right? Will WAM even let you get that first keep up? Janissary production now in the way. So where do we drop a keep here to feel safe? I guess it has to be over here, and then you set up the farms behind. You have berries in the meantime, so it's not an immediate knee-jerk reaction of going into farms. He has got, what, 8 scholars? Not crazy. Might be enough, but might need more military here. This army is really scary. He has got the pro scouts for free to bring back some deer, right? That's why he hasn't had to rush into farms yet. Still, it's not great. Doesn't have enough stone for the keep drop. Archers the trade out. Sapahi with the dive in, and that's a lot of torches. Uh-oh. WAM. The only upside for Mahodo is he hasn't dove deeper yet. Yep, he realized. Gets the pinch. Village is dead. One of them even tried to repair there. 5 more worker kills Sapahi. Archer's going to dive deeper. The Archer's pulled away the mid-arms. No, he only has 9 spears here. And the Sapahi are in. The village is at the back. There's no gate. He's going to split up, though. Sends a few Sapahi to the back corner. The rest to rotate round. The Archers, in the meantime, just continue to kite out perfectly here. And then arms just can't reach him. Unbelievable. Just peeling him apart right now. And the Janissary reveal. It's only 7, but that's enough DPS, and that's enough to convince him it's over. GG gets called. WAM will be booking himself a quarterfinal showdown with SAS. Now, to answer your question, who was it that done the Ottoman Pax Ottomana? The answer, what? No, I could have cut out the replay there. It would have been brutal. The answer was actually Voldemar. It was on Skargard, and I believe it was against Mahodo on the Rus. A wild series in which pretty much it looked like Voldemar was desperately trying every single option that the Ottomans had. Definitely give it a check out on the YouTube because it should be up there. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Yeah, no one guessed Voldy. With a very curious build that we saw in that game. All right, so predictions, payout on WAM. There you go, though. Like, who learned a lesson today? Who actually knew the Ottomans won that one? That they're favored in that matchup? Otto, I'm telling you, it's so hard to execute, but I recommend people who are worried about the Delhi meta should be focusing on Ottomans, because historically they have been a solution to Delhi. Even back in the old TOV build, they've done pretty well there. So it's definitely one worth exploring more if you're looking for Delhi solutions. It's hard to execute, though. There's very little room for mistakes, but that's the case with most Delhi situations. All right, that in mind, though, I believe we are going to be having WAM versus Mahodo. WAM versus SAS now. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know if SAS is here, but I was led to believe that this next series was going to start almost immediately afterwards. H3's better counter on the ladder? I mean, sure, but like H3 beat everything, blah, blah, blah. If you're trying to be a tournament player, if you want to start playing Midweek Musters, you need to be more robust with your Civ pool. Because not many people are going to let you have HRE. And if they let you have HRE, it's because you gave them like Juji or Chinese, right? So let's put the score up for that one. We'll lock it in. So remember, by the way, we changed quarterfinals this week. So they're now best of 5s. So we get a little bit more bang for buck, actually, out of the weeklies. The funny part is, originally I was like, do players really want to play that many games for $300 or whatever? A lot of the players seem to want the BO5s. I was like, okay, we'll see if you guys can schedule on time. In fairness, they've actually done a good job this week of scheduling. Maybe some cases a bit too early. Double check. I'm pretty sure Cheem said that it would be immediately afterwards. Double check. Yeah. Because SAS was aiming for around now, so I'll give them a bump, see if they're ready to go. Actually, let me check. They might already actually have the draft open, so let's have a look. Not yet. Do you use lipstick? No. Bruh. Dude, why are you going to make it like this? Like, I'm going to have to go alter the settings again. We already went through this paranoia of what's up with the video cam settings. How do we alter this? Now you're doing this to me again? Bruh. Outrageous. Ugh. That green screen still is turned on. I think I do. Trying to figure out what setting it is that's causing it. Is that better or is that just too decolored? I've like bumped saturation down a lot. Oh my god, I look like Voldemort. Alright, let's bring it down again. You think 38 is 38% saturation? Is that not too desaturated? I feel like that looks very desaturated. Like maybe? Is that good or bad, chat? I have very red lips, but the thing is I don't on cameras. Usually. Is that like too decolored, do you think? Look. It's not my fault I didn't wipe your mum's lipstick off. Whee! Walked into that one. Alright, see if the lads are ready. No response just yet. SAS is in-game right now. Ah, that's probably what we're waiting on then. Good catch. Let me have a look. Wait, did he rename his account? Is it the dash account? Is that the one, Gully? The dash account? What's that? So I'm not seeing him here. Is it this one? Is he Kazva? Secretly just changed his identity. Pause button. I don't have a pause button. What is SAS called on the ladder? No, it's just SAS, right? Do I just not have him added? He's offline. Yeah, he is the dash, right? You sure it's him? Yeah, it's a conk 1. Oh, he's playing on pause button. Gotcha. Okay. Where the hell is he? Jesus. Did I skip past it? Is he in the hyper early game, maybe? Saw a pause button on the list. Yeah, but where? %8 on bottom. Mongol versus French. Okay. Ah, there we go. It's Himiyama. It's French versus Mongols. It should not be that long. Alright, guys. So, basically, Sassus should be facing off against Wham after this set. We're just waiting on the game to finish. So, hopefully, what we'll do is we'll speed up to live to see how this one's going. And then, should be good. Oh, look at that. Dude, I perfectly positioned the camera, so it's not in the way. I mean, Mongol versus French is usually a quick matchup, because both of them are aggressively oriented, right? So, Rack's opening. Okay, Alright, this guy is definitely not Marine Lord. Oh no! Dude, that is so cursed! Double gold, double stone, all on one side? Can the game hate you more? Taylor's got archers coming out. He should better clear the way, right? But not before the outpost goes up. Nice play on the scouts. Yeah, greedy from Sass to go wide like that. Yeah, only when you're playing against Mongols. The Mongol player, meanwhile, 1 gold here, 1 gold here. How you meant to outpost rush that? Man, that's dirty. Imagine being a Juji player, right? Easy 100 resources. Don't mind if I do. Okay, so this is going kind of ridiculous. The fact that outpost has not died yet. There we go. It does go down. Slide down the 4x speed just for a second. Did she message me? About someone else having a look there. So it should be knights now, right? Like the fact that Scouts is still not playing knights. Do we have pro scouts coming out on the other side? No. Wait. We do. Okay, yeah. So the goodies are coming home. Plenty of deer. Meanwhile, other side. Man, this is sadness. He doesn't have pro scouts. He still hasn't gone for it, right? It's too late now. This is pretty rough, actually. Mass Magadai coming out. I mean, if he gets Castle with Kurotai buff, he's going to be undiveable. We'll stick on the fast speed, just try to get close as live as possible. Reminder, like, after this one, we are going to be having Wham versus Sash should be coming up. That's a lot of Magadai. 23 archers should be a little bit full on the other side, but it's not even Kurotai step readout. Okay. I wasn't really expecting that. Felt like the type of game where, you know, Kurotai can make a lot of sense, but Kurotai always feels weird when you have mass cavalry because you can't get in position. Kind of sad that you can't cast ladder games anymore now that there's always a tournament series. True, but I feel like more people care about tournament series than the ladder games, right? I know it's tricky. Maybe it wouldn't have been that way if there was like a new audience coming in, but I think, I don't know, do people want casts of ladder games? Yeah. It's weird because you get less memery, for sure. But like, if people want memery, they'd want low elo Legends games. And there isn't really a huge audience right now that I've seen that want low elo. Maybe over time, though. I'm just going to keep stabbing in here. He lost a lot of them, though. I mean, Infernus isn't cast late, right? It should be bypassing a new unit type. He's going archers. Meanwhile, Guildhall come for shouts. What? This unit comp doesn't really feel like it's it. Right? He's going back for the archers, but like realistically, surely you just go straight men at arms crossbows. Now, all of a sudden, shouts. Before you have that big blob, he's playing into the age up. He could go arbitrary to counter it all. Yeah, things are getting a little bit weird. Deerstone has moved up for the mobility factor, but I think really what you need is raids. Keshiks aren't going to shuffle around the side. Not saying you should stop casting the tournaments, just saying I missed the ladder memeing of top players. True. I don't know, I guess part of my feeling was like, did we have as many memers anymore? Maybe with the DLC, it'll be something we revisit. Because we might have more memery. Maybe there is a perfect balance where we just basically watch meme games instead of like the round of 32, round of 16. And then, you know, quarterfinals and beyonds obviously take priority. I mean, you know, kind of have to let a combination of what makes you happy and what drives viewership dictate the flow of things, right? And if that's what things show... So we do have Arbitrator coming in. That one wall. Do you ever, like, play Mongols and watch someone build just one wall and almost feel like they're mocking you? You know, like, look what I have. Wouldn't you like to have it? But you can't. Makes you feel like the game just hates you. Falcon kind of... No, don't. Falcon not kind of OP. Falcon OP. So, the only reason we don't really talk about it is because, like, Mongols are kind of underwhelming elsewhere. Great raid, by the way. Like, this is ridiculous. I don't know how Shouts is meant to win this right now. It's a 25 eco deficit. I think this is pretty much game. So, yeah, talk about the Falcon, right? The Falcon won't get nerfed until something else is buffed. Okay, so there we go. It gets the win. So we should be getting confirmation of the series in a sec. But the thing about the Falcon is, like, technically it is pretty OP. And the reason it's OP is if you think about the idea of vision, vision can be given but denied. How do you deny vision from Falcon? You can't kill the Falcon, right? In fact, it used to be more OP because it used to block charges before, right? But you can't kill the Falcon. Killing the Scout doesn't kill the Falcon. What do you do? It doesn't cost anything. That's another weird thing to me is a campfire costs resources, but a Falcon costs nothing. The reason it just doesn't matter that way is because obviously Mongols aren't OP right now. So it doesn't need to be nerfed. Down the line, when we get back into a Mongol meta though, they will have to probably nerf that. By having it shackled to something, right? Maybe, for example, when you unleash a Falcon, it places like a little stand, you know, like what a Falcon would sit on. And if you kill that, it gets rid of the Falcon. Something like that, right? Yeah, it is literally free campfires, right? It's kind of crazy when you think about it that way. One second, let me just check. So I think we should... maybe get Sass and Wham now. Do we have draft? Yep. Okay. Nice. Alright, just delete that message. Nice. Draft underway then. Good. Very good. Yo, what is up, Standard? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, use those Prime subs. They're free. You're basically just giving Bezos money, or you can give me money. So embezzle with me. Alternatively, if you want to drop subs, I also appreciate that. For some reason, Primes and also gifted subs don't contribute towards you getting more subscriptions, getting more revenue, right? Because there's the plus goal. So if you uniquely subscribe yourself, that helps us unlock bigger revenue shares from the sub splits. So either or, appreciate either. But let me get the draft open. Okay, so they should be drafting in a second. Let's switch over. Prefer to take as much from Bezos from what I already gave him. Exactly. Give it back to someone you like watching. Exactly. Bezos bad, KP good. Is it a coincidence that Bezos kind of reads like embezzle? That's all I'm going to say. Make the Khan have to stay in range of the Falcon. Almost like an invisible leash, right? Like if you... That's kind of... I like that idea. If you leave range, it just goes... It just comes flying back to you. That would be a cool little animation as well. It just like panics. Either that, okay, either that or another way, instead of it coming back, because that feels like you get to reuse it. Instead, if you go out of range, the Falcon just flaps off. It leaves. It's like, well, if you don't want me, I'll find someone out there that wants a Falcon like me, and we'll make our own Mongol empire with blackjack and hookers. Yeah. Okay, do we have them both now? We got the draft set up, it's just we haven't got picks yet for some reason. I just have to double check, because sometimes this crap is buggy. Yeah, like the map draft has now disappeared here. There we go. You showed your wife Futurama. For the first time, she's never seen Futurama before. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, by the way, guys, we announced this finally. That we're with El Gato. Whoop, whoop. You can see him in the background there. Go ahead and like that. They keep an eye on these type of things. Engagement's important, so... You should be following us on Twitter anyway, because the other thing that's happening there, if you guys did not notice, we have got a giveaway! Exclamation mark giveaway! Enter to be in with a chance of winning a Shure microphone, MV6 gaming microphone. We'll be giving away this bad boy at the end of the month. And I just realized I've still left green screen on, so let me just turn green screen off quickly. Oops. So yeah, we'll be giving this big bad boy away. So one lucky winner. It's the MV6 USB gaming microphone. Get high quality audio without needing to commit to all the extra hoo-ha around the components. So yeah, go ahead and do that. And be sure to like the tweets when you see them. Like I said, you know, we're talking about ways that we can get brands involved. Like, weirdly enough, like social media reach is also another funny way you can get brands to sponsor you. So it always helps. And by the way, did you guys see this? Are they drafting now? Okay, yeah. So we'll hop into draft in a second. Guys, check this. My daughter predicted it all. Have you seen this? Game. Freya, are you going to be a winner at this game? What's that? Are you going to win at Age of Empires? Yeah? Well, yeah, that's the microphone. Are you going to be Marine Lord?
Yeah.
Are you going to be Beastie? Oh, you don't want to play Beastie, okay. Are you going to be Anatand?
Yeah.
She predicted it, man. She predicted it. She knew. There was only one player she was worried about facing. And it was the one that won. That kid's a genius. Future predictor right there. Okay, so map-wise, we have got Frisian, Dry Arabia, Cliffside, Rocky, and then finally, we're going to be seeing Coastal. Went from 3k to 100k points after all your predictions on Sunday. Good lord. And now you can use them for the Age of Mythology tournament next. Maybe. Okay, so draft-wise, Roos made it through, but I kind of like what Wham got in response, right? HRE and Chinese is kind of bonkers. And that's a blocker to Delhi as well. Oh, push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Hopefully we'll be able to do proper push-ups soon. The physio was a weird feeling, actually. Like, the biggest thing I noticed while doing the physio, it wasn't as much my ankle that was causing pains or whatever, it's actually my knees. Because obviously I haven't been able to work out or anything, right? Even my leg, the one that had been, like, you know, I've been doing the hopping on and everything else, that was burdenous on the knees. Electroshock physio? Okay, I don't know, like, I don't know what kind of healthcare you get in your country, buddy, but chill. How am I we feeling about RA being OP on AOM? Oh, Ra. I haven't really watched that much Age of Myth recently, so can't really fully comment. I mean, but isn't that how it always ends up eventually, is Ra OP? I think that's how it usually ends up. Historically, anyway. Wasn't that the infamous tournament where, what was it, when you used to be able to repick your pick? And I think it was like Magic versus Mister. And every time Magic would lose, he'd just pick Ra again, I think it was. Again and again and again and again. Imagine AoE if you could do that. Oh, God. Yeah, every tournament, just pick Shuji every time you lose. Electroshock physio for torn ligaments. Is that actually a thing? I mean, but I've got a broken ankle. It's different, right? So, we do have a draft, though. Let's go ahead and toggle that bad boy off. Add the fix for the Falcon, turn it into a pigeon. Whoa, 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 whoa. Then they'd be OP. As we know, pigeons are more powerful. Just true. There's more of us. It's like the zombie apocalypse situation all over again. You know, like the Falcons are like the special forces dudes in the apocalypse. Even they struggled. We've all seen World War Z. Even a war couldn't keep me out. Which, now that I think about it, because we're pigeons, is even more logical when I say it out loud like that. Hey, Vicent. Most exciting 2 days at AoE. Thank you, man. It was a good time. Yep, some hype games. I was a little bit worried after... I think Saturday in some ways was like a bit oof. But Sunday definitely delivered. And what is up? If in full and beautiful nose, thank you very much, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. That's some bird power right there. Mate, that sub goes power. I love the notifications. I need to get some more bird pop-ups. Some more ones that would work well. Also, let me bring the announcements down in future so it's a bit more in frame. But we can get underway in a second. I think they should be loading into game now. And opening picks are gonna be big drum roll, longer drum roll. Oh, I think they crashed. Okay. We'll give them a second then. Pigeons will be the #1 lean meat food in the apocalypse. Nobody wants to live in cramped quarters with chickens. Yeah, and we're just stupid enough to always come back. You know, if he does a bit of a bird feed, we'll go fly away and return always. We're suckers, really. You broke both ankles? Jesus Christ. I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. That's nuts. Would wholly and absolutely, utterly not recommend. Both ankles. Oh, different. Okay, that's a bit more figurable. Like, both ankles... Did anyone else get that vibe? Like, both ankles at the same time suggests you had a run-in with the Mafia, right? Like, that 100% sounds like you got busted. I was like, whoa. All right, this guy's lived a life. Seriously, what is going on with the contrast? I feel like as the hours go on, the lighting is getting weirder. I'm super red now. Oh, you know what it is, chat. You know what it is. I know what it is. It's because it's getting darker, right? So natural light is not there, so you have to go like that to compensate. That's better. Time of day. Might look to get additional lighting in. Okay, so it's actually going to be Roos versus ABBA opening game. Interesting. Let's get the 2-minute predickies going. Fourth roof and completely shatter both legs and feet. Jeez, once again, I think they may have had a run-in with the Mafia and they lied to you. It just sounds sus to me, man. Oh no, what happened? Oh yeah, I like broke my leg falling off the roof. They don't need to know I'm involved with the Mafia. All right. Let's go. Did we update the brackets? Of course we did. We're efficient. Ring that bell. It's quarterfinals time. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. SAS versus Wham. We got a fun one this week because in midweek muster number 13, we've upgraded the quarterfinals. They are now best of 5, so we get potentially 5 games between these two. Should be an entertaining set, and it kicks off on Frisian. Abbasid's up against Roos. Man, this is really their own kind of stylistic take in some ways, right? Roos is intriguing on this map. When Frisian first released, this was one of the most popular picks. It was actually French and Roos that dominated this map. It fell off in favor of a lot of other things. Chinese, Abbasids, Mongols, HRE. In the current meta, with it being Pro Scouts heavy, it makes a lot of sense, especially for the Scout opener. You should be able to hoover up a lot of sheep off of this here map. In fact, that's what he's looking to do. It went for the double hunting cabin beginning, as you always do. Cool thing about this is you are impervious to any sort of outpost rush on the gold, because with Roos on this build, you don't have to touch the gold at all. You can just hoover up the sheep, eat them for gold, get the passive gen from the hunting cabins, and be on your merry way towards Pro Scouts. Abbasids, on the other hand, well, we've seen them try to Pro Scouts a few times. It has left a lot of question marks. It's not great. Likely what we're going to be getting instead is Tradewing, but Abba Tradewing isn't really that great anymore here. It's good for distance, but they get punished by the fact that a while ago, the Abbasid Tradewing, and this is weird by the way because it was probably the least built wing at the time, got nerfed. Remember, you used to get the secondary resource as a feudal tech. They swapped it with the armored caravans. So now, the grand value of going into Tradewing is you get, wait for it, free armor. No, not as in it's absolutely for free. You have to pay for it, but you get free of it. It's not great. So, for that reason, I'm wondering if WAM maybe instead is going to try Eco Wing, but Eco Wing has not looked great into Pro Scouts. Going to try it anyway. Okay, so what's the play here? Usually, the way that Bassett can win this is if Roos try to fight Feudal. If Roos Pro Scouts rush Castle, I'd say they're favored. It's a bit different on Frisian, though. And I'm wondering if that might save Wham from getting cooked here. It's a very defensive map, hard to dive. And what is up, Borbin? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Light work for Wham. If you talk about civs, you cover these names, though, right? Like, you may feel like Wham is favored on paper, but if you take the player names out of the equation and think about the civ matchup, I think most people lean Roos. Like I said, Frisian is definitely a bit more of an interesting map. So wouldn't write Abbasids out. Like, more defensive maps can work for a particular civ like this. And wait, are we shoving one deer in? So he doesn't even try to get the full set. We've literally just got him focused on getting that single deer perfectly all the way home. Okay, not so perfect all the way home. That's a bit different. Most people would just shove the deer along like this, get them to about here, and then pick up drop off, as opposed to save themselves on one. I guess it is kind of awkward if you use only one scout, though, right? Like, a lot of them can just get loose. So he's going to check in and gets confirmation that it is going to be Eco Wing. Does this encourage SAS to go castle or feudal play, though? Wham could random it into any game, though. That's a ballsy statement, considering he just went up against Mahodo. And sorry, put the wrong score in. That was a 2-1 scoreline, remember. It went all the way to the decider. He lost to Mahodo's Juji. So I'd be very careful about just assuming you're random into these players. They are catching up. Not just Anatan, he's been leveling up his game. So Wham is going to try to block the play. A little bit difficult to hang around here. Second TC, ideally here, right? Berries plus the fish is going to feel good. He might just settle on setting up on the stone if this is a free TC build. Honestly, a lot of the time when we see people go 2 TC with Eco Wing, it feels kind of rough. Doesn't feel like you find the value play there. But free TC against Pro Scouts almost just feels like a death sentence. You're just so slow to actually do anything, right? It just doesn't stop your opponent from castling up for free. There's the Pro Scouts timing. I mean, the deer stacks are gravitated towards the northeast side of the map. So if Wham did go into Spearman, he should have a fairly good blocker. Interesting. So he insulates himself on the tree line, just giving himself that backup plan. Kind of makes sense because, like, long term, your goal here should be to go into mass farms, right? Like, if you're worried about your opponent fast attacking, you can't play onto the pocket bonds, right? Like, you'll just get raided. How did you guys vote, by the way? Let's have a look. 65% Wham, 35% for Sass. That's respectable. I think there's probably a lot of people, more than the player-like matchup, like I said, that have questions about the ABBA plan. Sass already in position will be snatching the deer from closest to Wham space. Also just blocks him from getting value TC placements, right? Like towards the fish and the deer. Is this just fast castle 2 TC? Definitely. 7 on gold is a lot. Makes sense. You know your opponent's not going to aggress you now, right? Like, you're not being overly greedy. 3 TC and you definitely have to build military. 2 TC and Roos is just going to go castle. Alright, fun prediction for you guys this game. How many minutes into the game before the Roos player places a mining camp? This map is interesting. It's interesting you say that, because Wham was one of the players who didn't like it appearing last time in Frisian, because he felt that the choices were a bit linear, right? Back then, it was Mongol, Chinese, HRE all the time. We revisited it at this stage because of the Pro Scouts meta. Because before this meta, I cannot recall the last time I saw Roos on this map. Never gets seen. So Wham is going to be adding in a few spears. Not a bad idea to block out at least one of the deer packs. Long term, not a great plan against horse archers, which should be coming. Sass. Okay, interesting. So he sacrifices one of his gathering units, but he's getting all the info, right? He can just see how heavily Wham's going to go in this. Unfortunately, because it's a spearman opening, and because he's already injured after going behind the TC, this guy is dead. Hot take, I feel Pro Scouts made more civs viable overall. So, yes and no. I agree that in some... I don't think it made more civs viable. I think it made different civs viable. Civs that had fallen off, like, for example, Roos was presumed to have fallen off after the changes around the bounty system. At least people suspected that was going to be the case. But with the walling changes plus Pro Scouts came back. French as well. Jean as well. I don't think it's fair to say more civs are viable per se. It's kind of like, think back to the TC meta, right? Where every civ could build a TC. That's true. But certain civs done it better, right? So there was still better civs. So with the Pro Scouts meta, you've kind of got the similar situation where there is basically like 2, maybe 3 tiers of civs. There's ones that Pro Scout really well. There's ones that can Pro Scout, and there's ones that do not want to Pro Scout. So you've still got this divide. Like, you have civs that are now just even worse, right? Japan's a pristine example. Japan was already suffering, but with French, Japanese buffed by Pro Scouts, much worse than they were before. ABBA fell through the rankings quickly. People didn't care, though, because the TC boom build with mass camels was OP. You know, what else have you got down at the bottom? I don't think All of the Dragon, but Ibids. Ibids just fell off the side of a cliff because of Pro Scouts. What is up, Camian? Thank you much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. How should Pro Scouts be changed to make it prevalent? Just change the deer speed, right? As in, when you carry deer, move slower. It's that simple. Solves the whole problem. Because the problem with Pro Scouts right now is even if I try to counterplay you, I can't counterplay you. It's too fast. And it has to be the movement of the deer, like deer carrying, because if you nerf the research speed, you actually buff China and Juji further. So you create an even bigger gap between the two civs. So, High Trade House came in. 132 gold, pretty respectable here. We are now 10 minutes in the game, and will you look at that? Still not a mining camp. Monasteries are coming in. Wow, military wings get complete in 20 seconds. That's pretty good. The camel riders will do well against the horse archers. Especially if you consider adding in additionals and rushing camel handling here. I just don't think that's very feasible with his economy, right? He's only got 16 sheep left. I say only because really, when you go camel riders, you drain that fast. What about cost nerf? Just enables certain civs still. Punishes others. In theory, it makes... So, like, in theory, giving a nerf to the cost of Pro Scouts buffs Dark Age rushes to stop Pro Scouts, right? What it does in practice, though, is makes China even better. Speed nerf is the best. Speed nerf is the active engagement nerf. Everything else is passive nerf, right? If that makes sense. Like, nerfing the cost, for example, or nerfing the research speed isn't something you as the other player can actively engage with. Nerfing the movement speed of deer being pulled back to base is something you as an aggressive player can be rewarded for. It's just a no-brainer at that stage. I know people want more elegant solutions because nerfing the movement speed sounds really boring. It won't be. It'll actually be the opposite. Because then all of a sudden, instead of me just adding 8 scouts in, I'm like, well, I am going to need spears now. Oh, well, I actually might need archers. It becomes a conscious thought instead of just an instinctual investment. So, well, with the age up, we do have him going for the relics. Notably slower, though. SAS already has 2 coming in. I mean, this could be a 4-1 split, realistically. Oh, it might even be worse than that. It's 3 warrior monks in play, right? The camels are just kind of hunting into weird locations. He can at least guard this relic over here. And because it is a cavalry monk, you'll kill it very fast. So defense is pretty easy for Abbasis from here, actually. All you need to do is get this. Composite Bows is MVP. SAS is going to need a transition. We mentioned, right? Like, on a standard map, I'd heavily favor Roos. But on a defensive map like this, like Frizzy Marshes, you got to feel a lot better about Bassets. Especially the linear nature of the aggression, right? When you're hunkered in the corner, you just plow forward to your opponent's base. Now, that does mean we might be at the stage where SAS has to consider touching gold to get knights. Instead, though, he goes for a horseman switch up. Interesting choice in the spear archer, though. I mean, knights isn't going to do much better, right? What is SAS's golden solution? He mangoes? But come on. Like, mangoes and Castle Age massing doesn't feel great. So your concern is if we nerf wood, then French Roos JD becomes OP? I disagree. The change that I've highlighted around wood is instead of having 150 wood, you have 100 wood per tree. I'm not saying shrink the tree lines in every map, because that causes its own conundrums. You still have all these natural barriers. You just wouldn't have an insane amount of wood to work with. Nice poke in here. Bam, he was caught out of the base. So the horse just get to dive in. A little bit of hesitance there, though, right? Doesn't want to lose them too easily. Does mean, though, he doesn't get any worker kills. And SAS, well, we do have a mining camp now at the 13.5-minute mark, but it is only for stone. This should be a TC drop. I mean, he needs it, right? Like, you're not breaking your Bassets here. You have at least got relic advantage, but you need to make sure now you don't fall behind. That would mess with the use of straggler trees? Sure, but straggler trees, to my understanding, they are not hard-coded into the generation of the map. There's something that is attached to player spawns, right? So if you make the wood change from 150 to 100, for example, there should be a value somewhere on the back end where you can basically just increase the starter tree count from 3 to 5. And Bob's your uncle. There you go. Kavayu's there to confirm my suspicions. Easy solution. SAS, I mean, we need to find a way out of this comp. The worrisome part is now walls are coming up, so if you wait too long to raid, you're not getting any damage done at all. He's just losing to composite bow archers. Horsemen are going for the dive in. But horse slashers don't really count spears the way you'd think, guys. It's kind of similar to the logic of, like, javelins overkilling an archer. Same here. Yes, if you all target the same spear, you'll kill him. But you have a big attack speed wind up, and you've just wasted it all on one target. On top of that, if you misstep at all, these spears also counter you. It is not the same dynamic as archer versus spear. Not even close. I mean, this game could just be over. Men at arms switch up coming from Sass. He needed something, but come on. Wham's already on it. He's got the crossbows on the way. I'm not really sure what Sass is meant to do here. I mean, Pro Scouts is guaranteed he has a lot of food to work with. You know, he can keep meat grinding for a while. Still 12 sheep as well. I just don't think there's going to be any army left to defend you. No, this is just too big. It's 59 to 60 military. Even if you had the food to keep gathering, the villagers won't be able to touch it. I think for Sass to make this strategy work, the horse archers need to go in at an early point to raid. It's the only thing that would have made sense. Wham's now moving out into the pocket fish as well. Berries also. There's just no raid. Like, this would have been the point where horse archers could have maybe moved out and done some damage, but they don't exist anymore. Income seems even. Sure, but would you like to look at the military count and then the destroyed value, right? Like, you can have the same income, but still just be in an impossible position. The other problem is if you look at the way he built his base, it's all Ford Spawn production. Nothing's coming out. And Wham is going to be coming out of game 1 with a win. But we still have at least 2 more games here. Clean execution, though, from the Canadian. First game on the board, ABBA versus Rouge. Win for the left. ABBA D tier beats Roos S tier. I think it's the map. I don't feel sold by Roos on that map. Kind of unravels his draft a little as well, right? Delhi still to counter the Chinese. HRE to counter, if you like, any of those civs. Malians can counter out... Malians a little bit tricky there, actually. Maybe OOTD. But, like, Malians is pretty well blocked. You have Mongols and you have Ottomans. Ottomans also count as Japanese. There is a risk that Wham can just 3-0 this, but if we get one game on the board for Sass, I think it becomes a more even series based on the draft. Why do you never see English in events? Because in the current Pro Scouts meta, they're underwhelming. They're one of the worst civs for Pro Scouting in the game. It's a civ that has no inherent economical edge. The economical edge is farms, which in a Pro Scouts meta is, at least in the early and mid game, completely redundant. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. How many TCs did Wham build? Only 2. It's kind of weird because, like, you think with 2, Eco Wing's just not really worth it. And I think there's a fair point to be had there. But for the fast castle build, I like it because you get camel riders at the start, which debuffs the horse archers. Means that they can't actually trade into archers at all. Just very creative build in that regard. Alright, I think we are kicking off in just a second. We're waiting for them now. You enjoy military wing into Pro Scouts? Oh no. Have you tried culture wing into Pro Scouts? Tell me more, because then you get the camels in Castle Age while also getting the cheaper castle tech and the Pro Scouts tech. Oh my god. It's time to level up. And when you are winning against Beastie in S tier tournaments, I will take 10% of your prize pool earnings, as is only fair. Come on. Someone's got a slow PC. I think it's Sass, because I remember him saying some crap about, like, oh yeah, I play at low frame rate and it's fine. Wait, Did he freaking not make... Oh, there we go. That was very delayed. I don't know why. The observer delay is very weird sometimes. Alright. Oh, wait, what? Alright, let me get predictions ready for you guys. This man only knows sadness in the current meta. Mongols is in a very weird position currently in Age of Empires 4, but SAS has always had a soft spot for them. Sometimes it feels like a soft spot on a baby's head in these metas, though. A point of vulnerability that could be exploited by an animal from the wild. And out of the wilds comes the Japanese. Wham. Game number 2. A good start here. Already after a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Japanese is definitely one of the civs that's been suffering from the current meta. Right? The Pro Scout switch up has been weird for them. We've seen a few players go Pro Scouts. In this matchup, I think it's entirely possible. The only problem is I'm seeing these deer spawns both north side. If there's like a flank rotation to outpost rush the gold, it then blocks gold plus Pro Scouts play. SAS might have the spawn to actually kind of ruin any greedy plans for WAM. And that is a surprising opening. Why? Is he really doing a horseman rush? I mean, the farmhouse is in range. The forge is not. So you will force the Japanese to play Feudal Age, which most people see as a win, right? Like, Japan is not great for feudal play, unless your name is Neptune, and I was casting you several months ago. If you guys remember, that was the wild man that would do the mass Onabigisha, mass horseman builds in Feudal Age, even beating top players like Louis MT at the time on the ladder. And this feels a little bit different, though. So it's going to be triple horseman opening. This could be interesting for shoving deer away from your opponent towards you after the play. But WAM is ready to begin the tech up. Now, if this is Kura Storehouse, I'm scared for SAS. I think if this is Kura Storehouse, you just lose the horseman. Sorry, a Koka. If this is Koka, you lose the horseman. If it's Kura, it can bode well for Sassy. But because you're against a Mongol player, you're not going to go Kura, right? Like, you never go Kura against Mongols because they can burn the farms. And there it is. Shinobi boys are on the way. I mean, I know royalty facing Scout Rush, but I was kind of like hoping. You know, just double produce a few scouts and then get your Pro Scout timing. It's quite nice. It only costs 70 stone. But no. The torch damage is going to come in. Villagers are going to have to peel back here, but wham. Did he get the timing? I think he did. Yeah, there's 4 in gold. Yeah, so he did actually... That was perfectly done. He got the deletion as he repaired. There's a very thin gap there between the torch bar. So well played. Wham doesn't want to contest the forge at all. And... it's like... Come a little bit closer. Yeah, you see this berry patch? This has the big berries. The juicy ones. Hold! Hold! Get him! Oh god, that was too good. He's gonna try to stab in. It's annoying. Wham would prefer to be able to get this right. He has Tawara. It's a better gathering rate. Deerstone is coming on the other side. SAS already has the natural step up into Keshiks. Oh, wait. We might have a villager snatch here. Nice hit there. Gets the kill. Okay. So, Wham immediately queuing up 3 Shinobi. Obviously 1 for free, the other 2 paid. I'm back on the forge, so... Yeah, he does recommit. I mean, in fairness, like, trying to repair this would have been too expensive, way too much out of time. It wouldn't have been worth it. The question now is, what does SAS follow this up with? It is just Pro Scouts. Yeah, but Shinobi blocked Pro Scouts really well. I still love that animation where the horse just gets so shocked the guy basically does a jumping cartwheel. Oh, man. Shinshin in. I mean, this is the problem, though. Like, the scouts are slow. Also, remember, scouts are melee, which means you do get the bonus damage against them. SAS is like, yep, follow me, over here. Yeah. Come on. He's falling for it as well. So the scouts are sneaking around all the way to the back. Third Shinobi is on his way to block that. Now, one negative about Shinobi into Mongols, you can't dive the TC. You can't kill Eco, really. However, that means if the gold is protected, the Uvu is loose. You can come back here and sabotage the Keshik production. Problem is, with being a back spawn, it's going to take too long right now. So first Keshiks are going to hit the field. And what? He didn't get improved pro scouts? Does this guy even care about winning? I mean, guys, come on. Think about the incredible extra bonus damage you can get against wildlife. Okay, I'm not really selling you guys on this. Such an underwhelming tech. Nishishin in. Good damage done. Someone did highlight the idea of like being able to pro scouts the ball. And like part of me wants to say, well, because Mongols aren't really that powerful right now, maybe that wouldn't feel too OB, but it probably would. Maybe if they could cut slabs out of the ball, you know? Like they just carve up a 350 blubber and pull it back. That could be interesting. Then you're just not getting it all at once. Jet schedule? Yeah, it's because specifically this week I need to update the schedule. I've been thinking about just not using the Twitch schedule and just posting a schedule on like all my social medias. It's easier to manage and frequently do. But yes, we will be streaming the grand finals this week, or Midweek Must Have 13 specifically on Wednesday. Usually it's always Thursdays, but we had to shift it to Wednesday this week. So, Castlade to be on the way from Wham. I mean, he already walled off one of the deer as well. Yeah, this is overall well played. He can use the Shinobi to shove the deer in. It's going to be 2,450 food. That's a lot of amount of samurai. And right now, Sass doesn't have a great answer. Magadai is not it. Magadai makes sense if your opponent is pro scouting. Not so much with this build. Especially on the timing. I mean, he could dive past, but there is an outpost. And what is this? If Sass realizes... Oh my god. Wham. It's only 2 Keshik. Okay, this shouldn't be enough. The outpost should protect him plus the Shinobi. Yeah, he punts the Falcon out. Oh, you so wish you had 2 more Keshiks for a dive here. Because this is greedy as all hell from Wham. He's going to commit to it anyway. One of those Keshiks is almost dead. He's going to be diving in. Needs to focus fire down the Magadai. There's not really many of them right now. Gonna just shuffle around. He does get the final shot from the Khan Hunter. So he does get his hands on another worker kill. He actually made it through. No, this is ridiculous. Magadai, he activates the attack speed. Shunshin into the middle, though. Immediately takes out one of the Keshiks. Almost gets the second one, the Magadai. That's the front line now with the remaining Kekik. It's a commitment to the build, though. Wham, he needs to get this up now. It's so difficult to micro away from Magadai as well like this. It doesn't work. Sass, he's got more Keshiks, more Magadai on the way. All he has to do is stand right here. Oh, no. Stable's being beat up on the east side now. You might have to add in 2 horsemen just to get through with this. The problem is, like, against old school Magadai, this doesn't work, right? But with the Khan Hunter, they have enough range to cover the corner. So yes, Khan Hunter buff was substantial. This is an example of where. That's sick. Horsemen are coming out, so you will block him eventually, but Sass has bought a lot of time with this. Essential time, as well as the worker kills on top. Now, it does look like someone maybe skipped on villager reduction slightly. Because, I mean, at this stage, he should be up at, what, 36? Would have probably just removed the TC at the start, though. Keshik wave arrives. I don't think this tech up is happening. Oh, no! He does have the undermesh as well, so these take so long to kill. Is that the Magadai? Oh, gonna get hunted down. But now, with the second wave of Keshiks here, you can't really just dive onto the landmark to build it. When we talk about Mongols having the aggressive party, this has been taken to the extreme. Keshik does get the sniper out on the Shinobi. It will cost him his life, though. And I think that should be the space, right? No. 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 There's more of them. Every time you think, oh, wow, okay, I'm just going to complete the tech up now, another group arrives, and he's desperately going to die for it. Probably die for it. Magadai focus firing down. You just need the tech up. It's now or never. But my god, is it expensive. Castle Age will be complete, but Wham is almost 10 villages down. Sus. I mean, scale a few more Keshiks, right? But look for the tech up play, right? Right? There's no way he'd just send it in Feudal Age. You know, with 7,500 resources extra in his base from the Deers. Build landmark close to the TC. Yeah, like, I'm glad you brought it up, because we were going to highlight it before the chaos commenced. Like, this was overly greedy. He'd done it because he walled. So he thought this was safer. I think he thought that it wouldn't be seen. But it's hilarious because we were previously talking about how Falcons are technically, if you look at what it does on paper, pretty OP, but aren't in practice because Mongols are weak. The Falcon ability is what allowed that play. Without it, he wouldn't have known. He wouldn't have been able to get deep enough to scout that easily. Good thing he did actually keep these deer here. He's going to need them. Relics might prove a challenge here, but it looks like Sass is very focused on the base right now. Awkward farmhouse location. He did get the rest of the berries, but it does mean his opponent can burn down now. Now, Magadai kind of interesting against Mount Samurai. You lose the deflective armor before you get close enough, always. So kind of a weird little viable usage there. Obviously, Mass Magadai aren't designed to kill Mass Mounted Samurai. But they can make it easy for Keshik to fight. And there we go. Charge in. I hope he's keeping those Shintos at home soon. He might need them. Castle Age on the way for Sass. This could be Kurotai. Step readout can make a lot of sense as well, just to surge. Kurotai delays his timing, right? And yeah, I feel like Sass is quite committed to step readout's ways. Sass with a Tower Rush could have been a lot worse. He went Horseman. The Tower Rush timing is difficult. He won Pro Scouts, right? He does at least have the upgrade coming in. Uma Bannerman will be available to him here. He's going to need it. This is a scary looking army right now. He's switching into Onimusha. Smart against the Keshiks. It's going to be rough against the Magadai. Like, if your opponent was locked feudal, I think probably the Onimusha feels a bit better. Because he's going castle, it's likely to underperform here. The thing you have to keep in mind is Onimusha don't really have as much range advantage as they normally would. Not with the tech up now. That just added in an extra 0.25 tower range. So Onimusha only have a smidgen of extra range now over you, right? It's a 5.5 tower range, but due to the hitbox size, they usually end up a bit closer. So the whole idea of this tower rush has been discussed in chat. It's a bit weirder against Koka, I think. Koka and a few horsemen can actually clear the tower quite aggressively, quite easily. So the only way that Mongol tower rush, I think, is just like game ending is if you have a villager hanging around, which most players don't want to do. I don't blame Sass's idea here. He tried to make it about Pro Scouts. And in fairness, he got as much deer as you could really ask for. Only one pack was protected. If anything, I think the mistake was maybe just not rotating here earlier, right? Because he went Pro Scouts first. He didn't open with, say, 2 Magadai or Keshik. That cost him. If his wall doesn't go up, he doesn't need an outpost. He just still has his block timing. Speaking of Magadai, veterancy kicking in 10 seconds. Remember, this is Pro Scouts plus stable readout. He can afford a lot of this cavalry. Doesn't really have the same luxury here. Because he went Coca, it makes him a little bit lacking when it comes to scaling into farms afterwards. And he's running out of food, right? He's got the berry batch to the back. The deer is, what, probably about 1,000 food left. So, like, if you fast forward this game 5 minutes, Wham's going to be the one building farms. Sass is still going to be fine with deer, right? You can even go on berries, boar, etc. That transition is important. Like, you're basically getting into a cavalry off in which you won't be able to keep up eventually. So for Wham, he needs to start finding wins elsewhere soon. Relics is a good way, though. 2 relics already home, 3rd one coming in. I feel like Sass really skipped on a timing here, man. Like, the 1st relic coming back was a shock to me. Now for the 3rd? Do at least have the knight going up there, so might be able to scout it. Okay, that's sick. Do you see what he's done there? Wham has pulled the relic north to make it look like he already took it. So now, when Sass arrives, he's be like, oh, the relic's gone. I missed my timing. He'll walk away. Yeah, even with the scouts, he's like, huh? Wait, Wham. Calm down. What? He stood still with a Magadai. No way. No. He's going to lose both scouts. I can't believe it. He's getting it home free. Meanwhile, at home, the military gap is closing, man. The Magadai are starting to underperform a little. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. I wonder if the defense arrow would have been a lot better here, actually. The Keshik, I don't think they're doing enough. Uma Bannerman buff a bit too strong. Fun, and the Magadai go around on the flank, but the Onimusha have already done what they need to. It's only 4 Keshik remaining in total in the game. Frontline gold gathering. Wham needs to get behind the Mat Samurai. Sass would have to go to the focus fire, but the villagers get the shivs out. He pinches him. Eco lead extending, but it's not going to be enough. GG gets called. Somehow, Wham pulls this one out of the bag. Holy crap. What was that game? What was that game? Are you actually kidding me? That should not have been winnable, surely. Why? Because he lost all Magadai and Keshik, and his opponent still has 10 Mount Samurai. You can't reboom quick enough from there. He's getting relics in. Like you could argue maybe play it 2 more minutes, but like, dude, he has no standing army. You don't call him Kekix for nothing. Exactly, man. Speed running a best of 5 is looking more and more likely here. So Sass, he's used the Mongols, he's used the Rus. Wham didn't really use his strong picks, guys. He used Japanese and Abbasids. He has French, HRE, and Chinese. Like, he has all his best picks remaining. Sass still has Delhi. Can't really pick Delhi with HRE, Chinese, and French on the other side. 2 of those civs can annihilate you. The other one can actually do quite well against you. Do you Jean? I don't like Jean into HRE. I don't like Jean into French. Order of the Dragon? Would be creative. Might be his best bet here. I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit hard stuck here. You think he's just going to go for his comfort pick, basically? Like, because Ottomans against HRE, how do you win that? You can't really stop pro scouts. Because marching drill spears, right? China Ottomans? It's a bit better. And also map matters, right? So like Rocky River, you can't pick Rocky River when your opponent's got all these pro scout civs. Unless you're confident you definitely can block pro scouts. If he goes Rocky River, it's Order of the Dragon. Coastal, maybe Ottos. Actually, maybe like is Cliffside better for Ottomans? It's weird because if your opponent gets the short wall and the ramp, you do nothing. I don't know, this is kind of a scratch your head moment, right? Okay, wow, he picked Delhi. I believe we're going Coastal Cliffs, guys. This is not good. We introduced quarterfinals for the first time in Midweek Muster. Wait, what? We introduced best of five for the quarterfinals for the first time in Midweek Muster, and we're already getting wipeouts like this. It's looking like a 3-0, folks. Chinese versus Delhi is not kind to Delhi. Not really for the pacing that used to be about, the rush of the Barbican in the center. The delayed Barbican is still brutal. In theory, I think what SAS is aiming for here is on a thinner map, like Coastal Cliffs, it's harder for the Barbican to be snuck in before Ghazi arrives to stop it. We'll see how it plays out in practice. So far, this series has played out in a very fluid fashion for WAM. And by fluid, I mean the overall score, not the independent games, because Game 2 was a mess. Japanese versus Mongols. His game looked over 8 minutes in, but somehow he reeled his way out of a hole to get the win. Can SAS pull off a similar miracle in a matchup that has historically looked too good for Chinese? Why did SAS surrender with a 15 villager lead? Because he lost, what, 15 Keshiks and 15 Magadai? Mathematical value of that army being in excess of 4,000 resources. When his opponent then still had, on his side, over 3,000 resources worth of army left. That's why he called it. It was cavalry, right? You could argue that maybe it was premature. SAS should have tried to play it out. But remember, his spawn on Dry Arabia had a forward gold vein. So if he wants to remass Keshik and Magadai, he has to get back on the gold. Same with going crossbows. Like, it's just, at that point, your opponent makes monkey noises and runs at your gold. So, this one, gold is nicely retracted behind. He'll be able to scale into Dome of Faith, boys, easily peasily. WAM should be looking for the Imperial Academy play. Remember, this is a Pro Scouts racer, and that's where Delhi kind of sucks. They can't rush the Pro Scouts. They have to block the Pro Scouts. We've seen a few people try to play blocker on this map. The theory being Coastal Cliffs is a thinner map, so you can get in position to stop your opponent more easily. I'm not convinced by that statement, though. There's 2 deer stacks that you can do that with, yes, but even your secondary is weirdly positioned here. Right? It's not like it's behind a tree line and behind your TC where you can wall it. What could be cool here for SAS, considering that you tend to get all the sheep off the map quite quickly on this map, you could run in and shove these deer behind the tree line. And then if you open spears, you can wall this off. So then you take 1 deer stack out of the equation by building the wall up with spears, and then you harass on this one over here, which would deny your opponent half the deer. It's tricky though, because remember, if you do commit to that play, the Barbican will be dropped on a sacred site. And now you start to see what makes this matchup so tricky. You're the only one voting SAS. I mean, big gamble. Like, I'm seeing 74,000 points committed on a WAM, 10 points committed on a SAS. Wait, so if you win, well, you don't get the full 74, right? You get 7.43k points. I tell you what, that's a good bet. We're going to be on Coastal Cliffs. Remember, this is basically like Dry Arabia if you chopped a third of it off. It's a really cool map, actually. I quite like it. I'm wondering if we try and, like, encourage certain biomes to be used per week in weeklies. Fun fact, when the impromptu announcement came in about that Steel Series tournament over Christmas, I was literally planning a wintry biome tournament to close out the year. So yeah, we almost got treated to flashbang, white screen, snow everywhere. So Dome of Faith, pretty much the organic expected choice. WAM already stockpiling up for Pro Scouts, right? We should be seeing him open with production buildings. It's going to be the racks. Different biomes should be fun, except winter, screw that. I almost wish there was a way to have, like, a set of biomes and you could randomly rotate one in. I guess you could have people do, like, a spin wheel beforehand to select the biome per map. The problem is, like, I don't like those type of solutions versus something in-game that does it. Because all you ended up doing is adding additional time into prep, i.e. like setting up the game, right? If you think about it, drafting is already, I think for a lot of people, considered tedious. It's not that it isn't important. It's that you'd rather just see all the picks straight away and then just take a little bit of time to figure it out if you need it, rather than watch pick by pick as it goes through, right? So Sass has got the Pro Scouts on the way. Remember, this is going to take some time, though. For Wham, he did slow his own timing by going into these bad boys first. He's actually going Horsemen and Spears. Yeah, so looking to seriously protect on those Sacred Sites, right? Deny before you collect yourself. He's going to make it tighter on the Pro Scouts contest, right? Because by the time you're going to be rushing into it, your opponent's going to be, what, maybe a minute and a half away. Quite a desirable position, actually, for the Delhi to find themselves in here. What's the dark part near the water? That is a cliff. Yeah. These things rock. I'm sorry. And there's the Barbican. Hence the Spears. So, no win condition for Delhi. This is the exact thing that has ruined every Delhi player against Chinese historically. And not just does it block your win condition, it opens the door for the next step for Wham, right? Which is going to be a Barbican that blocks Sacred Site, and also the ability to now get into Zhugin Nu. And that is a death sentence for Delhi. Historically, Delhi could contest Mass Zhugin Nu. The whole idea is your opponent's going to build Zhug Spears, you're going to build Ghazi Archers. That was with Tower Victory. Ever since the meta moved away from Tower Victory, you lack the attack speed with your archers to clear the spearmen out of the Chinese. It's very difficult now. Yeah, so ball being claimed. A lot of food to work with. I mean, I'm starting to wonder if Wham's going to do Pro Scouts at all. No. He's not even bothering here. Sass is like, wait, why are you not? Bro, why are you not? You're meant to be here. I'm meant to intercept you right now. Oh, sweet little Sassy. If only you knew. He's going to find out, though. And it's going to feel a little bit harsh here. Sheep count is a problem for Wham, though. The fact he hasn't gone Pro Scouts is a little bit weird, considering the lack of sheep. He's down to 4. Surely you'd expect Pro Scouts here. I mean, the board did get buffed. It has 200 extra food, right? So 2,200 total. AKA, it's worth 11 sheep. It's still kind of crazy that you're now going to offer up 3 deer stacks to your opponent, right? Like, this back one should be very hard for him to reach, but 3 deer stacks is huge on this map. Cougars can be used to soft control map location. Oh, that type of cougar, okay. So you can't just walk 8 villages in the middle blindly? Yeah, but so the problem with that, same logic as like empowering wolves right now, is the RNG. It's a weird type of RNG. I like the idea of the mid-map providing more potency. You can kind of make it work, but you basically have to have a way of it being identifiable on the map, like little icons or like little pips of a different color. I'm a big supporter of the idea that there should be more objectives to play for on the map. Right? If one player is not playing the map, but you are, you should be able to get more advantages. Like, you know, Delhi can feel toxic sometimes, but at least they force an end state. They're like, hey, this is the game, you have to play it. With a lot of other civs, unless you fast castle to go relics, what are you playing for, right? It's not much. Boars are nice. I feel like this should be more. And more threat as well, right? So, like, it's risk-reward. If I have to go deal with something, like, a boar logic is very good food gathering, but it could kill your ass, so make sure you got enough troops. Those type of things are interesting. You know, it's PvPvE. And I know that's a cringe statement nowadays because of all the survival extraction shooters and whatnot. But in, like, RTSs, I think it's something that can be done elegantly well. Have elements of the map that you interact with that are not biased to either side, but can be turned into an advantage for one. I'm not outright saying build creep camps like a Stormgate or a Warcraft, but things that we want. And also, for the love of God, let's just change relics. I'm kind of tired of relics just being interesting for 2 minutes of contest and then just sitting at home. I like what they tried to do with the Buddhist monks. Pass coming in, though. Sass has got enough guards to keep him at bay. The Spearman line is thinning here, but the Zhuge are coming through. And this is not enough Ghazi, no. He doesn't have Undermesh. It's still tickling in. Did he actually scout the Barbican? He must have. There's no way he didn't see that by now. It kind of feels like it. I mean, he would have known. He went for the Sacred Site, would have sniped him away. So the fact that you would have seen it and then Steeled Arrow is the priority is kind of crazy here. Wow, I'm potentially given the keys to the kingdom. And now, after a heavy delay, he goes into Pro Scouts. You can't make this up. It's such a delay. But it works out. 15 Zhuge in scaling. Sass only has 5 Ghazi. He's not ready for the fight. He has at least got the deer being picked up. In a way, Sass was kind of baited, right? Because he stopped off for more scouts instead of more Ghazi. He's admittedly going to have long food to work with. But you have to question what has cost him in the meantime. His opponent got the boar. His opponent got 2 deer stacks as well. His opponent already took good trades and has blocked your Sacred Site win condition. And another thing that's kind of funky here, guys. You can pull the ball fairly close to that Barbican. It won't be fully in range, but there is an option here for Wham to extend his life in the center of the map. Don't hate borrowing from AOM and having relics that provide unique buff bonuses. Sure, like, I think one thing I said around, like, relics before, it'd be interesting if relics gathering rates were attached to the proximity of, say, a Sacred Site. So, for example, if I build a monastery and garrison them here, they generate, let's say, 10 or 20 gold. But if I build them here, they generate 80, for example. Something like that, it appeals to me, because the whole logic there is Sacred Site design usually, at least nowadays, most Sacred Site designs put them towards the center of the map. So there's a risk-reward there, right? And the trade-off as well is you see relics trading hands, but you also see relics getting used for Wallalols more frequently. Now, Wallalols are still going to be epic, as they always are, because they're hard to achieve. But it provides a new dynamic that I just don't think is there with relics. Like I said, relic play is interesting for 2 minutes when players start racing them. And then, the only time you really see them change hands in about 99% of games is because the player is lost and his base has been dove. Speaking of base dives, that's a lot of Zhuge. A third of Sass's army is not really army. And it seems that Wham is a little bit paranoid about diving. If he only knew what was happening in there right now, he'd be on top of it. Makes the extra wave. Tech up confirmed. Now, there is still a dive opportunity here. Sass queues up the first. It is going to be a War Elephant on the way. Wham, now going to be stockpiling for his own age up. He's going to dive in, villagers. Whoa, boys! The Seek Shell is not your friend! Sass shuffles away with the workers, minimizes the losses, sure. First men at arms are coming out. The War Elephant is about to spawn in 5 seconds. This could be big. But Sass, does he have enough army realistically to push out of his base is what really matters. Spearmen are starting to arrive. The Zhuge are starting to fall in numbers. The War Elephant is too slow. Oh no. Get back here, you pests! Prepare to die, vile scut. They're leaving, aren't they? Oh no, and now the astronomical clock tower is on the way. Good news for Sass though. He got out of the base. He's got 12 scholars. Let's go pick ourselves up some relics. Slowly though. Maybe, like, I don't know, hide in the shadow of the War Elephant. You know, like in World War II games where you've got like a Sherman tank and you're walking alongside it, using it as cover? Kind of do that with the scholar is my advice. Wait, what? Are we really contesting the Barbican? No freaking way. You may have taken this too far now. Tech up complete for Wham. I'm glad he backed away. There's no way one War Elephant will beat the Barbican. That's how you lose a game. He's trying to station on top of the relics here. Spears are going to the bypass though. They go straight towards the elephant. And the skulls are getting sniped down. This is working. The problem is the War Elephant didn't get that frontline fight, right? Where all the spearmen are attacking from one side. So Elephant goes down. Scholar gets sniped out. Men-at-Arms dead. And it's still 26 juke. And that will be the series. A 3-0 sweep for Wham. What do you guys think of this series? I feel like that opening game twisted the draft in a way that felt very hard for SAS to recover. Can't fault Wham, though. Clean execution. His return to the midweek musters is off to a phenomenal start. 2 series in. And so far, he's only dropped 1 game in total. What do you think, guys? Is it his week? Is he going to take midweek muster 13? Let me know in the comments who you think is going to be our victor this week around. Is you just a teensy bit broken, perhaps? Maybe. Okay. So, that in mind, I think we got time for some other series. Because let me check the brackets. So, we said we do B versus Miyamaika. We're going to have Dimmu versus the winner of that tomorrow. And then I think we'll look to do Core Anavaku. Get that side of the bracket sorted a little bit. And then tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll have the Dimmu series, or the Kiljadi series, or the Anno series. So maybe we aim to do Core Anno Vaku and then maybe Numidan Myriad today. Actually, do you guys want Core Anno Vaku or do you want Numidan Myriad? Just in case there's not enough time for both. Why does BC ignore my tournaments? Didn't want to reveal his secrets. He's already signed up for the next one, though. Looks like KPMM is pretty good practice. You guys want Numidan versus Myriad? Let's go for it. So let me get that draft ready. Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia. Interesting. So back to a best of 3 here. Let me pay out your points as well. Bam with the win. Making best tournament ever? Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. Remember, guys, whenever you see people looking around, looking for more tournament games, because I think a lot of people like that were in the EGC chat. I try not to shill my own tournament too much on other people's broadcasts, but I think a lot of people are like, okay, what next? What do we watch next? Always remind them, steer them towards it. We've got midweek musters. We basically got people covered on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays every single week through until the end of June. This week, reminder, special exception, this week's finals will be on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, we'll aim to have a semi-final into a grand finals. What is up, Mitibi? Love to see that. New subscribers, fresh subscribers for the first time. Welcome to Swarm, mate. But yeah, this week, we'll be looking to do the Anatan side of the bracket, semi-finals on Wednesday into grand finals on Wednesday, okay? So tomorrow, like I said, we'll have the Dimmu set, we'll have the Anno set, the Kiljadi set, and then the Wham set versus whoever's going to win against Kiljadi. So, plenty to come. And what is up, Acromil? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Sorry it didn't pop up there while we were on the bracket scene. But I do see you. Thank you. All right, so let's get this series ready, though. We're going to be hopping in for Numidan versus Myriad. I mean, Myriad has been on it recently. If you guys haven't been seeing him, he's been slaying some top players. In fact, last week, I believe it was Numidan he took down. Scary boy. Game 1 going to be IU versus Mongols. Oh, once again, reminder, because I know we've got loads of new people tuning in later in the day. Exclamation mark giveaway. Go across to my Twitter. Make sure you're following there because we're doing a giveaway right now. Part of it is following me. Making sure you're following Shaw. And then liking and retweeting the posts because we're giving away a top-of-the-line USB microphone right now. For free! Huh! Say, what? Oh my god, puto, why is for free? I cannot believe this. See, even Marine Lord is shot by it. Alright, get in there. Let's get ready to go. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. It's time for Myriad versus Numidon. That's right, it's the Myriad hour, man. This man has had a myriad of matchups. Oh, I get the name now. And he has been coming out on top. Recent weeks, slaying Dumu, Numidon. Now he gets the rematch up against Numu. Can he upset again? It's a bright start to the series. Ibids versus Mongols on Frisian Marshes. Interesting read. And in theory, like on paper at least, this is a matchup where I've favored Ibids for quite some time. It's a bit weird on Frisian though, because of the outpost rushes. We already have the Uvi close by. Numidon, I think we don't have an outpost rush. Oy, oy, oy. This is interesting. Typically, like, on this map, you feel really good about the outpost rush. I guess you could argue against Ibids, they're going to have access to Rams. It's the same reason why you don't outpost rush Abba, right? So he's just going to play Uvu into Fast Tech. Probably going to be going Silver Tree. So I guess his thought process is that Myriad has to attack him. Dangerous thought process, though, guys. If you need to defend trade, tell me, chat. If you need to defend trade as Mongols, what unit do you build? What unit makes you feel safe and strong? Is it Keshiks? There's a problem there. Can't really build Keshiks against Desert Raiders. They do nothing. Like, they actually have plastic swords. So yeah, there's another suggestion, Magadai. In theory, interesting. In reality, like, Desert Raiders trade kind of okay there as well, right? Because they have more health than you. They have similar attack damage output. And they have better range. So that's a big part of why, like, Mongols has looked rough against IE for a long time. And I imagine, yep, Myriad knows. He's immediately going to military wing. Yeah, but Khan Hunters? Yeah, but if you're building Khan Hunters, I don't have to harass your trade, because where's your trade, silly? Right? Like, you have to go Silver Tree here. It just feels too irresistible. It's the only way that you could realistically scale Magadai at a good pace. Outside of that, if you go Deerstone, you could maybe afford like 4 or 5 Magadai. Reminder, if you play in my tournaments and Frisian is in, this is why you check the corner. Look at that. Oh, it feels so good. 5 sheep immediately. And he's going to find the extra. Myriad, this is kind of a cardinal sin. We've seen players lose Frisian Marshes because of this. You always check behind your TC. That right there was, what, 7 extra sheep? I mean, that's the difference between the two, right? It's 16 sheep right now to 23. Life feels good for Numu. Silver Tree is going to be coming in. Myriad, Desert Raider wing, just 55 seconds away. Likely we'll be seeing a stable drop into more Desert Raiders. So how does Numidon do this? You could go for like an Archer Blob, but how do you protect trade again? Like, this is the thing that I keep coming back to, because it matters a lot. Building outposts all the way along this trade route is expensive. It's not going to be a fast endeavor. And every time you walk out with a villager to try and do it, there's now going to be a growing risk that there's a Desert Raider just waiting there, staring at you, almost very creepily eyed, waiting to kill you. Is there a way in which Miro just bypasses altogether? And make it look like you're present? Nah, we're doing it. I was about to say, like, it would be greedy because of the trade play, but if you shoot a Desert Raider, Numidon's going to be like, oh god, I can't trade, right? There we go, tech out complete, immediately into the archer range. Tricky here now, because if you do open archers, your opponent already has access to horsemen. If you open Magadai, really highlight, like, Desert Raiders is kind of whack here. It's seriously ridiculous how effective it can be. Because you're faster than Magadai, right? So you just start a step, shoot them, and stay out of range. It's actually depressing, because the extra 1 tile plus the movement speed allows you to keep the distance. Maybe over time you do gap close, especially with the movement speed arrow. But, like, how dead are you by the time you arrive, right? This Desert Raider is going to arrive, and immediately we start shooting them in the face. Magadai have been queued up. Here's going to be the double production. But the Khan isn't here. And once again, if Myriad wants, he could just start a step this to kill. Another awkward part is the scout matters a lot here. He can absorb a lot of shots. So Mirage should be looking to turn and burn. Yep, and not just that, Numenor. Whoa, boy. Luckily, he reacts just in time. That would have been a heavy hit. Remember, the sword is 26 damage into these guys. I.e., you die in 3 hits. Which, saying it out loud. Actually, 4 hits, right? Yeah. It's definitely not much leeway. Let's just put it that way. And the Desert Raiders are now on the move, so he is going to be looking to intercept the trade. You might be wondering why not just Dervish with his play. Realistically, if you do Dervish, Mass Magadai can snipe them out and then whittle you down. It's just better to have the excess Desert Raiders early on. Numenon's doing the right thing. He's going to Archers. But now what you'll see is, like, Myriad can set up 1 wave of Desert Raiders on the east side and 1 on the south. And then wherever the Archers aren't, he will go. It's so hard to trade into this, man, because the reality is it isn't 5 damage versus 7. It's 4 damage versus 7. And yes, your attack speed is better if you can reach him. And in fairness, your attack speed isn't that much better, chat. It's 1.25 compared to 0.88. When you take in the damage differential and the health differential, Desert Raiders will fight you straight up. He needs Hunter? Sure, let me just queue that up in my... Oh, that's right. We done Silver Tree. So you literally can't build Khan Hunters. Unless you can get Age 4. Desert Raiders in melee mode as well. Archers are arriving. I think Myriad is getting a bit tunnel visioned here. This is not good. No, it's not worth killing the trader. Just please stop. Think of the win condition, man. We have got horsemen now on the way, but Numenor just got given a gift horse. Temporarily, anyway. More Desert Raiders are coming in. I guess he's just trying to block any trade drop-offs at all. Still, losing 3 Desert Raiders doesn't feel great there. Because you could have stepped away, right? You can kite Archers, always. I love the scream when they realize there's a wolf here. Ah! Alright, 1's if you think that Myriad's going to win, 2's if you think Numenor is. We do have the Horseman reveal, so all of a sudden Magadai feels depressing. Another big problem, yeah, this is a game of cat and mouse. And then the mouse is somehow much quicker than the cat. Your point still stands? Ah, yes. So, to the point you're making, just clarify what you stand on is, if he'd done a different thing, he'd be winning. It's always so simple. This is the thing though, like, you're not gonna go Deerstone on this map. It's just too tempting. It's Schmeagol effect, right? It's like the best map for trading that Mongols have in the entire game. Like, I'm trying to think, can you guys name me a better map for trading for Mongols? I don't think there is. Some people are probably gonna go Hill and Dale, maybe? You can drop a market. It just doesn't have the same scale point. And I think that's what he, like, it's just... I agree with what you're trying to say. Like, I've said this time and time again. Deerstone opens doors. Silvertree locks them. Sometimes all you can see is gold. Hillendale's better. It's kind of weird, right? Because, like, the thing is, you say Hillendale's better, but my setup point is much more aggressive. I'm literally already maximum trading after building the landmark. And I have all these natural tree barriers to try and protect my trade. So I get more Maganai, I get the Keshets quicker, so then I have units to defend with. Easy to defend when you're basically in the middle of the map, not in the corner. I mean, debatable, because you can have the same problem, right? Because if your base is here, I can just attack you left and right. So the attack point is different, I'll agree on that. But also, your scale point is different. So while my attack point is later, you getting value is also later. So you see how it just shifts the dynamic? Like with the Silvertree play on Frisian, it's more about the initial trade time. Whereas, yeah, with Hill and Dale, it's more about what happens towards 12, 13 minutes. Yeah, so sometimes it just feels weird. You're like, melee mode is so much more damage, and then you realize, oh, yeah, we're just going to have to move. Speed going to be used here. Nice little chase down opportunity. Myriad should be on his merry way to Castle Age, though. Growth Wing coming in 40 seconds. Exactly. Like, Kamarov's hit it on the head. Like, if my base is here, but I walk my troops here, and you attack me on the right side, I'm still now full map distance away, aren't I? Right? So, unless you're going to trade to your base location, you're actually not getting a safer trade. Like I said, you get the initial traders out quicker. The logic on Hill and Dale is you should get your initial trade drop-off maybe easier. But on Hill and Dale, you get it later, while maybe easier. On Frisian, you just vomit traders out straight away. Bonus from Silver Tree used to be so much better, but they kind of had to nerf it. Especially with the trade trick at the time. The trade trick made Mongols broken. I remember talking to Mister about this. Him and Recon fear-crafted a really broken build that a lot of people started to pick up. Where you build Silver Tree, you double produce traders on your Uvu, and then you wheel it to the corner. And remember, with the old way trade used to work, it would basically allow you to just chase the trade route and get bigger goal gains. So what would end up happening is you wheel it to the corner, you get maximum distance trade, and then the OP part of the strategy was the trade was too good for your opponent to ignore, they had to counter it, and while they were countering it, you just rush Castle Age. It was so damn obnoxious. You'll play Silver Tree 8% of the time, personally, which is interesting because over 80% of the time, pro players will play Deerstone. Numenor knows this as well. Numenor was one of the first people to really go for that like Deerstone into triple trade route, right? I still remember that game against Calp on Basin. He took the bait, hook, line, and sinker here. Saving for the tech up now, but the Camel Lancers are already on the way. Numenor has built quite a few spears. Remember what we highlighted about the problem of going infantry here. You don't have Yam. You're not able to defend your trade line well at all. And it is just ripe for the taking. There's just so many exposure points. At this stage, just split the Camel Lancers up. Go everywhere. Everywhere he will go. Wait, did they remove the trade post on Basin? I don't think Basin's a good map. I've told Avily about this. The thing that will stop Basin ever appearing in my tournaments, I think the trade post. I think the Sacred Sites are the problem. I am never going to support maps that put Sacred Sites next to an opponent's base. Sacred Sites are meant to be a feasible win condition. Why is Frisian here? Gee, look at those Sacred Sites. That's coming in. Those are silvered up Desert Raiders, though. A lot of melee armor here. Kurotai is wheeling across. Myriad looking firm here. The veterancy on the archers already came in for him, right? Numenor hasn't arrived with the Kurotai. In fact, it's taken ages. He doesn't have the pack-up tech yet. Has to take the fight. Spearman count's not looking great. The debuff as well. This damage is pathetic. They hit for 12 damage. Into what? 4 melee armor? Or 6? Pick your poison, pick your death. Myriad, the player slayer, has returned another week. He kicks off the series against Numenor, similar to how he did in KPMM 12, with a win. The question now is whether he can convert a 2-0, or if Numenor is ready to convert. But now it looks undeniable, right? He's blocked out. Relic should be next on the hit list for Myriad. Game 1 will be locked in. Myriad. Myriad Rising, chat. Game 1 win. Solid start. Is it true Relic no longer will be developing AV4? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it seems logical, right? I'm assuming contracts did not get renewed. You have to remember that the developers got turfed out, right? They were sold off privately after Sega like cut ties. That's tricky, right? It kind of evolves the state of things. And what I mean by that is like you don't carry over the contracts, right? Like the contract, because they were under a publishing studio at the time, the contract for Microsoft's development of AoE4 wouldn't have been with Relic. It would have been with Sega. which also fits because remember, Sega was basically having their development costs fronted by the looks of it by Microsoft. Hence why they developed AOE4, because they were also like, in return for having the development costs fronted, putting their games on Xbox Game Pass. That whole relationship just stopped. So then it's a case of like, did Microsoft renew with Relic? I doubt it. I think the reception was probably heard loud and clear, community-wise, on how they felt about Relic's involvement over time. On top of that, they've clearly had World's Edge stepping up involvement over time. You can see that. And it's clearly been successful considering how well received Sultan's Ascend was. So hopefully that provides a little bit of insight behind the logic of it all. Do I have DLC leaks? No, I have pipe leaks. It's really annoying. I need to get a plumber. I mean, even if I had DLC leaks, I wouldn't leak them. Because unlike people who do reveal things that they're told, I respect what is or isn't protected under agreements. So, if I did know something, it should be under NDA. I wouldn't talk about it. I can speculate on what I think we're going to see. Alright, you guys ready? Yeah, but I think Forgotten Empires has taken over more and more, Kamarov. It feels like the whole idea was passing the baton. That's usually how you pass development over to a new studio. How about this for a leak? Myriad Duo. Ladies and gents, it's Game 2. Coastal Cliffs and Yuji are coming out. Numenor, however... Oh my dear god, did you kiss Marine Lord with that mouth? What is that spawn? Triple back gold vein? Isn't this also a curse, not just a blessing? I'm just thinking that Juji on a map like this could Zhuganyu rush, Their timing is a lot more aggressive than standard Chinese. It is going to be economically weaker, though. I mean, I'm feeling recently like China has a better all-in Zhu conversion timing than Juji. Because although Juji can build Zhuganyu quicker, they don't have the 4 taxmen efficiently to support the push. But like, if we do find that timing for Myriad into like a ram rush, he could just ruin Numedan. He could go for an outpost rush. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't engage with it, especially after the scout. But I guess at that point, in Myriad's eyes, it was too late to make the move. He'd already committed to the village. So we are not going to see denial on the huts for Numedan. It's going to be a very safe cruiser into Feudal Age. And we should have a Pro Scouts race afterwards. Relic made Sultan's Ascend according to Zero Empires? Yeah. So it was a joint effort, though, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was just Relic. But like I said, I don't know. I don't know if the contracts have been renewed. I've made assumptions about it. Basically, those who are watching on YouTube, because it would have been between games, we're just speculating on like what was happening, whether Relic's involved in the new DLCs. If they were, then basically Microsoft signed new contracts. So they have a renewed belief in Relic's ability to deliver. Because there's no way that by default those contracts carried over and oh wait, did Myriad fumble? Because I feel like you should be able to get double gold there. That would have been pretty sick otherwise. That would have been 48 food, 50 gold. Yes, so the point, basically, you have to remember that the agreement for Age of Empires 4 would have been between not Relic and Microsoft. It should have been, at least from the logic of businesses. So, like, I haven't seen the contract. Maybe I'm wrong. But based on, like, how publishing agreements work, etc., the agreement would have been between Sega and Microsoft. But Sega sold Relic. Therefore, the agreement wasn't with Relic. You'd have to renegotiate. Very interesting if they have renegotiated, because as I said, that will show a reinvigorated belief in Relic's ability to deliver. So, Nimodon. Pro Scouts is available in a sec. We do have the stables coming in early. Usually you want to vomit out 1 or 2 of these scouts earlier on, just because they're good harassers. Especially considering you know this is going to be a Pro Scout mirror. Can you get Stoneberry's gold? What, here? How big are your meditation gardens? No, he couldn't get Stoneberry's gold. Mate, you're feeling a bit ambitious there. Unfortunately, though, yeah, he only got 1 gold here. The interesting thing about Coastal Cliffs is it was deceptive, actually, for GG. A lot of people thought it was really good for them at first because of these straggler trees. And in fairness, it does add up quite nicely, right? We're going to have 48 food, 16 wood, and 25 gold. Still, unfortunately, you missed out on that one there, though. You're hoping for Dawn of War 4? I hope for Dawn of War 4 if they basically make Dawn of War 1, but better. Oh god, I'm that guy that just says make a good game. But, like, for real, if they make it anything like Dawn of War 3... Dawn of War 3 could have worked if they weren't so indecisive. They legitimately could not decide if they wanted to be a MOBA or an RTS. And Dawn of War 2, to me, was just too... I think the only thing that was really good about Dawn of War 2 was the Last Stand mode. Dawn of War 1 was superior in every other way. DO1 is still good. I think we should do a Dawn of War 1 stream at some point so I can show it to you guys. Maybe turn it into a video. We've been saying we want to show off other strategy content. Maybe take you guys back to the classics. Well, coming in. Oh, we'll end up losing that. One thing to keep in mind, though, by the way, to the idea of Dawn of War 3, remember, the license doesn't exist with Relic. Relic would have to negotiate their own license with Games Workshop. You can tell that that license is with Sega by the fact that Total War Warhammer is a thing, right? So very fair assumption that Relic doesn't have a licensing agreement. They'd have to get one. Then again, it's a balance of whether Warhammer trusts them. Because remember, THQ owned Relic when Dawn of War 1 was made. But with the performance of Dawn of War 3 in particular, although historically Games Workshop trusted Relic, would they trust them after that game? Because even Relic would agree they didn't just drop the ball. They dropped the ball and it smashed the floor and made everyone go falling to their death because they were on one of those weird little kind of glass rooftops. Dawn of War 3 was a resounding failure. Alright, so let's see how things are developing here. We got Myriad looking for the all-in timing, Spearman plus the Shiganu, even Horseman getting added in now. Nimodon, in the meantime, has just stuck on the Warrior Scouts. Plenty of deer to drag back, right? Even got that interception slowing down Myriad's own timing. So for Nimodon, the goal should be to start scaling into Javs. He's actually opening archers. Interesting. I mean, realistically, Javelins are your end goal here, right? But you kind of see where he's reacting and why he's reacting with archers. Considering he's only seeing spears right now. We know you're coming. He doesn't have confirmation at all. The ball drop was Xenomorph blood? No, the ball dropped was poor Captain Angelos's testicles. Like they were lobbed off by a Tyranid somewhere along the way. As an avid Warhammer fan and someone who has sung Relic's praises for the early days, I hate talking about Dawn of War 3. It is on the level of Stronghold's Stronghold 3. It was that bad. And if you play Stronghold 3, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Clash coming in, though, and Myriad doesn't really have the numbers here. Oh, this is an awkward fight. Donzos are so tanky as well, right? Remember, they got the extra armor. It's a terrible fight here for Myriad. Kind of feels like an overextension. Bringing Zhuge from the other side of the map is difficult, to say the least of it. And the Warrior Scouts are just getting so much work done. So more Zhuge arrive. That is going to get the reset out of Nimu. Javelins are now being built, though. Myriad is kind of still at the trickling point when it comes to his Zhuge count. See, Corvinus gets it. There's only one Dawn of War. 3 was a massive disappointment. This coming from a guy who owns a CSM and Necron's army. Exactly. Like what made it criminal wasn't just that the game felt like, I think it missed on the story and missed on the multiplayer design at release. Imagine you promise a year of support and then drop it the next, like, week. They basically promised support for over a year for Dawn of War 3. And then, after the skeptical people brought in, assuming they'd recover the game, dropped all support. I still remember saying to one of the developers, I have not forgiven you guys this. He's like, I don't blame you. So they were at least cognizant of what had been done. And felt bad about it. Shoot coming in now from Myriad. The count is looking good, right? Numadana is high on the javelin count, though. We do have the second pit mine. And he has got a lot of food at home. 2 was not bad. I mean, 2 had its moments. Once again, I think the multiplayer was worse than 1. Like I said, though, I spent countless hours in Last Stand. Last Stand was, I think, the one good addition for Dawn of War 2. From a campaign perspective, the RPGification with the weapons was kind of interesting. But I still covet the stories of 1. Dawn of War 1 and expansions beat it, I'm sorry. I'm starting to tickle that back line. He's actually 1 short of 1 hitting, though. Jugar targeting him down here, and Undermesh not in yet. Numadan still taking seconds out on that. Sofa are arriving, though. And that should be a shove away. Yeah, Myriad just doesn't have the spears. Sofas are heavily injured. He's done enough work here. The worry I have for Myriad is if there was a ram in the middle of this hitting these buildings, very different affair, right? But we don't have that siege layered in. Numadan's javelin count is getting quite worrisome for Myriad. One would be forgettable without the Warhammer license? Like, you say that now. At the time, though, I don't think it failed to do something unique. The cover system that it had in that was the early adaptation they evolved into. I also think the asymmetrical design of 1 doesn't get enough praise. Making that many factions who are uniquely different. You didn't really get that often in those days. Most games done 3 or 4 maximum. Yeah, is that me or is Myriad dead? He's looking for a tech play here. But Shaolin Monastery on this map is very thin. And that's a lot of donzos and jabs. Yikes. Oh yeah, I'm about to say, if you're calling 1 terrible design-wise, like, we're gonna argue. Woof. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's reading that in chat going, oh, we're going to war. I kind of feel like I'd rather, instead of them just calling it, like come up with a new name, like, I almost want them to disown Dawn of War 3. I don't want to be that cringe guy who's like, let's go back to Dawn of War 1 on the naming. But, like, something different. Dawn of War and then insert a title. Blood of the Forsaken. Okay, yeah, no, let's not go there. It's too chaos. You get the idea, though. Yeah, Gully Deckle, we forgot, guys. Gully Deckle is a zoomer. He hasn't got a clue what this is. Let me know what you guys think, like, what your favorite RTS is, if you played Dawn of War, by the way. It's still a top RTS this day for me. Dive coming in here. We talked about this for Myriad, kind of a risky position to find himself in. He's attacking up. No sheep left over. Javelin's not going to trade out well here. And also the outpost, not really something the Javs have to care about. Myriad does seem to be vomiting more horsemen. We have a few deer left over. I think that's about, what, 4 or 5 maybe. Nimu. This has to be Fulani, right? And yeah, decent progress so far. Standing army is also still spooky. Myriad trickled horsemen out. He's definitely suffering for it. Notice the position Numadan's taken. He's blocking 4 relics. You get 1 for free, the rest is going to cost you. So you wouldn't believe this about a guy who complains about infinite resources, but something that kept me away from enjoying Warcraft 3 deeply, same with StarCraft, is when I was a kid, I actually didn't like limited resources. I know. Oh, how much I've changed. So in the OG days of my childhood, it was actually games like Cossacks, Dawn of War, and Supreme, and like Total Annihilation that spoke to me more. I'm starting to struggle to see the plan here for Myriad. It's just so many Donzos. If he still had Zhuge alive, maybe. But he's building Lancers into Donzos. And I thought it was going to be 4 relics blocked, but like we're kind of approaching a reality check of 5 relics being untouchable for Myriad. Also, Workers dying. 6 eco lead now for Numu. More when you consider he's got the ranches full up of cows. Okay, so biggest, by the way, the thing that I think didn't sell me on Dawn of War 2. It's fine if you actually like this. I get progressive towards an endgame state. I just felt it was way too easy to run away when you were going to lose units. And compared to Company Heroes 1, which also had that retreat mechanic, in Dawn of War 2, your units felt unkillable in retreat to extreme, and they also benefited way too much from XP. It felt snowballing in a negative fashion, and it also made changing unit types felt like it was punished inherently, if that makes sense. I don't know, in some ways to me it kind of linearized the unit types, right? If they weren't upgraded, you weren't going to build the low tier units anymore. Anyway. Focusing forward for the moment because this looks like the type of GG push that just ends a game. Donzo count is still decent. Health on the Lancers is not. He has at least vetted up the Shuginu, but 5 Donzos left over. Lancers are all gone. No, and there's a second wave of Donzos coming through. He's just going to grind him down at this stage. I think Myriad is almost out of food. No, he is. That's it. No food left. Risk on the berries. This man is living his heart on his sleeve. And yeah, I'd be surprised if everyone was a Dawn of War fan. I know that a lot of Age of Empires people didn't really get sold on the sci-fi train. I tell you what, though, if you ever want to be converted, open up a few Warhammer books, and I think that would get you across the mark. So tech up's now coming in. I wouldn't actually blame Myriad for throwing in the towel when he hears the tech up. He doesn't really have any pressure point here, right? We even have big risks being taken on the flanks. And you know the follow-up player here is going to be Sofa with Filani. So game 3 decided here. He's going to be on Dry Arabia. And that leaves either Rus or Order of the Dragon. Myriad is a Rus boy. He's going to go for it. Numidan has Byzantines, guys. And if you've watched Numidan Biz against Rus, against Cat, against B, you know what he's going to do here. He's a very aggressive Byzantine player. And quite frankly, I love it. Dawn of War 1 was more grand scale. I agree with that. Like, I'm just thinking of the monolith explosions alone. There was something, and I'm kind of impressed thinking back to it now, that for the low graphical quality of Dawn of War 1, the timings and limitations, the spectacle of like animation kills and the explosive effects was bloody impressive. I would wholly be on board with Relic remastering Dawn of War 1, like proper full high quality. So Myriad, I guess, has got one last punt left in him. I mean, it really is one last punt. You can't do a farm transition from here, and you're on berries. Meanwhile, Numidan, infinite food. We do at least have Myriad finally going for a relic. For some reason, he went for the most aggressively positioned one in the game. What? That's wild. Out of all the relics on the map you could have went for in a game where you're behind, he chooses the most unacceptable. Yeah, I never played Dawn of War Apocalypse. I've heard they really scaled up to crazy degrees. Man, I wish newer RTSs had the modding capabilities of our old school ones. I played a lot of the custom campaigns for like Red Alert 2, the ones that just completely revamp it. Wish we had that in AoE4. But then again, I think I've talked about this, like it's a different generation. It's very hard to get people who do like good modding. I think we have some great modders in the scene, but like getting that at scale is really hard nowadays because the people that actually are good modders realize they could just develop their own game, right? The difference is when you make a mod, you don't get paid. Or like maybe donos, but it's not much. If you're going to make your own game, you can make crap tons of money. Potentially. Like, not guaranteed. Murad. It's back into Zhuganoo spam. Fortunately for him, Numenor kept scaling the javelins. We do have an STBs, so there could be hope here, but it's only one. He needs the Horseman to follow us up right now. The Donzos, the way he's desperately engaging means he actually runs headfirst into the Spearman. And that's way too many numbers in favor of Numu. No doubt about it. With the Sofa Wave coming in afterwards, it's cleared the way for victory. Dry Arabia it will be to decide this best of 3. One last wall low for good luck, I guess. Good luck with that. Quick, we can do a wall low again. Actually, I think it did complete. Mirai's going to be looking back at this game like, I wish I just outpost rushed. Triple gold vein on one side. Sometimes the perfect spawns are the perfect way to die. Unfortunately, I think I said earlier by Gully, you know, what you don't know, you can't work on, right? Didn't have the info to make the play. Come, Spearhead, come on. I got more workers where that came from, brother. Not for long, you haven't. Oh my god. Wait, is he actually still attacking this? Okay, there we go. He switched targets. The villagers are going down now. I can do this! Just repair me! Game 3 on the way. Sorry, I think we're losing the war. No, just keep tapping your hammers. There won't be any of us left. There'll be me. This man is out of control. All right. So. 1-1. Final game to resolve it is gonna be... Drum roll. Don't know if you could actually hear that. It's gonna be the Byzantines' Rus. Oh no. This is like a dream come true for Numenor. He prays to a god somewhere to get this matchup. So I never played Tiberian 4, so I can't really comment on it. I played the good Command & Conquers. I knew to avoid that one. Probably Tiberian? I've never heard the campaign even get remote praise. At least Dawn of War tried to look pretty. Yeah, there you go. Like, it had better graphics than Tiberian, right? I guess that's his win. If I had to give it something. Oh, thank you, Army Euro. Glad you enjoyed it, mate. Yep, epic games between Marine Lord and Beastie, man. Made for a perfect end. Really hyped, man. I'm hoping we can get more and more people to stay around in the directory moving forward in 2025. I mean, hitting 30k people total was fantastic. Hitting 5k on EGC alone kind of like makes you wonder, are people just limited on the weekend, or is it just a case of people don't know there's like smaller tournaments going on, like what we run here, for example? I hope more and more people realize that these are happening. I'd love to be able to grow this. So, like, EDT obviously have it unlocked with the S-tier tournaments. I really want to help build the baseline of the scene up. Alright, let's switch this over. It's your worst nightmare. Numadon on Byzantines. Ladies and gents, this is the Roost killer in this man's hands. We've seen him slay. The unslayable bee on his Roost with this one. In fairness, Numadon last week did taste bitter defeat when he realized that Roost could play Feudal Age up against Cat. The question now is whether Myriad has seen that build, whether he has practiced it, or if he is doomed like many before him when he faces off against Numadon's Byzantines. If you haven't seen it, Numu has been looking impressive. He's actually one of my favorite players to watch. Possibly my favorite right now in Byzantines, next to Anatand, right? It's Anno first. You have to give him the entertainment value for the plays onto certain trade post shenanigans. But this man with his Kara Siphon push has been looking absurd. Numadon, who's a guy who I think a lot of people would expect to just chill and play for the late game, has no chill when he plays Byzantines. Other side, Myriad is going to be looking to chill and vibe. Pretty standard here with the double hunt cabin opening. Like the way you just leverage the south side tree line. It means you have less walk speed to the wide. Hangs around on the sheep as well. Look at the spawn. Actually, a pretty bloody good one for Myriad here. It's going to make it very hard for Numadon to get the blocker point, right? Yes, the deer are all on one side, but they're so close to the roost base. And then you have the flanks. Deer on the east, deer on the west. So follow up, you can just spread wide, and it's going to make it very difficult for a static comp, which is what Numadon will be aiming for, to get enough done here. Someone's got work? No work. Just watch Twitch while you work. It's easy, guys. You like video games? Watch video games. Some modes in Dawn of War 3 were absolutely ridiculous. I'm trying to remember them. Imagine if we had full modability of AV4. You could make a Dawn of War mod in AV4. I am not so, like, uppity horse that I would deny the fact I would 100% be sold on that. You know how some people just look at Star Wars Galactic backgrounds and go, oh, well, I'll just play OE2. Nah, dude. Kid me was like, yo, it's Star Wars Age of Empires. I'm playing that crap. Just a random question. Why don't we have different biomes and weathers in games? Because players just inherently go for European temperates. Unfortunately, some of the spawns on maps are different. They don't spawn evenly, right? Like Dry Arabia potentially could look very different on I don't know, like winter or on the Japanese springs. I think Dry Arabia doesn't have the issue as much, but a lot of the other maps do, because the thing is, like most maps, even default ones which are made by the World's Edge team, aren't put through, to my understanding, rigorous tests on every single biome. It's a very tedious process. I don't blame them, considering most people don't use the other biomes. The job must not be very demanding if I can watch games intermittently. Huh? You mean your job must not be? You'd be surprised. The amount of people who have office jobs. Typing up some spreadsheets while listening in the background. I've heard my voice is soothing. I think someone, as a compliment, at least I think it was meant as a compliment, pointed out that I was great to fall asleep to. Thank you. I think. Hey. I bet you're trying to sleep right now. Okay, I'm going to stop. We do have the play on the flank. Myriad actually didn't go for his own deer. He went for the enemy side. That's an ableist right there. I mean, Numadon could just kind of run down the center with Limitane Javelin and wait for you to return. One question from yesterday. Why does the stream of each game start about 30 seconds in? That's because usually when you have no delay on a game, it has a slight, like, trigger delay switching over. But obviously those games would have had 5-minute delays, so it's just more about the smoothness of transition. First 30 seconds, you're not really missing much in practically every game. Like, if you do the maths, anything that would happen by the 30-second mark, you could have spotted coming in at 30 seconds. For example, if I'm going for a Dark Age Rax Rush and I build it straight away, it's going to complete 30 seconds into the game, right? So you're actually not missing anything by those first 30 seconds. You're a 911 operator and you watch it work all the time? Oh, I mean, that's very reassuring for the people that are phoning in. What's that? You've got a home invasion? Sorry, I can't hear you right now. This loudmouth Brit won't shut up. All right, so first javelins are out. Myriad has switched into archers. This is how Cat beat Numadon with this build. Because we know what this boy wants. It's always one thing with Numu. He's thinking about the Kara Siphon. This man's a little bit too flamethrower oriented. I bet he probably played through Shell Shot NAM 67 at least 15 times as a kid. Great game, by the way. I need to go back and play that. It was worth it for the soundtracks alone. I'm trying to think if there is a better time period historically for gaming than when the setting is Vietnam. The songs just slap. Ace of Spades, come on. Horseman switch from Myriad is a little bit surprising. I mean, it is Limitana you're up against here, right? Knights feels like it would be a bit better. Because you could just send 1 or 2 to raid in. Which means Numadon can't contest your base and defend, right? He gets 2 split. Instead, he's kind of getting the world here. We even have the stone being gathered, so looks like he's rushing the system levels. Love that. We missed the double scout opener? Yeah, but you wouldn't miss the ramifications. Stop trying to get cute with me. Come on. ASMR streaming incoming? Dude, I hear you can make bank off of that.
Hey, Acromil. Thank you for the prime sub.
See? Just works. I'm sorry, I don't know what the hell that was. Got me right, getting so much deer back here, though. So I wonder what the hell the plan is from Numu. Well, Myriad, the plan is pretty obvious, right? He's built enough to get the deer home. Just go Castle H. Lol. Start to think, has he maybe overwatched that Cat Numadon game? Where he's like, oh my god, he's definitely Kara siphoning. I need to build more. That's dangerous, because that means Numadon is scaling the natural counter to your next step, right? You can't go Horse Archers if your opponent's spamming Javelins here. See those Javelins? Opening trade looks decent. Myriad, no! He forgot the Blacksmiths. No Steel Arrow, no Undermesh. On top of that, more Mercs on the way as Numadon has shuffled out already up to the 3rd level on the Aqueducts. Soon to be the 4th. Bloody hell. Wasting no time, really. It's kind of crazy because he's allowing Myriad to, at this rate, get 4 deer stacks. Reminder, folks, that is 9,800 food. Yep, you heard that correctly. That is more than you'll get out of 4 balls. To get that much food out of deer, you would require 44 sheep. It's ludicrous. And this trade was horrible. Myriad. Is it me, or is he losing because of a stealth forest? Which is weird, because he actually has a scout. He's been a good boy. A lot of players forget to bring the scout because they're busy picking up deer. High trade house is now on the way, though, at the back. Get your numbers in. I love the way that he's just kind of eaten into this like as a Pac-Man moment. Somehow making the high trade house worse. Numu, he's not too far away from Castle himself, actually. With a really scary combo, because you really can't Horse Archers this. Everything that Numadon has built is the epitome of counter. Like, you could argue Horseman would be the additional thing, right? Like, sure, so we can add an additional thing in that would counter you, right? Javelins, Limitana good enough. On top of that, if Numadon goes Castle, just 2 camels is all you need. That debuff makes it impossible to fight, because it will be a 20% damage reduct. That's almost 3 damage loss for a Horse Archer. And then on top of that, ta-da! Shield Wall. that point, you just tickle. You hit for less than a normal archer. Speaking of those archers, weird time to run out. Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, game 1 was so dominant for Myriad, but you know what? I feel like there's kind of a pattern right now in the meta. Aggression definitely feels like it's getting rewarded more than it has historically. Then again, you could say Myriad's got punished in game 2. I just think he missed his window. Game 1, rewarded. Game 3, aggression's being rewarded. Myriad now switching men at arms. So, smart choice here. This is what B attempted against Numenon. Unfortunately, there was so much Kyro Siphon action in his base, he couldn't get production going. There's a bigger problem for Myriad, though, and it's that Numenon isn't staying in H2. And he's trying to force a fight. I mean, it is Mass Horseman, but it's just so many Limitane. He just walks into the trade. The Javelins are just perfectly postured here. The Horsemen are doing nothing. So Myriad is now going to be less than a third of the army size of Numu. Numenon was just going to walk home and tech up. Now, he can move in and punish the men at arms before you have them. Man, Myriad was way too desperate. It's like the guy who says, then we will not have a deal today. And then on the way out, he's just like, well, no, come on. Don't leave, please. Whatever you need. I'll give you whatever you need. You know what he is? He's literally, I'm going to make a Succession reference, so you should watch it. He's Kendall from episode 1, season 1. No one wants to be Kendall from episode 1, season 1. This is crazy, though. Veterancies are coming through. Vrangian as well. I mean, you wouldn't think that Myriad basically got almost all the deer on the map. It doesn't feel like it from a production perspective. I've got the remaining horsemen looking for a raid, but the numbers here are not impressive. Akratoy could defend this. Remember, Akratoy does also scale with age, by the way. So additional damage at this phase. Numenon. Looking for a more permanent stake into the roost base here. Sunny upgrade is about to complete. Horsemen actually dive underneath the TC. Ideal place to be. Will at least be able to intercept the first Monk. Turn. This could just be a wrap onto the tree line. I think Numenon's only risk here is slow rolling this. Obviously, he doesn't see what we see, which is just how far ahead he is. He must be feeling it, though. These trades so far in this game have just been way too good. I mean, the destroyed value is a good representation. Normally, because Javelins don't count in the capture age, it's deceitful, but he hasn't lost any, right? Not a single Javelin dead has been highlighted by Derpy Penguin. First relic is at least time for Myriad. We do have a crossbow switch up. Correct choice. Rough that your opponent has got 24 javelins. Myriad needs siege. Building siege this early feels like a death sentence. In fact, the javelins would snipe down one mango, so you need like, what, 2, 3? But to build mangoes, you're building no more men at arms, you're not building the crossbows to count the Phrygian. It's tricky, man. Myriad needs to solve what's in front of him before he solves the next step afterwards, right? And yes, the javelins are in front of him, but more immediately in front of him is the enemy men-at-arms. What's coming up as well? So Numenon is insulating himself. It's a good thing Myriad didn't go horse archers, didn't continue horsemen. There just wouldn't be a breach point anymore. And we do have the Ford Cistern. Buffed to level 4 now. 22% increased gathering speed. Especially add 20% to keep it simple. Let's add an extra 10 villagers on to his eco count. Myriad is getting 20% more wood, and admittedly is using a lot of woodworkers. But that ends up being an extra 4 villagers worth. However, a high trade house being 128 gold, plus the relics, is making up the difference, which is why Numenon needs to make his move. Dive into the base. Unfortunately, A-Click's hitting into the monastery there. He can just burn these down, though. There's nothing to stop him right now. Oh, what's that? You've conveniently brought all the relics to the same location? I don't mind if I do. No, I'm like trying to march out now. Numan just kind of playing with his food at the stage. I mean, Myriad is definitely not out. He can win a fight. It's going to make it so much harder. Pyrosyphons are a little bit funky, right? Because sometimes the burn power actually hits the units as well if you're not careful in positioning. That's something to be conscious of when this attack comes in. On top of that, even if you don't get the pure main damage in, the burn on the floor is going to just sliver over all this entire comp, right? Crossbows in particular is a bit worried. Yeah, let's walk the other way with that one. Credit to him though, Numenon not able to get any of the relics here. If Myriad can survive this wave, I honestly start to favor him. It's a big ask though. Oh no, the gold workers on the front side. 2 workers going down there. Camel debuff is a big deal. You want to hold them in reserve, just don't get them sniped. As long as one is alive, the horsemen are going to struggle here. Tries to rotate around the flank. Javelins are going to be dove on too, but quick reaction on Limitane, and the Varangian go in. Just needs to target fire down the crossbows to win this fight. Horseman numbers not looking good, and the camel is falling too swiftly. Myriad, when they entered this fight, they were about even Stevens. It's a double up in favor of Numenon. And the snowball effect commences. Crossbows in the formation means you cannot retreat away from javelins. 2TC may have just killed him. And I think he knows that Siege Workshop coming in to try and stabilize, but at this stage, 28 javelins. There's just too much to eat. No time to exist. Myriad doesn't have wheelbarrow. Even a retreat feels too slow. It looks like it is going to be an Anasand Numenon showdown in a best of 5. Kind of no denying it at this phase. Too many villagers dying. An admirable effort out of Myriad. I think Numenon is tricky. Only the absolute top seems to be able to deal with his Byzantine timing and Rus here. Myriad looked close though. It's a sliver away. I think maybe 1 or 2 small changes on the dynamics, like throwing away this horseman early definitely hurt him. This 2TC felt, I want to say, unnecessarily forced. And pretty much set up for his demise against an all-in. What do you guys think though? Is Numenon just too scary in Byzantines? Do you feel like this is the Sith? You have to ban against him because with what I've been seeing out of this lad recently, this Swede looks oh too sweet on the Greeks. And yeah, finally some javelins died. I think he doesn't care though. 43 worker kills. Congratulations, you've now lost more workers than live in the Rus kingdom at this stage. Which honestly perfectly summarizes Roof serfdom, if we're thinking about it. It's accurate. Myriad might want to get out of town before what remains of the Rus people rebels against him. There is definitely a history of that. And of course, the Signature Kara Siphon. It didn't dominate the game, but it at least made a cherishable appearance here. Who needs pro scouts when you play Biz? Hey, only when you're Numenon. Be very careful with this build on the ladder. It's tricky, it's slivery, it's not easy to execute. Just because Numenon makes it look easy doesn't make it actually easy. Alright. So, we have a look at Le Schedule. I'll add the score in. So 2-1 victory for Nimu. I think we made good progress today, right, chat? We done, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 series. 7 series! We've been live for almost 9 hours. How about that for some commitment? But we still have so much to cover. So, let me just update and load that in. Tomorrow, we will open up with... Let me check the timings. So we've got Dumu series happening at 1 p.m. UK time. I think we'll aim to go live an hour or so before for B versus Mia Micah. Because even if it's a free game series, like I would not be surprised if that is like less than an hour, as I know what Mia Micah in particular is like. So we'll look to catch that one tomorrow, I think. It's a good way to start the series out as well, actually, and build the narrative going into that one. So we'll have B versus Mao Micah. I just realized I don't know how I made that mistype. Mio Micah and B will open the day tomorrow. After that, we'll go into Dumu versus the winner of that series. And then we should be able to hop across for Core versus Anavaku into the winner of that against Kiljadi. And then after that, we'll have the WAM series. And then, that's right, I just don't stop. After that, we'll go for Anatan Nirvadan. So probably like another 8-hour day, potentially, if not longer. Sound good? Yeah, it sounds great, I think is what you guys are looking to say. But I think we'll get ready to round out. Like, the greed as well. One more? It's been 9 hours. Bruh. Calm down. Plenty of fun tomorrow. So, tomorrow we basically have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series to do. And one of them's going to be a semifinals. So, I think that's actually a nice balance, actually, on the spread of things. And then remember, this week, only for this week, finals is going to be on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, we will have the Anatan side of the bracket semifinals into the grand finals. So potentially 12 games for a Wednesday. Beautiful. But yeah, so just once again, emphasize the order. B Mia Micah, winner of that against Dimu. Core Anavaku into winner of that against Kiljadi. And then we'll have WAM versus the winner of the Kiljadi set afterwards. Okay? So pretty busy day. YouTubers, I'm going to end the stream now and bid you farewell. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for more Age of Empires for action. I'll see you all soon. Thank you very much.